Good evening. Tonight, I invite you to leave the ordinary world behind for a few hours and join me on a journey through some of the strangest stories we have explored together. The mysteries ahead come from different places and different times, yet they all share something in common. Each one begins with a question that should have an answer and ends somewhere far stranger than expected. We will encounter whispered traditions carried through generations, strange events that defy explanation, and individuals whose experiences seem to challenge the very nature of reality itself. Along the way, we'll visit haunted prisons, isolated hillsides, forgotten forests, and ordinary homes where extraordinary things were said to occur. I'm your host for the evening, the calm criminal. And tonight we venture once more into the shadows where history, mystery, and the unexplained quietly meet. Let us begin. There was a little cloth bag in old Louisiana that could ruin a household without ever being opened. It might be found under a doorstep, inside a mattress, beneath the hearth bricks, or tied in secret beneath someone's clothes. And the strangest thing was not that people feared it, but that judges, planters, police, priests, enslaved people, free people of colour, wealthy clients, and the most powerful families in New Orleans all seemed to agree on one thing. Whatever was inside that bag had power. The word was Gris-Gris, sometimes written Gris-Gris, sometimes heard as Gris-Gris, and by the time it reached Louisiana it had already travelled farther than most people who feared it would ever understand. Its older roots led back across the Atlantic into West African protective traditions, especially among Mande-speaking peoples, where written charms, folded prayers, sacred numbers, herbs, leather pouches, and hidden words could be carried close to the body for luck, protection, judgment, or survival. But in Louisiana, under French rule, Spanish rule, Catholic bells, sugar plantations, fever seasons, slave markets, and the thick, damp air of New Orleans, the Gris-Gris became something else as well. It became a secret language. It became a warning. It became a weapon that did not need a blade. It became the thing slipped beneath the door when ordinary justice had failed. In the oldest accounts, it was not treated like a parlour trick. In 1773, colonial Louisiana court records describe enslaved people being tried for allegedly conspiring to kill their enslaver by means of Gris-Gris, making it one of the earliest legal traces of Louisiana voodoo, and conjure appearing not as gossip, but as a matter serious enough for the authorities to prosecute. That detail matters. Long before the tourist shops, long before cheap paper packets and plastic charms, long before outsiders turned voodoo into theatre, there was a moment in a Louisiana court when the authorities looked at enslaved Africans and decided that a hidden charm was part of a murder plot. Not a joke, not a superstition to be laughed away, a plot, a charge, a threat that went into the record. To understand why that's so strange, you have to imagine Louisiana before it became the Louisiana of postcards and ghost tours. This was a place where enslaved West Africans were forced into Catholic baptism, but carried older spiritual understandings with them, where saints could stand beside spirits, where candles, bones, roots, water, prayers, shells, hair, grave dust, and scripture could all belong to the same hidden universe. French observer Antoine Simon Lepage Dupratz wrote in the early 18th century that enslaved Africans sometimes gathered in groups of 300 or 400, and he specifically noted their use of protective charms called Gris-Gris. That was not a late legend invented after emancipation. That was colonial Louisiana, with Africans still newly arrived, forming communities under surveillance and preserving a sacred technology that frightened the people who claimed to own them. The first great mystery of the Gris-Gris is that it appears in the record almost as soon as anyone bothered to look closely. The enslaved people of Louisiana were not leaving diaries explaining what each object meant. They were not permitted that kind of open life. Their religion, their healing, their protective work, their curses, their justice, their mourning, and their escape plans had to hide inside ordinary things. A folded scrap, a red flannel packet, a string with knots in it, a coin rubbed smooth, a bit of bone, a root chosen at the right time, a prayer spoken under the breath, a charm small enough to fit in a palm, and yet large enough to terrify a plantation. By the 19th century, New Orleans had become the great city of these crossings. In 1809, nearly 10,000 refugees from Saint-Domingue arrived after the Haitian Revolution, including white refugees, free people of colour, and enslaved people, bringing with them memories of the only successful slave revolt that created a black republic in the Atlantic world. That arrival changed New Orleans. It reinforced African and Afro-Catholic religious practices already there, and it brought a special charge to anything associated with hidden ritual power. To white authorities who had watched Haiti burn its way to freedom, a charm in a pocket was not merely a charm, it was a possible signal, a possible oath, a possible beginning. This is where the Gris-Gris becomes more than an object. It becomes the perfect mystery of enslaved resistance, because it sat exactly between the visible and the invisible. The person carrying it might say it was for protection. The accuser might say it was for death. The maker might know it had another purpose entirely. And the record, usually written by frightened outsiders, gives us only fragments. A bag is found. Someone is accused. A master falls ill. A rumour spreads. A woman is called in to remove it. A trial begins. Then the archive goes quiet. In old New Orleans, there were people known as voodoo queens and voodoo doctors, spiritual leaders who gave private consultations, performed healing ceremonies, and prepared Gris-Gris for clients. The most famous was Marie Laveau, born around 1801 and dead by 1881. Remembered as the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans, she lived in a world where spiritual authority could cross racial and class lines in ways that ordinary society pretended were impossible. Wealthy white clients, free people of colour, enslaved people, politicians, servants, lovers, prisoners, and desperate mothers all came looking for help. They came for marriage trouble, court cases, illness, childbirth, money, influence, revenge, protection, and luck. And very often, what they wanted was something tangible to carry away. A candle, a powder, a bottle, a packet, a Gris-Gris. Marie Laveau's own life is full of strange gaps, which suits this story almost too well. Some documents point to 1794 as her birth year, while other research supports 1801. She married Jacques Paris, a Creole man from Saint-Domingue, in 1819, and after he disappeared and was later reported dead, she became known as the Widow Paris. Then she entered a long relationship with Jean-Louis Christophe Duminy de Glapion, with whom she had several children. She worked as a hairdresser, which sounds ordinary until you realize what that meant in 19th century New Orleans. She moved through homes, she heard private things, she touched people's heads, she listened while wealthy households spoke too freely in front of servants, and then, when clients came to her for counsel, she seemed to know things she should not have known. That was part of her power, and perhaps part of the Gris-Gris mystery itself. A charm works better when it arrives with knowledge attached. If Marie Laveau gave someone a packet and told them exactly what trouble was sitting inside their marriage, their court case, their business, or their enemy's house, the object would not feel symbolic. It would feel alive. The powder, the herb, the folded paper, the saint's image, the hair, the charm. All of it would seem to carry information from places the client could not see. And in a city like New Orleans, information itself was almost supernatural. The authorities knew that too. In a slave society, secrets were dangerous. A secret meeting was dangerous. A secret song was dangerous. A secret charm was dangerous. Anything that allowed enslaved people to believe they possessed protection beyond the master's reach was dangerous. That is why the Gris-Gris frightened the plantation world so deeply. It was not only the fear of poison, though. That fear appears again and again in Southern records. It was the fear that the enslaved had access to a power system the enslaver could neither read nor control. On plantations, the strangest stories often begin with discovery. Someone sweeping a cabin finds a bundle hidden in a wall. A child pulls a packet from under the steps. A planter notices a small object tied beneath a gate. A house servant finds a bag beneath a pillow. Inside might be roots, red pepper, pins, hair, feathers, grave dust, beads, bones, scripture, sulphur, salt, or something that no one wants to name too clearly. And then the sequence begins. Someone becomes ill. A horse refuses to cross a threshold. Milk spoils. A field hand will not enter a room. A mistress hears scratching beneath the floorboards. A master orders the object burned, only to be warned that burning it may release whatever had been tied inside. That warning appears in different forms across conjure traditions. Do not open what was not meant for you. Do not burn what was made with intention. Do not step over what has been laid down. Do not mock what you do not understand. In Louisiana, where Catholic ritual, African spiritual systems, Congo-influenced root work, and local folk practice intertwined, the Gris-Gris could be made for love, control, protection, gambling luck, courtroom luck, escape, illness, or vengeance. But the darkest stories are the ones where it was found after something had already begun to go wrong. One of the oddest documented details comes from October 1849, when New Orleans authorities reportedly arrested an enslaved man for carrying a human finger wrapped in flannel, which he believed brought good luck. That is the sort of detail that sounds invented until it appears in the historical discussion of Gris-Gris practice. Human remains, especially graveyard materials, became associated with some forms of conjure and root work in New Orleans, particularly as Congo-influenced practices blended into the city's spiritual life. The finger in flannel is so specific it is hard to forget. Not a vague charm, not a symbolic trinket, a human finger wrapped carefully, carried for luck through the streets of a city already crowded with cemeteries, epidemics, tombs, and the dead. New Orleans was the perfect city for such a story, because the dead were never far away. Yellow fever came again and again, floodwater rose. Burials were stacked in above-ground tombs. Cemeteries became cities of their own, with narrow lanes and whitewashed vaults. The living walked beside family crypts, and those who knew how to work with the dead were believed to understand another sort of influence. Graveyard dust was not just dirt. Bones were not just bones. A name scratched on paper and folded into a packet was not just writing. The city itself seemed built on layers of prayer, fever, water, and remains. This is where the Gris-Gris becomes difficult to separate from fear. Outsiders often wrote about voodoo and conjure with exaggeration, disgust, or theatrical panic. That has to be handled carefully. But even when you strip away the insulting language and the lurid imagination of hostile observers, the pattern remains. People believed these objects worked, people paid for them, people hid them, people accused others of using them. Courts noticed them, police noticed them, plantation owners feared them, and archaeologists have continued finding concealed objects in African American living spaces that appear to have been placed deliberately for spiritual protection, empowerment, or control. At Ashland Bell Helene Plantation in Darrow, Louisiana, archaeologists and historians have identified evidence interpreted as Congo and Central African spiritual practices within slave cabins, including shells, coins, beads, polished stones, bones, and other protective objects. These were not random bits of rubbish. They were placed, carried, hidden, and preserved in ways that suggest intention. In other words, the Gris-Gris did not disappear into legend. Its relatives remained in the ground, waiting beneath floorboards and foundations, holding their silence until someone lifted them into the light. That is one of the most unsettling parts of this entire subject. A written account can lie, a hostile newspaper can exaggerate, a frightened planter can misunderstand, but an object hidden beneath a threshold is harder to dismiss. Someone put it there, someone chose the materials, someone knew the place mattered, someone expected it to do something, and thresholds mattered. Doors, windows, hearths, corners, beds, and crossroads appear again and again in folk magic because they are places of passage. A door is not just wood, it is where the outside enters. A bed is not just furniture, it is where the body becomes defenseless. A hearth is not just heat, it is the centre of domestic life. A crossroads is not just an intersection, it is a place where choices, spirits, strangers, and fates meet. If you wanted to protect a person, influence a person, trap a person, or unsettle a person, you chose the boundary carefully. Imagine then an enslaved woman in Louisiana forced to live under the eye of people who controlled her time, her body, her children, her food, and her movement. She has no recognized power in law, but she knows roots, She knows prayers. She knows which saint is petitioned for which kind of trouble. She knows what her grandmother carried. She knows where the doorway creaks. She knows when the mistress sleeps. She knows which child is ill. She knows where the master steps each morning. And one night she places something small beneath the threshold. By dawn, nothing looks different, but the house has changed. That is the kind of mystery the Gris-Gris gives us. Not lightning, not monsters, not a ghost walking down the stairs in a white gown. Something quieter, a hidden packet, a man refusing to cross a doorway, a family convinced that illness began the week the object appeared, a charm removed and then returned, a person freed, protected, ruined or warned, with no visible hand involved. In New Orleans, the public face of voodoo could be seen at Congo Square, where enslaved and free African people gathered on Sundays, danced, drummed, traded, worshipped, remembered, and rebuilt pieces of community under surveillance. Major private rites were associated with places such as Bayou St. John and Lake Pontchartrain, especially around St. John's Eve on June 23rd, when fire, water, drumming, singing, bathing, and the old midsummer sense of a thin boundary between worlds all came together. But the Gris-Gris belonged just as much to the private room. It belonged to the person standing alone with a problem too delicate for public prayer. That private quality is what makes the subject so rich and so hard to pin down. Gris-Gris was never one single recipe. It was not a fixed object you could define and be done with. It changed depending on the maker, the client, the need, the spirit, the danger, the material available, and the tradition behind it. One bag might be worn for protection against violence. Another might be used for luck in court. Another might be hidden to keep a lover faithful. Another might be laid down to bring punishment. Another might be made so a person could pass through danger unseen. The word itself carried both promise and threat. In New Orleans, Gris-Gris could mean the charm itself, but it could also mean the act of bewitching. Someone could wear Gris-Gris. Someone could put Gris-Gris on you. Someone could go to a doctor to have Gris-Gris removed. The grammar of the word already suggests a world where object, action, and force are not separate. The bag is the spell. The spell is the act. The act is the relationship between the maker, the target, the spirit, and the material. And then there is the silence of the enslaved makers themselves. That silence is not empty. It is full of things deliberately hidden, because if a Gris-Gris worked by secrecy, then the archive was never meant to understand it. The recipes were guarded. The words were spoken softly. The meaning of each item could be known only to the person who knew how to read the object correctly. A white official might open a bag and see bones, pepper, hair, and paper. The maker might see a sentence. That sentence might say, "Protect this child." It might say, "Bring him home." It might say, "Let the judge's mind turn." It might say, "Make the cruel one weak." It might say, "Do not let them sell me south." It might say, "Let the gate open." It might say, "Let the dogs lose the scent." That last possibility is especially haunting, because in stories of escape, charms were sometimes believed to protect a runaway from dogs, patrols, and capture, whether hidden in clothing, carried close to the skin, or prepared by a conjure worker before departure, such objects gave the fugitive something more than physical aid. They gave courage. They gave the sense of being accompanied. And in a world designed to make enslaved people feel watched, hunted and alone, that sense of unseen protection may have been one of the most powerful things imaginable. This is why the Gris-Gris cannot be reduced to superstition. To do that would miss the deeper mystery. In Louisiana, it functioned as medicine, theology, psychology, resistance, coded communication, social intelligence, and spiritual technology all at once. It helped people survive conditions that were deliberately made unsurvivable. It also frightened those who relied on domination, because domination depends on convincing the dominated that there is no other power available. But the Gris-Gris said otherwise. It said power could be folded. It said power could be tied. It said power could be hidden in cloth and carried beneath the shirt. It said a person with nothing recognized by law could still possess something no law could read. By the late 19th century, police pressure, public ridicule, Protestant condemnation, and sensational newspaper accounts pushed many voodoo and hoodoo practices further underground. But underground is where the Gris-Gris had always been most comfortable. Beneath boards, beneath brick, beneath speech, beneath the official version of events. And that is why, even now, when one of these caches is found in an old house or former plantation site, it feels less like an artifact and more like an interruption, because the question is never simply, what is this? The question is, who put it there? What were they trying to change? And did it work? That is the question that sits at the center of this story. And the deeper we go into old Louisiana, into the plantations, the fever wards, the slave cabins, the cemeteries, the courtrooms, and the candlelit rooms where people waited for Marie Laveau, the more the Gris-Gris begins to look like one of the strangest unresolved powers in the American South. A small hidden object that left almost no words behind, yet somehow made everyone afraid to ignore it. In Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and the old plantation belt stretching through the deep South, Gris-Gris entered history not through grand rituals, but through discovery. A hidden packet beneath a doorstep, a knot of feathers inside a chimney, a bottle buried beneath a porch, a pouch sewn into clothing, a scrap of folded paper tucked into cracks in a wall. The stories survive because people wrote down their fear after finding them. Fear leaves records. Quiet belief usually does not. One of the earliest recurring plantation legends involved objects discovered beneath thresholds. Plantation journals from the 19th century occasionally mention servants refusing to cross certain doors after a charm had been uncovered. This sounds minor until you understand the social structure of plantation life. Refusal was dangerous. Fear strong enough to override obedience had to come from somewhere deeper than simple superstition. On several Louisiana estates, records survive describing household panic after hidden objects were discovered beneath entryways, particularly when illness or conflict followed shortly afterward. At the plantation later known as Laurel Valley near Thibodaux, oral histories collected decades after emancipation described an encephalic woman known only as Celeste, remembered by descendants as someone who fixed things. That phrase appears often in Southern oral history. It did not necessarily mean healing, it meant altering outcomes. According to family testimony preserved in local folklore archives, Celeste was believed capable of preparing Gris-Gris for protection against overseers. One story tells of a field hand who carried a sewn red packet inside his shirt while working cane rows. He claimed whippings never struck him as badly after he received it. Another claimed dogs lost his trail during an attempted escape. Whether true or not, the belief itself mattered enough that multiple descendants repeated the account generations later. There is something unusual about these stories when they repeat through families rather than newspapers. Newspapers often sensationalized. Families tended to preserve only what felt meaningful. The stories remain strangely consistent. A packet made by someone trusted, instructions not to open it, warnings about keeping it dry, directions about where to bury it when its purpose was complete. In Old New Orleans, one of the most persistent Gris-Gris legends surrounds a woman called Dr. John, or Jean Montanet, a free man of colour reportedly born in Senegal and later active in 19th century Louisiana. He appears repeatedly in accounts alongside Marie Laveau. Some believed he possessed extraordinary knowledge of roots, charms and spiritual workings brought directly from Africa. Others claimed he carried powders capable of influencing luck, gambling, health, or love. Several 19th century newspaper references describe Dr. John receiving clients privately in rooms thick with incense and candle smoke. Visitors allegedly left carrying packets wrapped in cloth, instructed not to speak of what was placed inside. One account described a client paying a considerable sum to obtain protection against legal trouble after accusations of fraud. Another involved a man convinced he had been crossed by a rival merchant and sought a Gris-Gris to reverse his failing fortunes. The curious thing about Dr. John is not simply that he existed. It is that wealthy clients reportedly sought him out while publicly denying belief in such things. That contradiction appears constantly in Louisiana records. Public disbelief, private desperation. The richer the client, the more secretive the visit. One New Orleans rumor repeated through multiple later histories claimed certain politicians quietly consulted voodoo practitioners before elections. Gris-Gris for influence, Gris-Gris for persuasion, Gris-Gris hidden inside clothing while speaking publicly. There is no single document proving this outright, but repeated mentions appear in late 19th century recollections. It would not have been impossible. In a city where political corruption, Catholic ritual, secret societies, gambling dens, and spiritual practitioners existed side by side, invisible advantages were always sought. One particularly eerie account emerged from the French Quarter during the 1850s. A merchant reportedly discovered a small cloth packet tied beneath the floorboards of his office after several months of increasingly strange events. Workers resigned suddenly, accounts went missing, rats appeared in unusual numbers, customers avoided entering the building. According to the story, when the packet was removed, several employees refused to touch it. One insisted it had to be buried at a crossroads before sunset, or the misfortune would follow whoever handled it. That detail appears often in Gris-Gris folklore. Removal was more dangerous than discovery. The object itself might contain protection or punishment, but disturbing it incorrectly could reverse its purpose. This belief created a strange secondary profession in New Orleans. People who removed spiritual work placed by others, spiritual cleaning, uncrossing, reversal, and the language itself becomes revealing. People did not simply say they were unlucky. They said they had been fixed. They said someone had laid something down. They said something had been sent. Those phrases suggest agency, not random bad fortune, intention. In plantation communities, stories spread quickly when illness appeared without explanation. In the 19th century, fever, parasites, infections, contaminated water, and poor sanitation could kill without warning. Yet within enslaved communities, unexplained sickness sometimes became attached to spiritual suspicion, particularly when conflict preceded it. One story recorded in Works Progress Administration interviews during the 1930s involved an elderly, formerly enslaved woman from Mississippi recalling a man known as Isaac, who allegedly found a tied cloth hidden beneath his sleeping mat. He had recently argued with another labourer over a woman. Shortly afterward, he became weak, fearful, and unable to sleep. According to her memory, he believed himself worked on. Whether psychological or spiritual, the effect appeared real enough to those around him. She described him refusing food, refusing church, and eventually disappearing from the plantation entirely after seeking help from a root doctor miles away. That detail matters because Gris-Gris was rarely separated from travel. People walked long distances for help. Word spread quietly about who could remove something, who could prepare something, who could identify whether an object carried protection or harm. Some names survive, many do not. The anonymous nature of these practitioners only deepens the mystery. Their work existed in shadows by necessity. In coastal South Carolina and Georgia, Gullah communities preserved related traditions involving conjure bags and spiritual packets that strongly resemble Louisiana Gris-Gris. These traditions often included blue beads, roots, iron, shells, graveyard dirt, and biblical verses folded tightly into cloth. The blending of Christian scripture and African protective systems appears repeatedly across the South. A psalm written on paper might sit beside bone fragments or herbs. That combination disturbed outsiders because it blurred categories. Was it religion, medicine, magic, protection, revenge? The answer often seemed to be yes to all of them. One particularly persistent southern legend concerns hidden bottles buried beneath houses. Archaeologists now call them witch bottles or protective caches, though many were likely connected to African diasporic spiritual practice. In Virginia, North Carolina, Louisiana, and Mississippi, Sealed glass containers have been found beneath hearths and thresholds containing nails, pins, hair, liquid residue, bones, and roots. At first glance, these appear almost absurdly simple. But placement matters. These bottles were hidden where people crossed boundaries, beneath entrances, beneath fireplaces, beneath sleeping areas. They were not decoration, they were concealed deliberately. At the Levi Jordan plantation in Brazoria County, archaeologists uncovered evidence interpreted as African spiritual practice among enslaved quarters, including concealed caches beneath floors and corners of rooms. Some researchers linked these placements to Bakongo cosmology, where spiritual protection involved boundary lines and directional placement. These discoveries suggest that Gris-Gris was not merely folklore remembered later. It left material traces. And material traces are difficult to dismiss. In one especially unsettling Louisiana legend, a plantation mistress reportedly became convinced she had been cursed after finding a tied packet hidden inside her pillow stuffing. According to the story, she had recently arranged the sale of an enslaved child away from his mother. Shortly afterward, she allegedly suffered recurring nightmares and severe insomnia. Household servants whispered that the object had been placed intentionally. Whether guilt, suggestion, or something stranger, the legend claimed she ordered priests, doctors, and spiritual practitioners to inspect the house. Nothing helped. Eventually the bed was burned. The room was abandoned. The detail that survives most often is not her illness. It is the servants refusing to enter the room afterward. That detail carries weight because fear flowed both directions. Gris-Gris was not merely feared by white plantation owners. It was respected within black communities as something that demanded caution. Another story attached to Marie Laveau involves prison visits. Several accounts claim she regularly visited condemned prisoners at Orleans Parish Prison. Some say she prayed with them. Others say she carried charms or packets intended for comfort or spiritual passage. One repeated legend claims a condemned man awaiting execution requested a Gris-Gris from her shortly before death. He believed it would protect his soul from wandering. The strange thing is how often Gris-Gris appears in moments of transition, birth, trial, marriage, illness, travel, escape, death. The object itself often appears when someone stands at a threshold between one state and another, and thresholds, in Southern folk belief, were never ordinary places. In Louisiana folklore collected during the 20th century, there are repeated mentions of Gris-Gris being buried near crossroads. The crossroads itself holds enormous symbolic weight in African diasporic traditions. It is where choices meet, where paths divide, where spirits may travel, where bargains are whispered. A Gris-Gris buried there could be activated, released, hidden, or abandoned. Some stories say a person removing a harmful charm had to leave it at a crossroads without turning around afterward. Turning back mattered, looking back mattered. That rule appears repeatedly repeatedly across traditions. Do not look back. Do not check whether it remains. Do not call attention to it once released. That silence creates an unusual tension. These practices survive not through explanation, but through instruction. Do this. Do not do that. Never open it. Never speak the name aloud. Carry it close. Bury it before sunrise. Wash your hands afterward. Do not tell anyone who made it. That language feels older than folklore. It feels procedural, like memory passed carefully from one person to another. One of the strangest recurring southern beliefs held that a Gris-Gris could become stronger the longer it remained hidden. Time itself mattered. A buried object beneath a home might remain active for years. Some families reportedly refused renovations because disturbing old foundations risked uncovering spiritual work placed generations earlier. This may explain why modern archaeology occasionally encounters concealed objects unexpectedly. A coin placed beneath a corner, a shell buried near a wall, bones wrapped in cloth, glass hidden beneath floorboards. The person who placed it never expected explanation, only effect, and perhaps that is the most difficult part of this mystery. The Gris-Gris was never meant to be understood by outsiders. It was not performance. It was private, functional, directed. Someone had a problem. Someone needed influence. Someone wanted protection. Someone feared another person. Someone hoped to survive. And so they created something small enough to hide, but important enough to trust with their future. That trust remains one of the strongest clues we have, because people under extraordinary pressure rarely waste faith on things they believe are empty. And throughout the American South, across plantations, prisons, cemeteries, cabins, kitchens, churches, docks, bayous, and cramped New Orleans rooms lit by candles after midnight, people continued to make Gris-Gris long after authorities tried to erase it, which suggests something uncomfortable, that even in a world ruled by violence and ownership, there existed another system running quietly beneath it. A hidden system, one that could not be legislated, one that could not be fully translated, one carried in cloth, tied shut and kept close to the skin. There is one final story that lingers in Louisiana longer than most, not because it can be proven, but because nobody who heard it ever seemed comfortable dismissing it. It comes from the old river parishes west of New Orleans, carried through families near sugar country, where plantation roads disappeared beneath live oaks, and the ground stayed damp enough to keep secrets for a very long time. In the early 1890s, according to local accounts later collected in fragments by regional historians, a small plantation house near the banks of Bayou La Fourche was occupied by a widowed landowner who had inherited the property after the deaths of both his brothers within a span of 4 years. Their deaths were not considered suspicious. One died of fever, another reportedly drowned after falling from a skiff during heavy fog. Yet neighbours began quietly remarking that the property itself felt wrong after the second death. Workers came and went quickly. Tenants refused long leases. Livestock wandered strangely near the rear tree line, and often would not cross a narrow stretch of ground behind the house. The widower, whose surname appears differently in surviving retellings, was said to be practical and dismissive of superstition. He mocked stories about Gris-Gris openly. He reportedly laughed whenever workers warned him not to disturb old places on the property. According to the account, there was an abandoned slave cabin standing several hundred yards from the main house, partially collapsed and swallowed by vines. The roof had fallen inward years earlier. Children from neighbouring farms avoided it. One local woman allegedly warned that nothing buried there should ever be touched. The man ignored her. During repairs to fencing after a storm, labourers clearing brush near the ruined cabin discovered a glass bottle buried upside down beneath the roots of an old cedar tree. The bottle was sealed with wax darkened almost black by age. Inside appeared to be tangled material pressed tightly against the glass. One worker reportedly refused to pick it up. Another suggested leaving it where it was found. The landowner ordered it opened. The wax seal was broken with a knife. Inside were several objects packed tightly together, rusted pins, what appeared to be hair bound with thread, small bones, red cloth fragments, and a folded scrap of paper too damaged to unfold cleanly. Witnesses later claimed a foul smell escaped immediately when the bottle opened, though no liquid remained inside. The contents were reportedly thrown into a fire that evening. Nothing happened at first. That detail matters because the best southern stories rarely begin immediately. They wait. Within days, strange things reportedly began around the property. One mule refused to enter the barn and had to be dragged. Chickens gathered beneath the abandoned cabin, despite no feed being present there. Lamps inside the main house burned unevenly. A servant claimed she heard footsteps crossing the attic during rainstorms, though no one was upstairs. Then came the sound. Several accounts described knocking beneath the floorboards near the widower's bedroom. Not loud, not violent, just a steady tapping after midnight, always from beneath the same section of floor. He initially blamed rats. Workers checked beneath the house. Nothing. The knocking continued for nearly 2 weeks. According to the story, the man grew increasingly agitated. He stopped sleeping properly. He began drinking heavily. One visitor later claimed he became obsessed with checking locks and windows before sunset. He reportedly accused servants of moving objects in the house. Chairs appeared slightly displaced. Doors left open were later found closed. One mirror in a hallway cracked without explanation. The strangest detail came from a neighbouring farmer who allegedly visited one evening and noticed fresh dirt tracked across the rear porch despite dry weather. The tracks did not resemble shoes clearly. They were described as smudged impressions, narrow and uneven, leading toward the back entrance and stopping at the threshold. No prints continued inside, only to the door. Then nothing. Several nights later, the widower reportedly disappeared. His horse remained in the stable. His bed had not been slept in. A lantern still burned in the kitchen when workers arrived at dawn. Search parties checked nearby marshland, riverbanks, neighbouring farms, and wooded areas. No body was recovered. The property changed hands within a few years. The abandoned cabin was eventually torn down. But according to later retellings, the cedar tree remained standing for decades afterward, and local workers refused to cut it down. One story claims a later owner attempted to remove the stump after lightning damaged the tree. During digging, labourers allegedly found fragments of dark glass beneath the roots, as though another bottle had once been buried there. The work stopped immediately. No one finished the removal, and perhaps that story alone would be enough to end here. But there is another. Near St. Martin Parish, a family oral history tells of a farmhouse where an elderly man became convinced something had been hidden beneath the foundation long before he moved there. He complained of movement beneath the floor after midnight. Dogs refused to enter one rear room. A smell like damp roots lingered near the fireplace even in dry weather. Eventually, after heavy rain softened the ground beneath the house, a hired woman crawled under the structure with a lantern and discovered a cloth packet tied carefully beneath one of the support beams. She refused to touch it. She came back pale and reportedly warned the family not to disturb what had been buried there. They ignored her. The packet was removed and placed on the kitchen table. It was wrapped in faded cloth darkened by soil and age. Nobody wanted to untie it. The woman returned later that evening and became visibly distressed when she saw it inside the house. She insisted it should be returned before nightfall. The family refused again. That night, the old man reportedly became frantic. Dogs howled without stopping. Someone heard knocking beneath the dining room floor. Lamps flickered repeatedly, though the air remained still. By morning, the packet was gone. Doors remained locked. Windows stayed closed. No one admitted moving it. The old man's condition improved almost immediately afterward. He slept through the night for the first time in months. The sounds ceased. The smell vanished. No one ever discovered where the object had gone. And that may be the final truth about Gris-Gris in the American South. Not that every story can be proven. Not that every hidden packet held supernatural force, but that these objects existed in a space where belief and consequence became impossible to separate. They were hidden deliberately, buried carefully, carried quietly, feared privately, removed with hesitation, returned with caution. People laugh easily at things they truly do not believe. Yet throughout Louisiana and the wider South, Gris-Gris was rarely mocked once it had been found. It was buried again, left untouched, handled gently, wrapped back in cloth, and somewhere beneath old foundations, beneath abandoned cabins, beneath cedar roots, beneath forgotten thresholds and ruined plantation soil. There may still be unopened packets waiting in darkness exactly where someone believed they needed to remain. Still tied, still hidden, still carrying whatever was folded inside. Long before anyone spoke of alien abductions, dimensional portals, missing time, or unexplained vanishings in remote wilderness, the people of Ireland and Scotland were already telling stories that contained all of those elements. These accounts appeared in monastery records, local histories, family traditions, folklore collections, and the notebooks of travelling antiquarians. Some were centuries old when the first newspapers appeared. Others were still being told around kitchen fires well into the 20th century. The names changed from village to village, but the pattern remained remarkably consistent. A person stepped away from companions. A traveller heard music where no musicians could be found. A child wandered only a few yards from home. Someone crossed a hill, entered a ring of mushrooms, approached a standing stone, or followed a mysterious light. Then they vanished. Sometimes they returned, claiming that only moments had passed. Sometimes they returned years later, unchanged while everyone around them had grown old. And sometimes they never returned at all. One of the oldest and most famous stories concerns a figure known as Thomas the Rhymer, a 13th century Scottish laird and poet, whose existence is generally accepted by historians. According to later traditions, Thomas was riding near the Eildon Hills when he encountered a mysterious woman of extraordinary beauty dressed in green silk. The woman identified herself as the Queen of Elfland and invited him to accompany her. Thomas agreed and followed her into a hollow beneath the hills. There, according to the story, he spent what seemed a relatively brief period in her company. Yet when he finally returned to the human world, 7 years had passed. In some versions of the tale, Thomas found familiar people aged beyond recognition. In others, he possessed knowledge he could not have obtained naturally. What made the story particularly intriguing was that it was not treated as pure fantasy by many generations of Scottish listeners. The Eildon Hills became associated with disappearances, strange encounters, and hidden realms. Travellers passing through the area often spoke of an uneasy feeling that they were being watched from places they could not quite see. Far to the west, along the rugged coastlines of Ireland, another category of stories centred on music. Again and again, witnesses described hearing sounds that seemed impossible to locate. Fiddles drifted across empty fields. Harps played inside silent hills. Voices sang from beneath ancient earthworks. One of the most repeated traditions came from County Clare, where local residents spoke of travellers being lured away by fairy music. According to an account collected during the 19th century, a young farmer walking home after sunset heard a tune unlike anything he had ever encountered. The melody seemed to move as he approached it. Every time he believed he had located its source, it drifted farther away. His family searched through the night when he failed to return. At dawn, they discovered him several miles away, sitting beside an ancient ring fort. He appeared confused and exhausted. When questioned, he insisted he had been gone less than an hour. Witnesses claimed nearly 12 hours had passed. Stories of missing time appeared so frequently in Irish folklore that they became almost a genre unto themselves. One of the best known examples involved the legendary warrior Oisin. Although his tale belongs more properly to mythology than history, it established a pattern that would repeat endlessly throughout later folklore. Oisin travelled to Tir na Nog, the land of youth, where suffering, illness, and age were unknown. Life there seemed pleasant and timeless. Eventually, he longed to see Ireland again and was granted permission to return. When he arrived, however, he discovered that centuries had passed. The people he knew were gone. The places he remembered had changed. The world itself seemed unfamiliar. Similar stories later appeared in local traditions involving shepherds, fishermen, hunters, and wandering labourers who entered fairy hills for what felt like a few hours, only to emerge into a future they no longer recognised. Among the most unsettling accounts were those involving direct witnesses. In County Kerry, there survived a tradition concerning a young girl who disappeared while gathering berries with relatives. According to the story, she walked no more than 20 yards from the group toward a low grassy mound. Several family members reportedly watched her approach the hill. Then she was gone. Not hidden, not obscured by vegetation. Gone. The search continued for days. The girl was never found. Local residents believed she had been taken by the Dáin Siad, the fairy folk associated with ancient burial mounds and ring forts. Skeptics later suggested she may have fallen into a concealed depression or wandered farther than witnesses realized. Yet the story endured precisely because those present insisted they had never taken their eyes off her. Across the Highlands of Scotland, similar stories attached themselves to isolated hills and standing stones. Near Glencoe, local tradition spoke of travellers vanishing after crossing certain ridges at twilight. One account collected during the 19th century described two men walking together along a mountain path. One briefly stepped behind a rocky outcrop. When his companion rounded the same corner, moments later, the man had disappeared. The terrain offered nowhere obvious to hide. No side paths branched away. No cliffs or ravines lay nearby. Searchers combed the area for days without success. According to later retellings, strange music was reportedly heard in the vicinity during the nights that followed. The Piper of Keel represented another variation of the theme. Located on the Kintyre Peninsula of western Scotland, Keel Cave was associated with stories of subterranean realms. According to local tradition, a piper decided to explore a mysterious underground passage while playing his pipes so listeners above could track his progress. Villagers gathered near the entrance and listened as the music gradually moved deeper beneath the earth. Then the sound abruptly stopped. The piper never emerged. Searchers entered the cave but found no trace of him. The story spread across Scotland and eventually inspired countless similar tales involving musicians, tunnels, and disappearances beneath hills believed to connect with fairy realms. Generations of locals accepted the possibility that entire hidden worlds existed beneath the landscape. Not every story ended in permanent disappearance. Some of the most unsettling accounts involved people who returned profoundly altered. In County Galway, folklore collectors recorded traditions concerning individuals who vanished briefly near fairy forts before reappearing with no memory of where they had been. Relatives often reported personality changes afterward. The returned individuals became withdrawn, distracted, or strangely obsessed with revisiting the location where they disappeared. Some reportedly claimed they could hear distant music no one else could detect. Others spoke of lights moving across fields at night. The similarities between these accounts and much later reports involving UFO encounters have fascinated researchers for decades, though the cultural explanations differ dramatically. Perhaps the strangest detail running through these stories was the repeated warning never to interfere with certain places. Ancient ring forts scattered across Ireland were often avoided even when they occupied valuable farmland. Farmers ploughed around them, roads curved around them, trees growing from their centres were left untouched. The reason was not simply superstition. Families could often point to specific stories explaining their caution. Someone who dug there became ill. Someone who cut down a tree vanished. Someone who disturbed a mound heard voices afterward. Whether these stories originated as cautionary tales or reflections of genuine experiences is impossible to determine now. Yet their persistence suggests that many communities believed they were preserving memories rather than inventing entertainment. To them, the landscape contained locations where the ordinary rules of reality became uncertain, and where stepping only a few yards in the wrong direction might place a traveller somewhere from which return was far from guaranteed. For centuries, residents of the Isle of Skye told a story about a woman who disappeared while walking a familiar route between neighbouring crofts. The journey should have taken less than 30 minutes. When darkness arrived and she had not appeared, family members organised a search. The following morning she was discovered sitting beside a stream nearly 4 miles from where she had last been seen. She seemed calm and entirely unaware that anything unusual had happened. According to those who questioned her, she insisted she had spent the evening speaking with a group of friendly strangers dressed in old-fashioned clothing. She described music, lanterns, and a feast laid out on long tables. What disturbed listeners was that she could not explain why the strangers had vanished, nor could she explain how she arrived beside the stream. Her account ended abruptly. One moment she was seated among the revellers. The next, she was alone in the dawn mist. Local tradition identified the strangers immediately. They were said to be fairy folk, holding one of the hidden gatherings beneath the hill. A similar account emerged from County Sligo, where an elderly man named in later folklore collections claimed that his grandfather disappeared while tending sheep near Ben Bulben. The shepherd was visible from a distance throughout the afternoon. Then, according to observers, a dense patch of mist descended onto part of the hillside, despite otherwise clear weather. When the mist lifted, the man was gone. Search parties combed the mountain for nearly a week. He eventually returned on foot from the opposite side of the range. He appeared physically healthy, but deeply confused. According to family tradition, he repeatedly insisted that he had been absent for only a single evening. When informed that several days had passed, he reportedly became frightened and refused to discuss what had happened. For the remainder of his life, he avoided the mountain entirely. Some stories involved children who encountered things that adults could not see. In County Donegal, folklore collectors recorded an account concerning 2 brothers playing near a fairy fort shortly before sunset. One suddenly began speaking to someone invisible. His brother later claimed he appeared to be listening carefully to a conversation taking place just beyond the fort's earthwork. Then he climbed over the bank and disappeared from sight. When relatives arrived moments later, they found only one child. The missing boy was eventually located the next morning asleep inside a hollow tree nearly a mile away. He later claimed he had spent the night following a procession carrying lanterns. The procession had moved silently through fields and across streams without leaving footprints. The boy reportedly remained convinced for years that the event had occurred exactly as he remembered it. One of the stranger traditions from Western Ireland concerned people who vanished while crossing fairy paths. Fairy paths were believed to be invisible routes used by supernatural beings travelling between ancient sites. Many rural households took these beliefs seriously enough to leave doorways aligned with the supposed paths. A story from County Mayo described a labourer who mocked such beliefs and deliberately blocked one of the routes with a temporary stone wall. Within days, according to local tradition, he disappeared while walking home after work. Searchers eventually found him wandering several miles away in a dazed condition. He recognized neither friends nor family for nearly 2 weeks. When his memory finally returned, he reportedly recalled hearing voices arguing around him in a language he could not understand. The wall was removed shortly afterward. In the Highlands, tales often attach themselves to isolated standing stones. Near Inverness, one account concerned a hunter who sought shelter during a storm beside a stone known locally as Clach na Sith, the fairy stone. Witnesses claimed lightning struck nearby repeatedly, while the hunter remained motionless beside the monument. After the storm passed, he could not be found. His dog returned alone several days later. Months afterward, according to local stories, the hunter reappeared at his own doorstep shortly before dawn. He was thin, exhausted, and incapable of explaining where he had been. Family members reportedly noticed something else. He no longer recognized several close relatives who had aged visibly during his absence. To him, almost no time seemed to have passed. One of the most unnerving themes involved people hearing their names spoken from empty landscapes. In County Clare, a young woman walking home after visiting relatives reportedly heard her mother calling from across a field. The voice sounded urgent and familiar. She crossed several stone walls attempting to locate its source. The voice continued moving farther away. Eventually, she found herself standing beside a fairy mound she did not recognize. The realization frightened her enough that she turned around immediately. According to later retellings, she discovered she had wandered for nearly 6 hours, despite believing only a few minutes had passed. Stories like this became common enough that many Irish families warned children never to answer voices calling from lonely places after dark. Not all encounters occurred outdoors. One particularly odd Scottish tradition described fairy kidnappings taking place inside ordinary homes. In the Hebrides, stories circulated about people awakening during the night to hear music beneath the floorboards. Some claimed they could hear dancing, laughter, and conversations taking place directly underneath their cottages. One account involved a fisherman who became obsessed with these sounds. Night after night he listened from his bed as the hidden gathering continued below. Eventually he disappeared. family members found the cottage empty the following morning. No signs of struggle were present. The door remained locked from the inside. The fisherman was never seen again. An account collected near Lough Gur in County Limerick concerned a woman who vanished during a wedding celebration. Witnesses reported that she stepped outside shortly before midnight for fresh air. Several guests saw her walking towards nearby hills illuminated by moonlight. She never returned. The disappearance triggered an extensive search involving much of the surrounding community. Months later, according to local tradition, she reappeared near the same location wearing the same clothing. She believed she had been absent less than an hour. Her family allegedly struggled to convince her that an entire season had passed. The story became closely associated with the ancient landscape around Lough Gur, a region already famous for legends involving hidden kingdoms beneath the earth. Among the creepiest stories were those involving entire groups witnessing impossible events. In one Highland account recorded during the 19th century, several shepherds watched a line of figures crossing a distant hillside. The figures appeared to be carrying lanterns despite broad daylight. The procession moved in complete silence. One shepherd decided to approach for a closer look. As he neared the group, the lantern bearers reportedly entered a low mound and vanished. The shepherd followed. His companions waited nearby, expecting him to emerge moments later. He never did. Searchers dug into the hillside afterward, but discovered nothing resembling a chamber or tunnel. The mound contained only solid earth. By the late 19th century, folklorists collecting these stories noticed a peculiar detail. Witnesses repeatedly described thresholds, a stream crossed at the wrong place, a hill climbed after sunset, a ring of mushrooms entered accidentally, a stone passed on the wrong side. Again and again, disappearances seemed to occur at boundaries. The people involved were not travelling deep into wilderness. They were crossing from one field into another, stepping around a standing stone, walking through a gate, following a path they had used countless times before. Then, for reasons no one could explain, they found themselves somewhere else entirely. Some returned, some did not. And according to the traditions preserved across Ireland and Scotland, the landscape still remembers where those boundaries lie. Not every story ended with a disappearance. Some of the most enduring accounts involved people who returned and spent the rest of their lives insisting they had seen something that should not have existed. In many cases, the encounter began the same way. A traveller found themselves alone. The weather shifted unexpectedly. A familiar path seemed unfamiliar. Then came the sensation, described in dozens of traditions, that someone was nearby just beyond sight. Not hostile, not friendly, simply watching. One of the oldest Irish tales concerned a blacksmith from County Cork who was returning home after sunset when he noticed lights moving across a hillside. At first, he assumed they belonged to neighbours carrying lanterns. As he approached, however, he realised the lights were floating several feet above the ground. Curious rather than frightened, he followed them into a shallow valley. There he reportedly discovered an enormous gathering unlike anything he had ever seen. Hundreds of figures stood arranged in circles around bonfires that produced no smoke. Music echoed through the valley, though he could not identify any musicians. The figures themselves appeared human at first glance, yet something felt wrong. According to later retellings, their movements were too graceful, their expressions too fixed, their eyes strangely reflective in the firelight. The blacksmith hid behind a stone wall and watched for what felt like several hours. When he finally left and returned to his village, 3 days had passed. Another account from County Kerry described a fisherman who claimed to have encountered a procession emerging from the side of a hill. He was walking home before dawn when he heard distant bells. Looking across a meadow, he observed dozens of people riding white horses. Their clothing appeared ancient even by the standards of the time. The riders carried banners and moved silently through the fog. The fisherman reportedly stepped off the path to let them pass. As the procession approached, he noticed that neither horses nor riders seemed to disturb the grass beneath them. The entire company glided forward without making contact with the ground. The lead rider turned and looked directly at him. According to the fisherman, the figure's face appeared perfectly normal except for the eyes, which reflected the surrounding landscape like polished mirrors. Terrified, he fled. Villagers later found him wandering several miles from home, unable to explain where he had spent the remainder of the day. One of the stranger Scottish traditions centred on a woman from the Isle of Mull, who allegedly vanished near a fairy hill and returned 2 nights later carrying flowers that no one could identify. She claimed she had been invited into a feast beneath the earth. According to her account, long tables stretched into the distance beneath vaulted stone chambers illuminated by an unknown light source. Hundreds of guests attended. Some appeared entirely human. Others possessed subtle abnormalities. One had eyes that seemed too large. Another appeared unable to blink. Several cast no shadows, despite standing directly beneath the light. The woman reportedly remembered being offered food and drink, but recalled a warning from childhood never to eat in fairyland. She refused. Shortly afterward, she found herself standing alone outside the hill at sunrise. Local residents later claimed the flowers she brought back with her wilted into dust within a matter of hours. Perhaps no feature appears more frequently in these stories than music. Again and again, witnesses described melodies unlike anything they had heard before. A labourer from County Galway reportedly heard singing while crossing a bog after dark. The voices seemed distant, yet perfectly clear. As he followed the sound, he eventually reached a small island of dry ground in the middle of the marsh. There he observed several figures dancing around a fire. He later insisted that the dancers moved too quickly for ordinary humans. Their feet never seemed to touch the ground. The labourer hid and watched until dawn. As sunlight touched the bog, the entire scene vanished instantly. The dancers disappeared. The fire disappeared. Even the island itself appeared to dissolve into open water. When he attempted to relocate the spot later, he could never find it again. An unusually detailed account came from folklore collected near the slopes of Croagh Patrick. According to the story, a shepherd became separated from his flock during heavy fog. While searching for the animals, he encountered a small man dressed in green who offered to guide him home. The stranger spoke politely and appeared completely normal except for one detail. He never seemed to move his legs while walking. Instead, he glided across the ground at a steady pace. The shepherd followed him for what felt like several minutes before noticing that the landscape around them had changed. Familiar hills had vanished. Unknown mountains now surrounded them. Alarmed, the shepherd stopped and began praying aloud. The guide immediately disappeared. The shepherd later claimed he spent 3 days finding his way back to territory he recognized. Several stories involved encounters with entire communities hidden from ordinary sight. One tradition from County Donegal described a woman gathering herbs who discovered a village she had never seen before, despite spending her entire life in the area. Small cottages stood around a central green. Smoke rose from chimneys. Children played in the road. Believing she had somehow wandered farther than intended, she approached the settlement seeking directions. As she entered the village, every person reportedly stopped what they were doing and stared at her. No one spoke. No one moved. The silence became so uncomfortable that she turned around and left immediately. After walking only a short distance, she glanced back and discovered the village had vanished. In its place stood an empty field. Many returned witnesses spoke of altered perceptions of time. A story from Argyll concerned a young man who followed mysterious lights into a valley while hunting deer. There he encountered a group of elegantly dressed strangers seated beside a stream. They welcomed him and invited him to join their gathering. The young man later claimed he spent a pleasant evening listening to stories and music. Eventually, he excused himself and returned home. To his astonishment, he found the house abandoned. The fields had changed. Trees that had once been saplings now towered overhead. According to the tale, decades had passed. The young man himself remained unchanged. Whether listeners believed the story literally varied from generation to generation, but its themes became deeply embedded in Scottish folklore. One of the eeriest recurring details involved warnings given by the beings themselves. In numerous stories, witnesses claimed they were told not to reveal what they had seen. A farmer from County Mayo reportedly encountered a gathering of fairy riders near an ancient ring fort. According to his account, one of the riders approached and informed him that he would be allowed to leave unharmed provided he never discussed the encounter. The farmer agreed. He remained silent for years. Then, during a gathering at a local tavern, he finally told the story after consuming too much whiskey. Within days, according to local tradition, he fell mysteriously ill. Whether coincidence or embellishment, the story reinforced a belief already widespread across Ireland. Encounters with the other crowd were dangerous not only during the experience itself, but afterward as well. By the 19th century, folklorists interviewing elderly residents began noticing a curious pattern. The witnesses rarely described monsters. They rarely described attacks. Most encounters were strangely civilized. The beings offered hospitality, music, conversation, and invitations. Yet beneath the politeness ran a constant sense of danger. The people who returned often struggled to explain why they had been frightened. Nothing overtly threatening occurred. No weapons appeared. No threats were made. Nevertheless, many described an overwhelming certainty that they were somewhere they did not belong. The feeling lingered long after the encounter ended. Some refused to travel alone again. Others avoided specific hills, valleys, or ring forts for the remainder of their lives. And perhaps that is what makes these stories endure. The witnesses did not describe hellish realms filled with demons. They described places that seemed almost normal, almost human, almost welcoming. A feast beneath a hill, a village hidden in the mist, music drifting across an empty field, riders emerging from the darkness, friendly strangers offering directions. Everything appeared ordinary until one detail revealed that it was not. A face reflected moonlight like glass. A horse left no tracks. A dancer cast no shadow. A guide moved without walking, and by the time the witness noticed the difference, they were often already far from home, standing at the edge of a world that folklore insisted had existed beside our own all along. The deeper one travels into Irish and Scottish folklore, the more one encounters a peculiar realization. The stories were not merely tales of strange beings. They were also instruction manuals. Hidden among the encounters, disappearances, and missing time accounts were countless warnings passed from one generation to the next. Entire communities behaved as though the phenomenon was real enough to require rules. Children learned those rules before they learned to read. Farmers altered their fields because of them. Travellers planned routes around them. Whether the danger came from fairies, spirits, unknown natural hazards, or something else entirely, the message remained the same. Certain places demanded caution. One of the most repeated warnings concerned food. Never eat food offered by the fair folk. The instruction appears so frequently that it became almost universal. A story from County Roscommon told of a young woman who disappeared near a fairy mound and later returned claiming she had attended a magnificent feast underground. According to her account, golden platters covered the tables and servants carried steaming dishes unlike anything she had ever seen. Yet she remembered her grandmother's warning and refused every offering. The hosts reportedly grew distant after her refusals. Eventually, she found herself outside the mound once more. In later versions of the tale, she learned that years had passed. Folklore often suggested that those who accepted the food became trapped. Whether the imprisonment lasted days, years, or forever depended on the storyteller. Another warning involved music. Never follow music heard in lonely places at night. A fisherman from the Hebrides allegedly ignored this advice while returning home along a coastal path. He heard singing drifting across the sea despite there being no boats nearby. The voices seemed beautiful and strangely familiar. According to local tradition, he followed the sound for hours along cliffs and beaches. The next morning he was discovered asleep among rocks far from his village. He later claimed he had spent the night walking beside a group of women dressed in silver grey clothing. They spoke kindly and sang songs he could almost remember afterward. Almost. The melodies reportedly faded from memory whenever he tried to repeat them. A 19th century account from County Tyrone concerned a man who encountered what he believed was a market taking place in the middle of an empty field. Dozens of merchants sold goods from brightly coloured stalls. Customers moved through the crowd, laughing and bargaining. Believing he had stumbled upon a gathering he somehow had not heard about, the man approached. He reportedly spent an afternoon browsing the market before purchasing a small silver coin as a souvenir. Upon returning home, he discovered he had been missing for nearly 2 days. More unsettling was the fate of the coin. According to the story, it transformed overnight into a dried leaf. Many traditions warned against entering fairy forts after sunset. This caution remained so strong that some landowners in Ireland refused to touch ancient ring forts, even into modern times. One story from County Tipperary involved 2 young men who challenged local superstitions by spending the night inside a fairy fort. They built a fire, brought food, and settled in for what they expected would be an uneventful evening. Near midnight they reportedly heard footsteps circling the fort. The footsteps continued for hours without approaching the firelight. Whenever the men attempted to locate the source, the sound shifted position. Just before dawn, one of them allegedly observed dozens of figures standing silently beyond the edge of the light. Neither man ever agreed on exactly what they saw, but both refused to enter the fort again. Then there were the warnings about crossroads. In several regions of Scotland and Ireland, crossroads occupied a strange place in folklore. They represented boundaries, places where paths intersected and reality supposedly touched. One Highland tradition advised travellers never to linger at a crossroads after midnight. A story from Perthshire described a drover who ignored this advice during a storm. Seeking shelter, he waited beneath a tree overlooking a crossroads. Shortly after midnight, he reportedly observed a procession approaching from every direction simultaneously. Riders, walkers, and carriages emerged from roads that did not appear to exist during daylight hours. The gathering lasted less than a minute. Then everything vanished. The drover returned home visibly shaken and refused to discuss the experience in detail. Another rule involved names. Never tell a stranger your full name in lonely places. A County Galway tradition concerned a woman who encountered a courteous gentleman standing beside a standing stone. Their conversation lasted only a few minutes. At the end of the exchange, the stranger asked for her full name. She reportedly remembered local warnings and refused. The man's expression changed instantly. Without another word, he walked behind the standing stone and disappeared. When she later examined the area, there was nowhere he could have gone. Some of the most curious stories involved warnings about counting. In parts of the Highlands, people claimed that fairy gatherings could not tolerate being counted directly. One shepherd allegedly observed a group of dancers moving across a moonlit hillside and attempted to count them. Each time he reached a certain number, he lost track and had to begin again. Frustrated, he continued trying until one of the dancers reportedly stopped and looked directly toward him, despite the great distance separating them. The shepherd fled immediately. He later insisted that the dancer's face appeared old beyond imagination, as though centuries had somehow been compressed into a single expression. Folklore also warned against accepting gifts. A woman from County Clare reportedly encountered a small figure beside a stream who offered her a gold brooch. She politely declined and continued home. Her neighbours later praised her decision. According to local beliefs, accepting gifts created obligations. Some stories claimed recipients would be compelled to return to fairy locations repeatedly. Others suggested they would gradually lose interest in ordinary life until they vanished altogether. perhaps the strangest warning of all concerned looking back. Again and again, stories instructed travellers not to turn around if they heard voices calling after them near fairy hills or ancient mounds. One account from Skye described a young man who encountered music and laughter while crossing a moor after sunset. As he hurried away, he heard his deceased grandfather calling his name. The voice sounded so convincing that he nearly turned around. Remembering local traditions, he resisted the urge and continued walking. Upon reaching home, he reportedly discovered strange footprints circling the path behind him. They followed him for nearly a mile before stopping abruptly at the edge of the village. Whether these rules originated from genuine experiences, cultural traditions, cautionary tales, or simple attempts to explain the dangers of remote landscapes is impossible to know. Yet their persistence is remarkable. The same warnings appear across islands, valleys, mountains and centuries. Do not eat the food. Do not follow the music. Do not enter the mound. Do not answer the voices. Do not disturb the fort. Do not look back. And perhaps that is what makes these stories so difficult to dismiss completely. The people telling them were not describing distant monsters lurking in unknown lands. They were describing familiar fields, familiar hills, familiar roads, places they walked every day. According to the folklore of Ireland and Scotland, the boundary between worlds was never far away. It might be hidden beneath a grassy mound, concealed inside a ring of mushrooms, or waiting beyond a standing stone that generations had passed without incident. Most travellers crossed those places safely. Most heard nothing, saw nothing, experienced nothing unusual at all. But every so often, according to the stories that survived, someone heard music where no musician stood. Someone followed a light moving across an empty field. Someone stepped behind a hill and did not return. Someone vanished for hours and came back, believing only minutes had passed. Someone entered a feast beneath the earth and emerged into a future they no longer recognized. And for hundreds of years, from the cliffs of Kerry to the highlands of Scotland, people continued telling the same unsettling possibility. The fair folk were not creatures living in a distant kingdom. They lived beside us, beneath us, around us, hidden just beyond ordinary sight. Most of the time, the two worlds remained separate. Most of the time, the boundary held. Most of the time. But according to the old stories, not always, not for everyone, and not everywhere. On a grey morning in May of 1986, traffic moved normally through the south side of Paris, while above the city, something impossible was beginning to happen. Inside La Santé Prison, guards started running toward the roof after reports that a prisoner had disappeared from his cell. Seconds later, witnesses outside the prison heard the sound of rotor blades echoing between the apartment buildings. People stopped in the street and looked up. Some thought it was a police operation. Others thought they were watching a film being made. Then a helicopter dropped lower over the prison walls, close enough for papers and dust to spiral through the air, and the men on the roof began shouting. Because one of the most heavily guarded prisoners in France was no longer where he was supposed to be. The prisoner's name was Michel Vaujour, and by the spring of 1986, he had already become something close to a myth inside the French prison system. Guards knew his face, detectives knew his habits. Magistrates knew his name before they opened case files. He was not famous in the glamorous way newspapers sometimes portray gangsters after the fact. He was famous in the exhausting way certain criminals become famous to police. Men who refused to stay contained. Men who turn prisons into personal challenges. Michel had been born in 1951 in the suburbs outside Paris and drifted into thefts and armed robberies while still young. By the 1970s, he was moving through the criminal underworld around Paris and Normandy with increasing boldness. Banks, stolen cars, false papers, safe houses, the usual machinery of organized French robbery crews at the time. But what made Michel different was not just the robberies, it was the obsession with escape. Men inside prisons later described him as someone who studied buildings constantly, ventilation systems, roof access, guard patterns, delivery schedules, lock mechanisms. If another prisoner played cards or smoked in the yard, Michel watched doors. One prison officer reportedly said that Vaujour never behaved like a man serving a sentence. He behaved like a man temporarily delayed. By the late 1970s, his reputation had already become deeply embarrassing for the authorities. During one escape, Michel reportedly managed to manipulate cell locks using improvised tools after studying the mechanisms for months. In another incident, he escaped custody by taking a magistrate hostage using what later turned out to be a fake weapon. Some accounts claim the pistol had been constructed partly from soap and darkened polish. Others insist it was assembled from scavenged materials inside prison workshops. Either way, it worked. People obeyed him because they believed it was real. That detail matters because Michel understood something important very early. Prisons are built as much on psychology as concrete. If people panic for 10 seconds, doors open. And Michel Vaujour was very good at making people panic. The French press became fascinated with him long before the helicopter. Newspapers described him as cold, intelligent, strangely calm under pressure. Detectives who dealt with him later said he possessed an unnerving patience. He did not rush. He observed. He rehearsed. He waited. Then suddenly, something impossible happened. By the early 1980s, after additional robberies and violent confrontations with police, Michel was sent to La Santé Prison in Paris. Even among French prisons, La Santé carried a dark reputation. Opened in the 19th century, near Rue de la Santé in the 14th arrondissement, the prison had held murderers, political extremists, wartime collaborators, organized crime figures, foreign spies, and condemned prisoners awaiting execution back when France still used the guillotine. The place had history soaked into it. Thick stone walls, narrow exercise yards, endless corridors that smelled faintly of bleach, metal, cigarettes, and old rainwater. Former prisoners described strange sounds echoing through the building at night because of the age of the architecture. Guards walking distant corridors could sound much closer than they really were. Doors slammed somewhere underground, and the vibrations carried through pipes and masonry like movements inside the walls themselves. Michel arrived there already classified as extremely escape-prone, But somewhere outside those walls, another story had already begun. Her name was Nadine. Accounts of how Michel and Nadine Vaujour met vary slightly depending on the source, but by the early 1980s she had become fiercely devoted to him. Friends later described her as quiet, composed, and intensely loyal. Not the kind of woman police expected to become involved in a major prison escape. That probably helped her enormously, because while Michel sat inside La Santé studying walls and schedules, Nadine began quietly constructing one of the most audacious escape plans in modern French history. Years before the escape itself, she reportedly began taking helicopter lessons under another identity. That detail stunned investigators later because of what it implied. This was not some impulsive act committed out of desperation after a sentencing hearing. This was a long operation, patient, organized, expensive. She was building the escape piece by piece, years in advance. Flight instructors who later spoke to reporters remembered her as calm and serious. One instructor reportedly said she did not behave like someone chasing a hobby. She behaved like someone training for a purpose. Imagine the secrecy of that life for a moment. Nadine driving to lessons while Paris carried on around her normally. Cafes opening in the mornings. Office workers crossing boulevards. Rain on the périphérique. Meanwhile, she was learning hovering techniques, descent angles, rooftop approach control, emergency maneuvers. Every lesson hiding a secret destination. La Santé Prison. The choice of a helicopter was almost absurd in its boldness, which is probably why it worked. French authorities were accustomed to tunnels, forged papers, bribed guards, hidden blades, smuggled uniforms. But a helicopter, descending directly into central Paris over one of France's most notorious prisons, belonged more to cinema than criminal procedure. The sheer audacity of it created its own camouflage, because people instinctively assumed nobody would dare attempt it. Meanwhile, Michel was preparing from inside. Investigators later believed he had studied rooftop access routes for months. Certain reports claim he constructed fake grenades using painted fruit, including nectarines darkened to resemble explosives from a distance. Other accounts describe improvised weapons hidden inside his cell. Guards later admitted confusion during the escape because, in the chaos, nobody could immediately determine what was real and what was bluff. Again, that was Michel's talent. Confusion. Not brute force. Not machine guns. Not massacres. Confusion. Make men hesitate for 10 seconds and walls begin collapsing. Then came Monday, May 26th, 1986. Paris woke beneath low clouds and mild spring air. Traffic moved through Boulevard Arago near the prison as usual. Bakery workers unloaded bread trays. Students crossed intersections. Office windows opened above the streets. Nobody outside La Santé had any reason to think they were about to witness one of the most extraordinary prison escapes ever attempted in Europe. Inside the prison, Michel reportedly began moving unusually early. Several later accounts describe him forcing or manipulating his way toward rooftop access while carrying what guards believed were explosives. One officer later recalled the panic spreading through the corridors once word reached staff that Vaujour had escaped containment inside the building itself. Men began shouting through radios, doors slammed, footsteps echoed through the stairwells. Then somebody heard the helicopter. Not saw it, heard it. A low mechanical thudding somewhere above the prison walls. Witnesses outside later described looking upward between apartment buildings and suddenly seeing the aircraft descending into view over central Paris. One local resident reportedly thought it was a police surveillance helicopter, at first until it dropped impossibly low above La Santé itself. By then, Michel Vaujour was already on the roof. Long before the helicopter appeared above Paris, Michel Vaujour had already become a problem people inside the French prison system spoke about, with a mixture of irritation and genuine unease. Guards transferred between facilities heard his name before they ever met him. Detectives passed stories about him between offices, like cautionary folklore. By the mid-1980s, there were officers who believed Michel did not think like other prisoners at all. One former prison employee later remarked that Vaujour never behaved like a man serving a sentence. He behaved like a man studying a structure from the inside. He had been born in 1951 and grew up around the outer edges of Paris, during a period when the city still carried rough industrial scars from the post-war decades. The underworld surrounding Paris in the late 1960s and early 1970s was fluid and violent. Armed robbery crews drifted between suburbs, safe houses, garages, cafes, and nightclubs. Cars disappeared overnight and reappeared in Belgium with new papers. Smugglers moved firearms through routes that had existed since the Algerian War. Men with Corsican connections operated alongside freelancers, addicts, thieves, and ambitious young criminals trying to force their way upward. Michel entered that world young, and according to several accounts, he adapted to it unusually fast because he possessed patience, which many criminals lacked entirely. Former investigators later claimed Michel prepared obsessively before robberies. He reportedly revisited locations multiple times before entering them, watching routines from parked cars or cafes nearby, which employees smoked outside, which doors remained unlocked during deliveries, which streets became congested after certain hours. A retired officer later recalled that Michel approached robberies almost like engineering problems. He was not driven by thrill in the ordinary sense. He preferred control. That detail followed him everywhere. Even during arrests, officers noticed the same unnerving composure. One policeman later described surrounding Michel during an operation and being disturbed by how calm he appeared while weapons were pointed at him. No shouting, no frantic movement. He simply observed the room, the exits, the distances between people. It gave officers the impression that part of him was always calculating ahead. Then came prison, and prison changed his reputation completely. Michel escaped so many times, or attempted to, that parts of his life began blending into legend. Some stories became distorted through repetition, but the core facts remained astonishingly consistent. He studied locks constantly. He dismantled mechanisms in his head. He reportedly examined hinges, keys, maintenance routes, ventilation systems, delivery entrances, and staff habits with almost compulsive attention. Former inmates later claimed Michel could spend hours staring silently at doors. One prisoner reportedly joked that Vaujour looked at walls the way other men looked at women. Some of the escape stories sounded impossible even before the helicopter. At Châlons-en-Champagne prison, Michel reportedly managed to reproduce a cell key after taking its impression using softened wax from Babybel cheese rinds. That tiny detail survived because nobody could forget it once they heard it. Investigators later pieced together accounts suggesting he gradually shaped metal fragments into a workable duplicate while concealing the process inside prison workshops. Reports also described him weakening parts of the structure near his cell using a heating element. Whether every technical detail survived accurately almost no longer mattered by that point because the story spread through prisons across France and transformed him into something larger than an ordinary inmate. Prisoners admired him, guards dreaded him, administrators became exhausted by him. Then there was the magistrate incident in 1979, which only deepened the mythology around him. During a judicial procedure, Michel reportedly escaped custody after taking Magistrate Pierre Bézard hostage, using what later turned out to be a fake firearm. Several accounts insist the weapon had been partially constructed from soap, darkened and shaped carefully enough to pass for real during those first catastrophic moments of confusion. That incident revealed something important about Michel's psychology, because he repeatedly exploited panic itself rather than relying purely on violence. He understood that fear shortened thought. If authority hesitated for even a few seconds, systems began collapsing. Years later, officers still sounded angry, discussing him because he made them look foolish without firing a shot. Meanwhile, outside prison, another story had quietly begun unfolding. Nadine Vaujour did not resemble the kind of person authorities expected to orchestrate a major prison escape. People who met her later often described her as composed, discreet, almost reserved. Yet by the early 1980s, her relationship with Michel had become extraordinarily intense. Several journalists later described her devotion as absolute. Friends claimed she spoke about Michel constantly. Others insisted the two shared a strange private world that gradually separated them from ordinary life. Photographs from that period feel unsettling now because of how normal they appear. The future helicopter pilot of one of the most notorious prison escapes in European history looks, at first glance, like an ordinary French woman from the early 1980s. There is no visible sign of the operation already forming quietly behind her eyes. Because while Michel studied prison architecture from inside his cell, Nadine began constructing the outside half of the escape. French investigators later discovered that she had taken helicopter lessons under alternative identities years before the breakout itself. That revelation shocked authorities because it destroyed the idea that the escape had been impulsive. This was not a desperate emotional act committed after bad news in court. It was long-term preparation. Careful, patient, expensive. every hour she spent in the air carried a hidden purpose nobody around her fully understood. Flight instructors later remembered her vividly once the newspapers exploded with the story. One reportedly described her as unusually serious compared to recreational students. Another remembered her repeatedly practicing controlled hovering and precision descents. At the time, none of those details appeared suspicious, but afterward, every memory became sinister in retrospect, because all of it pointed toward a single future moment above La Santé Prison. Imagine the secrecy of those years for a moment. Nadine driving to airfields, while Paris carried on around her completely unaware. Workers drinking coffee before shifts. Traffic moving through wet morning streets. Radios playing ordinary music. Meanwhile, she was learning how to stabilize a helicopter above rooftops. And inside La Santé, Michel was preparing his side of the operation with the same obsessive discipline that had defined his entire criminal life. Reports later suggested he studied rooftop access routes for months. Some accounts claimed he experimented with improvised fake explosives, including painted fruit designed to resemble grenades from a distance. Guards later admitted that confusion spread rapidly during the escape, because nobody immediately knew which threats were real and which were bluffs. Once again, Michel was weaponizing uncertainty itself. Former officers later described a strange atmosphere around him during those final months. He appeared intensely focused, but not nervous. One guard reportedly recalled Michel seeming almost energized at times, as though he already knew something nobody else did. Other inmates later claimed vague rumors circulated through parts of the prison that Vaujour was planning another escape, though nobody imagined the scale of what was actually coming. Because tunnels could be anticipated. Smuggled uniforms could be anticipated. Bribed guards could be anticipated. But a helicopter descending directly into central Paris to remove a prisoner from the roof of La Santé belonged to another reality entirely. And somewhere during those final weeks before May 1986, Michel and Nadine moved into the most dangerous stage of all, timing. Everything depended on precision. Michel had to reach the roof at exactly the correct moment. Nadine had to navigate into Parisian airspace without triggering intervention too early. The helicopter had to descend low enough for extraction, but not remain exposed long enough for armed response units to organize themselves. Most importantly, Michel needed to create enough panic inside the prison to slow rational thought during the critical seconds when the aircraft arrived above the roof, because in the end, the entire escape depended on one terrifying idea: confusion moving faster than authority. By the time May 26th, 1986 arrived, the escape had already been living in two separate worlds for a long time. Inside La Santé, Michel Vaujour was preparing the prison side of the operation with the patience of a man who had made confinement into a private study. Outside, Nadine Vaujour had prepared the sky. That is the part that still feels unreal, even before the helicopter appears. Nadine did not merely agree to help. She transformed herself into the missing instrument of the plan. She learned to fly. She attended lessons. She became familiar with the strange discipline of helicopter flight. where a machine does not simply move forward like a car or climb cleanly like a plane, but trembles in place, resists the body, responds to tiny corrections, and punishes panic. A helicopter hover is not romantic when you are learning it. It is difficult, unstable, noisy, exacting work. It demands both hands and both feet. The pilot must manage collective, cyclic, pedals, engine sound, drift wind, altitude, and nerves all at once. And Nadine was not learning this because she fancied an expensive hobby. Every hour in the aircraft was pointed at one impossible destination: a prison roof in the middle of Paris. The plan required a cruel kind of simplicity. Michel had to reach the roof. Nadine had to be above it. They had to meet in a window of time so small that a delay of a few minutes could ruin everything. If Michel was late, the helicopter would hover uselessly over a prison full of armed guards. If Nadine was late, Michel would be trapped on the roof, exposed and cornered. If either of them misjudged the moment, the whole thing would collapse into gunfire, arrest, or death. There was another man involved, Pierre Hernandez. His role is one of those details that makes the escape feel even more strange, because he was not a faceless extra in the story. Contemporary accounts describe him as the armed man who descended from the helicopter or appeared as part of the rooftop operation, and later accounts connect him with Michel during the escape itself. In the confusion of the event, witnesses and reports differ in the exact choreography, but Hernandez was part of the human mechanism that turned the plan from fantasy into action. Michel and Nadine may be the names history remembers, but the roof of La Santé had more than one moving shadow on it that morning. Michel's own tools were pure Vaujour, not elegant in the decorative sense, but psychologically elegant. Reports speak of fake weapons, a false pistol, and painted nectarines made to resemble grenades. That detail should sound absurd until you place it inside a prison corridor, with men shouting, radios crackling, alarms rising, and no guard able to calmly examine the object in Michel's hand. A nectarine is ridiculous on a kitchen table. In a desperate prisoner's hand, painted dark and presented as explosive, it becomes something else for just long enough. That was always Michel's gift. He did not need reality to hold forever. He only needed uncertainty to hold for seconds. On the morning itself, the city was functioning normally. Paris had no warning that a prison escape was about to become public spectacle. The 14th arrondissement moved through its Monday routine. Traffic passed near Boulevard Arago. People walked near the old prison walls without knowing that, above them and behind them, timing was tightening like a wire. La Santé was supposed to contain men like Michel Vaujour precisely because the outside world could not afford to deal with them freely. It had layers, doors, yards, locked passages, officers, procedures, and routines. Michel had spent years learning that routines could become weaknesses. Inside the prison, Michel began forcing the plan into motion. The reports describe him threatening guards with false weapons and moving upward through the building toward the roof. What matters is not merely that he threatened them, but that he forced them into a decision no officer wants to make in real time. Challenge a man who may be bluffing or survive long enough to find out. The fake pistol and painted grenades created a zone around him where hesitation, spread faster than courage. Guards had to consider hostages, explosions, ricochets, other prisoners, stairwells, doors, unknown accomplices, and whatever else Michel might have hidden. In that uncertainty, he moved. Above Paris, the helicopter came in low. The aircraft was white, rented, and completely out of place over the prison. Reports say radio warnings were issued because it was flying below legal altitude. But Nadine kept going. That is an astonishing detail because it tells you something about her state of mind. She was not drifting into trouble by mistake. She was ignoring the voice of authority before she even reached the roof. Anyone else might have turned away when warned. Nadine continued toward La Santé, carrying the outside half of the plan through the air, while the inside half erupted below. The sound would have arrived first, rotor blades beating against stone, glass, roof tiles, and prison walls. People nearby looked up. Some reportedly thought it was a police operation. Others assumed it must be a film shoot, because reality rarely presents itself so dramatically. A helicopter lowering itself toward a Paris prison does not look like ordinary crime. It looks staged. It looks impossible enough that the mind reaches for safer explanations. Then the helicopter hovered above the roof. The downdraft made the scene violent before anyone touched anyone. Dust lifted, papers moved, air battered the rooftop. The noise would have swallowed commands, turning shouted orders into fragments. Guards trying to communicate would have struggled to hear one another. Every second the machine stayed there made the situation more dangerous, but every second also brought Michel closer to the only opening he had. Michel emerged onto the roof wearing ordinary clothes, described in one contemporary report as a red sweater and jeans. That image is strangely sharp. Not a masked commando, not a uniformed figure, but a prisoner in a red sweater running across the roof of La Santé while a helicopter hovers above him. He had reportedly been hidden from some guards by a large chimney, another small physical detail that gives the scene its shape. There was stone, metal, noise. The roof surface beneath his feet, and the helicopter above him, close but not safe. Pierre Hernandez was there in the rooftop drama as well, described in reporting as the man with a submachine gun who descended by line from the helicopter, although some later accounts compress or rearrange the action. What matters for the script is the terrifying impression it created. This was not one man improvising at the last moment. There was structure. There was support. There was the sense that the prison had been invaded from above while being manipulated from within. Michel reached the aircraft. That moment must have been hideous to witness for anyone responsible for stopping him, because the whole weight of the French prison system came down to a few seconds of rotor wash and human grip. Michel grabbed the landing skid and clambered aboard. Reports say Hernandez followed. Other later retellings suggest confusion over who got fully inside and who was left exposed. But the contemporary image is stark enough. The helicopter lifted with Michel no longer on the prison roof. And then La Santé lost him. There is a particular humiliation in an escape by air. A tunnel leaves evidence underground, A disguised prisoner disappears into a crowd. A car chase at least keeps the fugitive on roads that police understand. But a helicopter rising from a prison roof turns a locked fortress into a stage below. The walls become irrelevant. The gates become jokes. The armed officers look suddenly earthbound, reduced to men staring upward. Nadine flew away from the prison over Paris with Michel aboard. The escape lasted only minutes, but the story expanded immediately. The helicopter reportedly landed shortly afterward on a sports field or athletic ground in southern Paris, where the fugitives transferred into a waiting car. That was the next piece of the plan, and it mattered because the helicopter itself could not be kept. It was too visible, too traceable, too loud, too obvious. The aircraft was the miracle, but only for the first act. After that, they needed wheels, roads, hiding places, money, false names, and silence. By the time police began sealing streets, questioning witnesses, checking airfields, and tracing the rental, Michel and Nadine had already vanished into the second escape, the disappearance after the spectacle. For Paris, the shock was immediate. Newspapers understood at once that this was not merely another jailbreak. It was almost offensively cinematic. A convicted robber, a fortress prison, a wife who had learned to fly, fake grenades, a helicopter over the rooftops, a waiting car. It had all the elements of fiction, except it had happened in daylight in the centre of the French capital. The authorities were furious because the escape exposed more than one weakness. It showed that a prisoner already known for escaping had still managed to reach the roof. It showed that fake weapons could freeze procedure. It showed that airspace over a major prison could be violated long enough to complete the extraction. Most embarrassing of all, it showed that Nadine, a woman underestimated by almost everyone, had quietly built the key to La Santé in the form of flight lessons. The hunt that followed was intense. Michel and Nadine disappeared without a trace, as police put it in early reporting, which only added to the strange glamour of the case. France was full of roads, apartments, rural houses, loyal acquaintances, criminal contacts, and people willing to look away for money or devotion. Police searched the Paris region. Raids were conducted. Leads were chased. Every airfield memory was re-examined. Every instructor who had ever seen Nadine suddenly became important. People who had known the couple were questioned. The escape had been too elaborate to belong to two people alone, and investigators wanted the invisible network around it. But for several months, Michel and Nadine remained free. That period is one of the most tempting parts of the story, because it is also one of the least cleanly visible. We know they fled. We know they were hunted. We know the police were humiliated and determined. But the precise inner life of those months is harder to reconstruct, which actually gives the story much of its mystery. Did they feel triumphant or doomed? Did Nadine, after years of preparation, feel relief once the impossible had succeeded? Or did she immediately understand that the escape had only changed the shape of the prison around them? Freedom after a spectacular crime is not ordinary freedom. It is a room with no walls, but every door watched. Michel was not built for quiet disappearance. That becomes important. In September 1986, only months after the helicopter escape, he was finally cornered during a police operation after another robbery. Reports describe a violent confrontation and a shootout. Michel was shot in the head and gravely wounded. The injury was so severe that later accounts describe him falling into a coma and surviving in a changed body. It is one of those turns in a criminal life that feels almost mythic, as if the story demanded payment for the impossible escape. He had flown out of La Santé in May, then by autumn he was nearly dead. Nadine was arrested as well. Her role could not be softened into romance by the courts. She had piloted the helicopter. She had helped free a convicted criminal from prison. She had spent years preparing the act. She was eventually sentenced to prison herself, while Michel received additional punishment. The love story became a court file. The woman in the helicopter became an inmate. Yet even that was not the end of the strangeness. Years later, the escape turned into French cultural memory. Nadine wrote about her experience, and the story inspired the film La Fille de l'air, with Béatrice Dalle playing a version of her. Michel, after surviving the gunshot wound, later became associated with an entirely different kind of life, speaking about inner transformation, spirituality, discipline, and survival. That later version of Michel can feel almost impossible to reconcile with the man running across the roof in a red sweater beneath a hovering helicopter. But perhaps that is why the Vaujour escape still refuses to behave like an ordinary crime story. It contains too many contradictions. It is romantic and reckless, brilliant and foolish, meticulous and insane. It is a love story in which love becomes logistics, training, aviation, false identities, and prison time. It is an action sequence built from patience. It is a jailbreak where the most unforgettable weapon was not a gun, but a woman's refusal to accept the wall as final. And somewhere at the centre of it all is the image that never really loses its power. Paris below, La Santé locked tight, guards shouting on the roof, a helicopter shaking the air, and Michel Vaujour reaching upward into the machine his wife had learned to command for him. Nobody in the Gomez house could later agree on the exact moment the face first appeared. Maria only knew that one evening in late August, while preparing supper in the kitchen, she became aware of the strange feeling that somebody was standing directly behind her. The sensation was so immediate that she turned around expecting to find a person in the room, but there was nobody there. When she looked back down toward the cement near the stove, she noticed a pale shape beneath the surface of the floor that had not been there before, faint at first, almost hidden in the concrete, like a photograph developing in dirty water. Over the next several days, the shape began to darken and sharpen until the kitchen floor no longer looked cracked or stained, but inhabited. Maria Gomez Camara would later insist that the face did not simply appear all at once. That detail mattered to her. It emerged gradually, patiently, as though something beneath the cement had to struggle upward inch by inch before it could finally be seen clearly in the light. At first, there was only the suggestion of a forehead, and the vague outline of shadow where eyes might eventually form. But by the end of the week, the image had become so disturbingly human that visitors entering the kitchen stopped speaking when they saw it. The face appeared slightly elongated, almost skeletal, with dark, hollow eyes and a mouth that seemed half open in pain. Some neighbours thought it looked female, others believed it looked dead. The Gomez family tried not to panic. Southern Spain in the early 1970s was still deeply Catholic, deeply superstitious, and full of old beliefs people pretended not to believe until something happened that forced them to remember them again. Strange stories had always moved quietly through Andalusian villages. People spoke of houses that carried misfortune, of voices heard beneath stone floors, of land that did not wish to be disturbed. But this was different because the thing was visible. You could point to it, you could kneel beside it, and study the expression yourself. Maria's husband, Juan Pereira, reportedly became furious when neighbours started gathering inside the kitchen. He believed the entire thing was humiliating. According to later accounts from villagers, he ordered the floor broken apart immediately. A pickaxe was brought into the house, and the section of cement containing the face was smashed to pieces. The debris was hauled away. Fresh concrete was poured over the damaged area. The family believed that would be the end of it. It was not. Within days, another face began appearing. This second image emerged only a short distance from the first one, darker and more clearly defined. Visitors later claimed it looked like an entirely different person. The eyes seemed deeper set. The mouth looked tighter. Some villagers whispered that the expression had changed overnight between visits, though nobody could agree exactly how. One woman from Belmez later told reporters that the face seemed calmer in the morning, but more anguished by nightfall. Another claimed the eyes appeared closed one afternoon and open the next morning. Those details were impossible to verify, but they spread rapidly through the village. And once they spread, people began arriving at the house already prepared to see something impossible. Among the first outsiders to take serious interest was the mayor of Belmez, who reportedly ordered the floor preserved rather than destroyed again. By then, rumours had escaped the village entirely. Journalists started arriving from nearby towns. Curious visitors crowded into the tiny kitchen. Farmers, students, priests, labourers, and housewives stood shoulder to shoulder, staring silently at the cement, while Maria moved nervously around them, trying to continue ordinary life inside a house that no longer felt ordinary. And then the face changed again. Photographs taken during those first weeks show the image becoming sharper over time, as though the features were settling into place. The villagers eventually gave the face a nickname, La Pava. Accounts differ slightly on why. Some said the long shape of the face reminded them of a bird. Others claimed the expression resembled an old local woman known by that name. Whatever the reason, the nickname made the thing feel less like a stain and more like a presence. The kitchen itself began to feel oppressive to people entering it. Several visitors later described the room as unnaturally cold despite the Andalusian heat outside. One neighbour, Maria Gomez's cousin, Maria Teresa, reportedly refused to remain inside alone after sunset because she claimed she could hear faint sounds beneath the floor at night. Not voices exactly, but movement, as though furniture were being dragged very far underground. Another visitor claimed the smell inside the kitchen changed suddenly during one evening gathering, becoming heavy and earthy like wet soil from a freshly opened grave. It was around this time that the old stories connected to the land beneath the house began resurfacing. Elderly residents of Belmez told journalists that the area around Calle Real had once been used as a burial ground centuries earlier during the medieval period, long before the modern village had taken shape. Some claimed there had once been an old cemetery nearby dating back to the Arab occupation of southern Spain. Others insisted the ground beneath Maria's house had been disturbed repeatedly over generations. Nobody seemed entirely certain where the stories ended and memory began, but the rumours became impossible to separate from the faces themselves. And then workers digging beneath the kitchen reportedly uncovered human remains. The discovery changed everything. The remains were not treated like a small detail by the people of Belmez. They were spoken about as the moment the house stopped being merely strange and became something older, something attached to the ground itself. Beneath the kitchen floor, under the new concrete and the old domestic dust, workers reportedly found bones, human bones. Some accounts placed them several meters below the surface, far enough down to suggest that the Pereira kitchen was standing over earth that had been used for burial long before Maria Gomez Camara ever boiled water there. The remains were said to be very old, sometimes described as medieval, sometimes connected by villagers to the Moorish history of Andalusia, and although the bones were eventually removed and given a Catholic reburial, the faces did not disappear with them. That was the part people remembered. The dead were moved and still the floor kept speaking. By then, the first face had already been cut away on the orders of the mayor, not destroyed in secret, but preserved as an object that required study. The slab was lifted from Maria's kitchen, like evidence from a crime scene. It was not a perfect square of floor. It was a piece of the house itself, containing the image that had turned Calle Real 5 into a place of pilgrimage. The face known as La Pava was no longer just something villagers whispered about. It had become a physical specimen, separated from the floor, but not from the story. And the unsettling thing was that taking it away did not end the appearances. New images continued to form in the same kitchen, as if the floor had not lost the face, only surrendered one of them. Maria's son, Miguel Pereira, had been involved in breaking up the first apparition with his father, and he would become one of the earliest witnesses to the failure of that practical solution. It is one thing for a frightened woman to claim she has seen a face in a stain. It is another for her husband and son to attack the floor, replace it, and then find the same impossible problem returning beneath their own roof. That sequence mattered enormously to those who believed the case was genuine. The Pereira family did the obvious thing first. They did not build a shrine. They did not call journalists before anything else. They tried to get rid of it. The second face was harder to dismiss because it appeared after the first had been destroyed. It also seemed, to many who came to see it, less accidental. The features were positioned with a disturbing clarity. There was a brow, a nose, shadowed eyes, and something like a mouth set into a grim expression. Photographs from the early period show faces with a smoky, almost bruised quality, neither cleanly painted nor neatly drawn, but seeming to lie within the concrete rather than on top of it. That was the detail many witnesses returned to. They did not describe a picture sitting on the floor. They described something in the floor. The kitchen became unbearable as a room because it was still being used as a kitchen. Maria had to live around the phenomenon. Imagine the indignity of that. A woman trying to cook, sweep, wash, and pass through her own house while strangers pressed into the doorway to stare at the ground beneath her feet. The stove, the plain furniture, the patched walls, the movement of family life, all of it remained in place. But the centre of the house had changed. The kitchen no longer belonged to the family in the ordinary way. It belonged to whatever people believed was forming in the cement. By late 1971, the story had escaped the village. Newspapers began treating the house as one of the most peculiar mysteries in Spain. Reporters came looking for a rural curiosity and found a place that behaved more like a wound than a hoax. The faces were not fixed in a single dramatic pose. They appeared at irregular intervals. Some faded, some darkened, some seemed to alter with time. Male faces were reported, female faces were reported. There were older faces, younger faces, elongated faces, skull-like faces, faces that seemed to sleep, faces that seemed to grimace, and faces that appeared only faintly before either vanishing into the concrete or giving way to another form. Visitors argued in the kitchen over what they were seeing. Some saw sorrow, some saw accusation, some saw the faces of the buried dead. One of the most unnerving claims from those first months was that the faces did not always remain still in appearance, not literally moving in front of witnesses like a mouth opening in a ghost story, but altering between visits in ways that people found deeply difficult to explain. A mouth that seemed tightened one day appeared loosened another. Eyes that seemed indistinct became sharply hollow. Cheeks appeared to sink. Shadows gathered. A feature that had looked like damage in the morning looked like expression by evening. The changes were slow enough to evade the comfort of a single dramatic event, but persistent enough that people began returning again and again, not just to see whether the face was still there, but to see what it had become. And then came the voices. In the early 1970s, Spain had its own growing fascination with psychophony, the supposed recording of voices from the dead on magnetic tape. It was not a sideshow detail added decades later. It belonged to the way investigators of that era approached the unexplained. The idea was simple and terrifying. The human ear might hear nothing in a room, but tape might catch what the living could not. Germán de Argumosa, a Spanish parapsychologist and one of the most important names attached to the Belmez case, became fascinated not only by the images on the floor, but by the possibility that the house itself was emitting something. He was not a random enthusiast wandering through with a notebook. He was one of the public figures who helped lift the case from village rumour into the realm of national paranormal investigation. Argumosa and others recorded inside the house, and the recordings became part of the legend almost as powerfully as the faces. The reported voices were not cheerful or theatrical. They were fragmentary, strained, and strange. Some accounts describe a voice saying, "I continue buried." Others describe references to pain, death, or the dead lying beneath the ground. One of the most repeated ideas was that the voices seemed to come not from the walls, not from outside, but from the buried history beneath the kitchen. That mattered because it connected everything into one dreadful pattern. Faces rising in concrete, bones beneath the house, voices on tape speaking as though from under the floor. The names attached to Belmez gave the case a seriousness that many village hauntings never receive. Germain de Argumosa studied it. Hans Bender, the German parapsychologist from Freiburg, became associated with it as well. Bender had a reputation in European parapsychology for examining cases that sat awkwardly between psychology, haunting, and physical phenomena. His involvement was one reason the story travelled beyond Spain. The word often used was teleplasty, a term suggesting that images might be formed physically through a paranormal or psychical process, not painted by hand but impressed into matter by some force of mind, spirit, or unknown agency. That word, teleplasty, gave the Belmez Faces a language. Without it, people only had fear and gossip. With it, the faces could be discussed as a phenomenon. Something was producing images. Something was selecting forms. Something was using cement like a surface on which memory could appear. Whether that something was Maria herself, the buried dead, the house, the land, or an intelligence no one wished to name depended on whom you asked. But the word allowed investigators to speak about the case without reducing it to superstition. It also made the kitchen more frightening, not less, because if the faces were teleplastic, then the concrete was not passive, it was responsive. Some believe Maria was the center of it, not as a fraud, but as a living conduit. That idea followed her for the rest of her life. Maria Gomez Camara was described by some paranormal investigators as the possible unconscious agent behind the faces, a woman whose mind, grief, sensitivity, or unknown psychic ability might have imprinted images into the floor without her intending it. That theory is almost more unsettling than a simple haunting. It suggests Maria was not inventing the faces, but producing them from some hidden region of herself, calling the dead upward without knowing she was doing it. If that were true, then she was both witness and instrument, frightened homeowner and doorway. People who visited the house often described Maria as tired by the attention. That is a small detail, but it matters. She was not always portrayed as a woman basking in fame. She lived in a house she could not reclaim. She was questioned, stared at, doubted, defended, and turned into a kind of unwilling keeper of a miracle. Visitors wanted her to explain what could not be explained. Journalists wanted a quote. Investigators wanted access. Neighbors wanted news. Believers wanted confirmation that something beyond death had shown itself. Skeptics wanted to catch her. And through all of it, the faces remained on the floor, absorbing every theory and giving back nothing but their expressions. By Easter of 1972, the situation had become almost impossible. Hundreds of people were coming to Belmez to see the house. Buses and cars brought visitors into a village that had never been built for that kind of attention. People queued to enter. Some came out disappointed, saying the faces were faint or smaller than expected. Others came out shaken, convinced they had seen something that no photograph could properly capture. There is a certain kind of haunting that depends on darkness, distance, and imagination. Belmez was different. It was crowded, noisy, and domestic, and still people left disturbed. Inside the kitchen, the faces seemed almost indecently exposed. They were not hidden in a sealed crypt. They were on the floor where feet had walked. That ordinariness gave them power. A face in a cemetery belongs to the dead. A face in a painting belongs to art. A face on a church wall belongs to faith. But a face rising out of a kitchen floor belongs to nothing. It is misplaced. It violates the order of rooms. It brings burial into breakfast, mourning into washing dishes, the grave into the place where a family should feel safest. More images appeared beyond the original patch. Some were said to form in adjacent areas of the floor. Some seemed to appear and disappear too quickly to become famous. Others were photographed, named, studied, or argued over. The house became known as La Casa de las Caras, the House of the Faces, a name that sounds almost charming until you imagine what it meant for Maria to hear people call her home that. Not the Pereira house, not number 5, Calle Real, the House of the Faces. Once a house receives a name like that, it is never fully private again. The photographs from the early years are peculiar because the faces do not all look alike. That variety is one of the reasons the legend became so durable. If the floor had produced one image, even a frightening one, the story might have remained small. But multiple faces suggested plurality, a crowd, not a ghost, but ghosts. Not a single haunting, but a buried population. Some images looked like old women, some looked masculine, some seemed almost childlike, though distorted by the medium of concrete. A few had sunken eyes that made them resemble death masks. Others were more like impressions left by damp cloth, vague, until viewed from a certain angle, then suddenly human. There were reports that the first excavations beneath the floor uncovered not only bones, but bones without skulls, and skulls separated from bodies. Whether every one of those details can be pinned to an official record is less important to the village story than the fact that people repeated them. The image of headless remains beneath a house of emerging faces is too terrible to leave alone. It entered the bloodstream of the legend. If bodies without faces lay below, and faces without bodies appeared above, the story seemed to be completing itself in the most unsettling way imaginable. The old cemetery rumours gained strength from the geography of the village. Belmez de la Moraleda sits in a region where Christian, Islamic, and older Iberian histories lie one over another. Andalusia is not shallow ground, it is a place of reconquest, abandonment, burial, rebuilding, and names changed by whoever survived long enough to write them down. Calle Real was not merely a street in a modern village. It was part of a human landscape where people had lived and died for centuries. To the believers, the house had not been cursed by fantasy. It had been built over memory. One account from the period describes villagers who were not especially eager to talk once outsiders began asking too many questions. That silence may be one of the most believable details in the whole case. Small towns do not always surrender their true stories to journalists. They give fragments. They give warnings. They say an old woman remembered something, or somebody's grandfather had once spoken of graves there, or the house had always felt strange after dark. The official record tries to make order from such things, but the village story breathes in the spaces between them. Germain de Argumosa approached Belmez with the seriousness of a man who believed the case deserved attention beyond ridicule. He reportedly spent long periods evaluating the phenomenon, and although he did not produce the kind of final official report that would satisfy everyone, his presence became woven into the story. He saw the faces not as a local prank, but as one of the great paranormal cases of modern Spain. What drew him was not only that the faces appeared, but that they seemed to appear under conditions that made ordinary interference difficult. Investigators were interested in whether surfaces could be sealed or monitored, whether new marks would still emerge, and whether the images had depth within the cement rather than pigment resting on top. Hans Bender's association added another layer. Bender's name carried weight in European psychical research, and his attention suggested that the case could not simply be laughed away as village nonsense. One of the most compelling claims associated with serious investigation was that portions of the floor were sealed with transparent material while images were still developing, in an effort to prevent anyone from touching or altering them. The reported result, according to believers, was deeply strange. The images continued to evolve beneath protection. That is the kind of detail that made the Belmez case survive. Not just a face on cement, but a face that seemed to keep forming when hands could not reach it. The question of Maria's role became more complicated as time went on. Some visitors thought the faces responded to her presence. Others believed the house was the true source. There were stories of images appearing most strongly when Maria was emotionally distressed, or fading when she was away, or returning in connection with family events. Those claims are difficult to place neatly, but they contributed to the sense that the phenomenon was not mechanical. It seemed personal. The faces were not merely stains spreading in dampness. They behaved, in the minds of witnesses, like manifestations with a relationship to the woman who lived above them. That relationship must have been a terrible burden. Maria could not easily defend herself without sounding defensive. She could not express fear without feeding the legend. She could not refuse visitors without making people suspicious. Her kitchen had become both evidence and stage, and she, whether she wanted it or not, had become the living face of the dead faces. People looked at her and wondered what she knew. They wondered what she had done. They wondered what had chosen her. The local priesthood and Catholic atmosphere around the village added still another pressure. The bones, once discovered, were reportedly removed and reburied in consecrated ground. That should have settled the matter spiritually. In many traditional communities, disturbed remains are the explanation for restless manifestations. You find the bones, you bless them, you rebury them, and the house quiets down. But the house at Calle Real 5 did not quiet down. That failure made the phenomenon feel less like a simple haunting and more like a message that had not yet been understood. Some of the faces seem to carry expressions that villagers interpreted as suffering. That interpretation may have come from the human need to read emotion into anything shaped like a face, but in Belmez, it became part of the case. People did not say the faces looked mischievous. They did not describe them as smiling, playful, or benign. They described sadness, agony, watchfulness, and sometimes accusation. The floor did not seem to be decorating itself. It seemed to be remembering pain. The face, called La Pava, remained the most famous, but others gathered their own reputations. There were images described as La Pelona, the bald one, and other faces that later visitors and writers tried to classify by appearance. The naming of the faces made them more intimate and more troubling. Names turn images into characters. Once a face has a name, people begin to ask whose face it was and why it chose that room. A patch of discoloration can be ignored. La Pava cannot. The village economy changed around the mystery. Visitors brought money, attention, and discomfort. Some came respectfully. Others treated the house like a carnival attraction. Maria reportedly allowed people in, sometimes for small offerings or entrance fees depending on the period and the telling. And that fact became one of the sharpest weapons used against the family by critics. But it is worth lingering there carefully. A poor household suddenly overwhelmed by strangers must manage access somehow. If people are filling your kitchen, touching your home, demanding your time, and turning your life into spectacle, the exchange of money does not automatically explain the origin of the phenomenon. It may simply show what happens when mystery invades poverty. The more famous the faces became, the more hostile the scrutiny grew. That is always the pattern with cases like Belmez. At first, people say, "Why is no one investigating this?" Then, when investigators come, people say, "Why is everyone paying attention?" The Pereira family could not win. If they destroyed the faces, they were hiding evidence. If they preserved them, they were exploiting the mystery. If Maria seemed frightened, she was performing. If she seemed calm, she was suspicious. The faces on the floor became a test no living person could pass. But the most unsettling reports are still the simplest ones. A visitor entering the kitchen, the sudden hush, the first sight of the eyes, the realization that the face is not hanging on a wall but lying underfoot, the instinct not to step too close, the feeling that the room is not empty even when only one person stands inside it. These are the details that make the story endure, because they do not require elaborate theory. They only require a human being to stand in that kitchen and look down. One journalist from the early coverage described the strange mood of the crowd outside the house. People waiting their turn as though entering a chapel or a crime scene. That mixture is important. The House of the Faces was never purely sacred and never purely sensational. It stood somewhere between miracle and violation. The villagers themselves were divided. Some believed the dead had found a way to mark the floor. Some believed Maria carried a power she did not understand. Some believed the house had become famous for something that should have remained hidden. And some did not believe at all, but still came to look. The psychophonic recordings, when discussed by believers, added a dreadful intimacy to the physical images. Faces are silent, they can be stared at from a distance. Voices, even faint ones, enter the body differently. They asked to be listened to. The idea that recorded voices might be saying they were buried, or asking for help, or speaking from beneath the ground, transformed the case from visual oddity into a kind of ongoing communication. The kitchen was not only showing the dead, it might be hearing them. There were stories of a phrase recorded in the house that seemed to refer to a buried woman, and other accounts of voices using broken, mournful language, as if whatever spoke had lost the ordinary structure of speech. Believers argued that these were not random sounds because they corresponded too closely to the bones beneath the house and the faces above them. It was the convergence that mattered. A stain can be a stain, a voice can be noise, bones can be history. But stains becoming faces, voices speaking from the silence, and bones beneath the same floor created a triangle of unease that was much harder to ignore. By the mid-1970s, Belmez had become a national obsession. The case appeared in magazines, books, radio discussions, and the growing world of Spanish paranormal culture. It was exactly the kind of story that travels because it can be told in one sentence and then expanded forever. A woman found faces in her kitchen floor. That is enough to catch anyone. But once caught, the listener finds there is always another detail. The first face was destroyed. Another appeared. The mayor intervened. The slab was removed. Bones were found. Voices were recorded. Foreign investigators came. More faces emerged. The woman may have been the agent. The dead may have been speaking. The house may have been built over graves. And then there is the problem of duration. Many hauntings flare and fade. They depend on one night, one witness, one photograph, one dramatic claim. Belmez endured. The faces were said to continue appearing, fading, and changing, not over days, but over years. That slow persistence made the case feel less like a prank and more like a condition. A house can be faked for a weekend. A rumour can thrill a village for a month. But decades of images, visitors, arguments, photographs, and investigations created something larger and stranger than a single event. Even people who doubted the phenomenon had to contend with the fact that Belmez did not simply vanish when the first excitement passed. For Maria, time did not restore normality. The house grew older around the mystery. The faces became part of the furniture of her life, except furniture does not watch you. Some accounts say she became protective of the faces. Others suggest she was resigned to them. Both may be true. After enough years, terror can become routine without becoming harmless. A person can live beside the inexplicable because human beings can adapt to almost anything. Even a kitchen floor that behaves like a cemetery, trying to remember its dead. The emotional center of the case remains that first domestic act of destruction. Juan Pereira and Miguel breaking the face with a pickaxe is such a human response. It is practical, masculine, angry, and frightened all at once. Break the thing. Pour new cement. End the embarrassment. End the fear. But the house answered in the only way it ever answered, with another face. That is the moment the story becomes more than an apparition. It becomes a contest between the living and whatever lay beneath them, and the living lost. By the late 1970s, people arriving in Belmez de la Moraleda no longer came merely out of curiosity. Many arrived because they believed something genuinely impossible had taken root inside Maria Gomez Camara's kitchen, and the atmosphere surrounding the house had begun changing in ways that disturbed even those who claimed they did not believe in ghosts. The village itself seemed to grow quieter whenever outsiders mentioned the faces too confidently. There are stories from journalists who said locals would speak freely in bars until the conversation became too specific, at which point voices lowered and eyes drifted toward the door, as though the subject carried some private danger. That feeling settled over the entire case. Not fear in the theatrical sense, but the feeling that something had happened in that house which nobody had fully understood, and perhaps nobody should disturb further. The kitchen continued producing new faces. That detail is the true heart of the mystery because it prevented the story from becoming fixed. The phenomenon remained active. Years after La Pava first emerged from the cement, new images reportedly appeared in different areas of the floor and walls. Some were faint and only visible from certain angles in weak light. Others were so sharply defined that visitors claimed they resembled funeral portraits. One face appeared with hollow black eye sockets and a narrow jaw that reminded several witnesses of a skull wrapped in skin. Another seemed to have closed eyes and a tilted mouth, as though the figure were in the middle of speaking or suffering. Some faces overlapped older ones beneath the surface of the concrete, creating the terrible impression of multiple expressions trying to emerge from the same buried depth. People who visited repeatedly often became obsessed with tracking the changes. They would bring earlier photographs and compare them directly against the current state of the floor. Entire groups crowded around the images, arguing over details of eyebrows, shadows, cheeks, and the mouths. A line that appeared faint in one photograph would later seem darkened. Features softened and sharpened. Faces appeared to age. One witness claimed a face looked more dead each time he returned, a phrase strange enough that it stayed in newspaper coverage for years afterward. There were also persistent claims that entirely new images sometimes appeared overnight. One story from the village described visitors arriving in the morning to find a new face partially formed near an older one, as though the floor had continued working while the house slept. Another account described Maria waking before dawn and noticing a pale shape beneath the table that had not existed the previous evening. The image reportedly darkened over several days until the expression became visible enough for photographs. The idea that the floor was still active during the night became one of the most unsettling parts of the legend because it transformed the kitchen from a static location into something almost biological. People began speaking about the house as though it were producing the faces rather than merely containing them. Psychical investigators remained fascinated by the possibility that the images were connected to the dead buried beneath the property. Reports of excavations under the house grew increasingly grim in retellings over the years. Some accounts claimed multiple skeletons had been discovered. Others insisted skulls had been found separately from bodies. There were rumours that some remains appeared hastily buried or disturbed long before the modern house existed. No single version fully dominates the story now because the details multiplied as the mystery spread, but nearly every version returns to the same central idea. the land beneath Maria's kitchen was not empty ground, and the faces themselves never looked peaceful. That detail matters enormously. If the images had resembled saints, angels, or idealized portraits, the story might have drifted into religious folklore, but the Belmez Faces often appeared exhausted, mournful, distorted, or trapped. Visitors repeatedly described expressions of suffering. Some believed the faces looked frightened. Others thought they appeared angry at being disturbed. A few witnesses even claimed they could not remain in the kitchen for long because prolonged staring at the faces produced an overwhelming feeling of sadness or dread. One woman from Jaén reportedly burst into tears after studying the floor in silence for several minutes, later insisting one of the faces resembled her dead father. Another visitor became convinced the expression shifted subtly whenever people argued inside the room. Stories like that spread rapidly, especially in small towns where people already carried generations of superstition just beneath the surface of ordinary life. Then there were the dreams. Several visitors later claimed that after seeing the faces, they experienced vivid nightmares involving buried rooms, underground tunnels, or silent crowds staring upward from darkness. One man reportedly dreamt repeatedly of hands reaching through wet stone beneath Maria's house. Another claimed he woke in the middle of the night, hearing what sounded like distant voices speaking Spanish beneath his bed. These stories were impossible to verify, of course, but they became attached to the Belmez legend because the case had begun affecting people psychologically in a way ordinary hoaxes rarely do. The mystery did not end when visitors left the kitchen. It followed them home. The psychophonic recordings only deepened that atmosphere. Germain de Argumosa's involvement gave the recordings a legitimacy that believers clung to fiercely. According to accounts surrounding the investigations, recording devices placed inside the house allegedly captured low murmuring voices and fragmented speech that witnesses insisted had not been audible at the time. Some described hearing cries, whispers, or broken phrases emerging from static. A particularly disturbing report claimed one recording captured what sounded like a male voice asking for help beneath layers of noise. Whether every quoted phrase survived accurately over the years became almost irrelevant, because people listening to the recordings often described the same emotional reaction. The voices sounded exhausted, not theatrical, not demonic, exhausted. That detail transformed the case from horror into tragedy. Believers increasingly argued that the faces and voices represented trapped dead, human presences somehow imprinted into the land beneath the house and slowly forcing themselves upward through concrete. The theory became especially popular because the faces appeared less like art and more like impressions, almost as though memory itself had stained the floor. Some investigators suggested intense suffering or violent death could leave psychic residue attached to physical places. Others believed Maria Gomez's camera unconsciously acted as a medium through whom buried identities were manifesting themselves visually. The most unsettling possibility was that the faces were not random at all. Some visitors became convinced the images corresponded to actual buried individuals beneath the property. There were efforts to compare certain facial structures to skull measurements reportedly recovered during excavations. Though nothing definitive emerged publicly, the very attempt gave the case a dreadful realism. Imagine standing in a kitchen while strangers discuss whether the expression beneath your feet belongs to a dead person buried below the house centuries earlier. The village priesthood remained cautious throughout much of the phenomenon. That caution itself became suspicious to some villagers. In deeply Catholic communities, priests are expected to provide certainty, bless the house, condemn the superstition, declare the phenomenon demonic or false. But Belmez resisted certainty. Some clergy reportedly advised restraint and prayer rather than direct confrontation. That ambiguity only encouraged speculation that even local religious authorities felt uneasy about the house. At times, the village atmosphere around Calle Real 5 reportedly became almost ritualistic. Visitors entered quietly, people crossed themselves before stepping inside. Some touched the walls, others refused to step directly on the faces. A few believers left flowers near the kitchen. One account describes an elderly woman whispering apologies toward the floor before leaving the house in tears. And through all of it, Maria continued living there. That may be the strangest part of the entire story. Imagine waking each morning knowing strangers would spend the day staring at the ground beneath your table. Imagine cooking meals while journalists photographed your floor. Imagine hearing people argue in your kitchen over whether the dead were trying to speak through your home. Maria Gomez's camera became trapped inside the phenomenon almost as completely as the faces themselves. Some visitors later described her as weary, polite, nervous, and permanently exhausted by the attention surrounding the house. Others believed she had accepted the phenomenon as part of her life and no longer tried to understand it. The mystery followed her into old age. Decades passed, yet reports of new faces never fully stopped. Even after media attention faded internationally, believers continued traveling to Belmez. Paranormal researchers revisited the case repeatedly throughout the 1980s and 1990s. Fresh photographs circulated showing new expressions emerging in the floor. Some images looked more abstract, others appeared horrifyingly human. The persistence of the phenomenon became one of the strongest arguments for those convinced the case was genuine. A simple fraud might survive weeks or months. Belmez survived generations. And then there is the strange question nobody ever answered properly. Why faces? Why not symbols, words, shapes, or meaningless stains? Human beings instinctively recognize faces. We are built to search for them. They are the first thing we understand as infants, and often the last thing we remember before death. If something wanted attention from the living, there may be no more effective form than a human expression emerging silently where no expression should exist. The Belmez Faces never announced what they were. They offered no explanation, no revelation, no prophecy, only expressions. That silence may be why the case became so enduringly disturbing. The faces looked emotional, but remained mute. They seemed aware, but trapped. Visitors projected grief, fear, anger, or pleading into them because the images themselves refused to clarify anything. The floor never explained itself. It only continued producing more human presences beneath the feet of the living. When Maria Gomez Camara died in 2004, many believed the phenomenon would finally end with her. If she had truly acted as the unconscious source of the faces, then the house should have gone quiet after her death. But according to later reports from investigators and visitors, new images allegedly continued appearing even afterward. That detail changed the meaning of the story yet again, because it suggested the house had never depended entirely on Maria at all. Perhaps she had only opened something. Even now, decades after the first face appeared in the Gomez kitchen, the mystery refuses to disappear completely. Photographs still circulate. Investigators still argue. Witnesses still insist the faces changed before their eyes. The House of the Faces remains one of the most infamous paranormal cases in Spain because no explanation has ever fully buried it. Every attempt to reduce the phenomenon to fraud or imagination leaves behind details that continue to trouble people. The destroyed face replaced by another, the excavated remains beneath the house, the psychophonic voices, the persistence across decades, the witnesses who entered skeptical and left disturbed. But perhaps the most frightening detail is also the simplest. The faces never appeared in a cemetery. They never appeared in a ruin. They appeared in a kitchen, in the center of an ordinary home, where a woman prepared meals, swept the floor, and expected to grow old quietly beneath the Andalusian sun. And one evening, the floor looked back. There are places in the Brazilian forest where people still lower their voices after sunset. Not because of jaguars, not because of snakes, not even because of the ordinary dangers of the Amazon, though there are plenty of those. They lower their voices because for generations, people along the Rio Negro, the Tapajos, the Arapians, and the lower Amazon have believed something in the forest listens when human beings speak carelessly at night. And according to the old stories, once the forest notices you, it may begin calling back. One of the strangest things about these accounts is how consistent they remain across centuries. The details change slightly from village to village, but certain patterns repeat again and again. A whistle from somewhere impossible. A familiar voice speaking from deep inside the trees. Hunters becoming lost on paths they had walked their entire lives. Dogs refusing to continue forward. Small footprints found facing the wrong direction. Strange lights hovering silently beyond the tree line, and in some cases, people disappearing entirely after following something into the jungle. The oldest written account comes from 1560, recorded by the Jesuit missionary José de Anchieta near São Vicente. Anchieta described local indigenous fears surrounding a forest being called Curupira. According to Anchieta, the people he encountered left offerings in the woods to avoid being harmed while hunting or travelling inland. That one detail is important because it immediately tells us these were not campfire stories told for amusement. These were warnings attached to real places. Anchieta also described the sounds associated with the being. Screams, whistles, cries from the forest. and that detail survived for centuries. By the 1800s, rubber workers and canoe men travelling the Amazon were still describing nearly identical experiences. The English naturalist Henry Walter Bates spent over a decade travelling through the Amazon beginning in 1848. Bates recorded countless details about local customs and river life, and while he approached many stories cautiously, he repeatedly noted how widespread the fear of forest entities remained among experienced woodsmen. That matters, because these were not stories being told by sheltered people unfamiliar with the jungle. The men repeating them were hunters, guides, fishermen, rubber workers, and indigenous trackers who spent most of their lives inside forests. Outsiders could barely survive entering for a week. One of the most unsettling stories collected during the rubber boom concerned a man named Manuel da Costa near the Rio Tapajos sometime around the 1870s. The account survives only through later retellings recorded by regional folklorists, but the details remained unusually consistent across versions. Manuel worked as a seringuero, a rubber tapper, travelling isolated jungle trails alone before dawn to cut rubber trees and collect latex. According to the account, Manuel failed to return to his river settlement one evening after working a familiar trail he had used for years. The next morning, several men from the settlement went searching for him. About 2 kilometers inland, they found Manuel's collecting sack hanging from a branch over 6 feet above the ground. His knife remained inside, so did his food pouch and cooking tin, but his tobacco was missing. That detail frightened the older men immediately. Throughout large parts of northern Brazil, tobacco was traditionally left as an offering to forest spirits, especially Kurupara and Kaipora. Older hunters often carried extra tobacco specifically for that purpose. According to the search party, the sack appeared deliberately placed rather than dropped during a struggle. Then they found Manuel himself. He was sitting beside a shallow stream nearly 4 kilometers away from his normal route. Witnesses later claimed he appeared physically exhausted but strangely calm. At first, he refused to explain how he became lost. Then finally, he reportedly admitted hearing somebody calling his name from the forest shortly before sunset. He believed the voice belonged to his older brother Antonio. The problem was Antonio had died of fever almost 8 years earlier. According to later retellings, Manuel insisted the voice sounded completely normal at first. Tired, perhaps, but familiar. He claimed he heard Antonio calling from somewhere off the trail, asking for help. Every time Manuel moved toward the voice, it seemed farther away than before. Then came the whistles. Several short whistles from somewhere ahead. Manuel later said he began noticing footprints in wet ground nearby. Small human footprints. Bare feet. Facing backward. He reportedly became so frightened that he abandoned his equipment and wandered through the forest most of the night, trying to relocate the river trail. By dawn, according to the men who found him, he was barely coherent. What makes the account especially interesting is that older residents near Santarém were still repeating versions of Manuel's story decades later. The details did not fade away. If anything, they grew stronger, and similar stories continued appearing. In 1912, a school teacher named Julio Barbosa, traveling near a river settlement outside Itaituba, reportedly documented testimony from several families who refused to travel certain forest paths after dark because of what they called the calling whistles. Barbosa later wrote that people in the area believed the whistles imitated birds poorly, almost like something learning how birds sounded without fully understanding them. That tiny detail appears repeatedly in Brazilian accounts. Not perfect imitation, imperfect imitation, something close enough to feel wrong. One fisherman interviewed by Barbosa claimed he once heard his wife calling him from the forest while travelling upriver alone after sunset. He described the voice as sounding distant and wet. When he returned home shaken later that evening, his wife insisted she had never left the house. Another man named Celestino Rodriguez reportedly claimed he followed floating lights through flooded jungle for nearly an hour, believing they belonged to another canoe travelling ahead of him. He later discovered he had somehow drifted into a section of forest several kilometers off the main river route. The lights disappeared immediately after he called out toward them. Barbosa himself apparently never dismissed these stories openly. In fact, according to one surviving regional article referencing his notes years later, the teacher admitted the consistency of the testimony disturbed him deeply. The same details appeared across unrelated settlements, separated by long stretches of river, whistles, voices, lights. People becoming disoriented in familiar places, and always the footprints. Backward footprints became one of the most repeated details attached to Curupira traditions across Brazil. Older hunters often described finding tracks that appeared to travel in impossible directions. Some men believed the footprints deliberately confused anyone attempting to follow them deeper into the forest. The stories became so deeply rooted in some regions that hunters developed actual rituals before entering the jungle. Tobacco offerings were common. Some avoided speaking certain names aloud. Others refused to whistle after dark because they believed the forest might answer. And then there were the disappearances. One account from Pará in the 1920s concerned a hunter named Sebastião Gomes who vanished near Gurupá after reportedly mocking Curupira stories during a drinking gathering beside the river. According to later reports collected by regional folklorists, Sebastião openly laughed at older men warning him not to whistle toward the forest at night. 2 days later, he disappeared during a hunting trip. Searchers eventually found his dog wandering near the riverbank, exhausted and terrified. Witnesses claimed the animal repeatedly refused to return towards the section of forest where Sebastião vanished. Then came the strange part. Several members of the search party reportedly heard whistling while moving through the jungle. Not random sounds, directed whistles. According to one man named Alfredo Neves, the whistles seemed to move around them in circles. Whenever the group stopped walking, the sound stopped too. no trace of Sebastião Gomes was ever found. But nearly a week later, searchers discovered his boots placed carefully beside a tree near an old rubber trail. According to accounts from the time, the surrounding vegetation appeared flattened in a rough circular pattern, as though something heavy had rested there recently. One witness later claimed there was also a strange smell hanging over the clearing. Not rot, not smoke, something metallic. Stories like this spread easily through river communities because the Amazon amplifies mystery naturally. Distances are enormous. Villages become isolated quickly. Sounds travel strangely across water at night. Forests remain dark even during the day beneath dense canopy. It becomes very easy to understand how people began believing something intelligent moved through those trees. But there are details in the old accounts that still feel genuinely unsettling, especially the voices. In many Brazilian forest traditions, the dangerous thing is not seeing something. It is hearing something. A person hears their name spoken from somewhere they cannot quite locate. Sometimes the voice belongs to a relative, sometimes a dead friend, sometimes another member of the hunting party. But according to the stories, the voice never behaves naturally. It always seems slightly too far away, or too calm, or repeated too evenly. And once somebody answers the voice directly, the encounter becomes much worse. One account collected near the Rio Negro during the mid-20th century involved a man named Luis Ferreira, who became separated from relatives during a fishing trip after hearing somebody calling him from inside dense riverside forest. Ferreira later claimed he believed the voice belonged to his cousin João. Instead, he encountered what he described as a little boy with burning hair. The figure allegedly stood motionless between trees, watching him silently. Ferreira later insisted the child's feet faced backward. According to relatives present during the event, Ferreira returned to camp physically weak and unable to stop shaking. Older members of the family reportedly insisted he undergo cleansing with tobacco smoke, performed by a local healer, because they believed he had encountered Curupira directly. Again, tobacco appears. That detail never really leaves these stories. In some regions, people believe tobacco calmed the forest beings. In others, they believe the spirits demanded it. Certain older hunters reportedly carried tobacco specifically to leave behind if they heard whistles nearby. And according to some stories, if the tobacco disappeared overnight, it meant the offering had been accepted. By the 1960s and 70s, these older traditions began merging with newer reports involving strange lights and unexplained aerial phenomena over remote parts of Brazil. Rural communities already accustomed to stories about luminous entities in the forest began connecting the lights with older legends involving Curupira, Caipora, and beings that lured people away from safe paths. That fusion created some deeply eerie modern accounts. One particularly strange report surfaced near Maranhão in the early 1970s after several men travelling by canoe claimed they observed glowing humanoid figures standing silently along flooded forest edges at night. According to later interviews, the figures did not move normally. Witnesses described them as drifting between trunks rather than walking. The men refused to travel that river route again afterward. And then there are the stories involving children. Those are usually the hardest to shake. Across parts of northern Brazil, older families sometimes warn children not to follow voices from the forest, even if the voice sounded frightened or familiar. In several traditions, the entity calling from the trees deliberately mimicked vulnerability. A crying child, somebody asking for help, somebody lonely. One old account from Amazonas described a girl who wandered from her family's riverside home after sunset, claiming she heard singing beyond the trees. Searchers reportedly found her hours later, sitting calmly beside a stream several kilometers away. When questioned, she allegedly told relatives she had been following the little boy with red hair. That description appears too often in old Curupira accounts to ignore comfortably. Red hair, backward feet, whistling. And always the sense that the thing in the forest prefers luring people rather than attacking them. That may actually be the most disturbing part of all. These stories rarely describe violence directly. Instead, they describe persuasion, something calling, something inviting, something pretending to be familiar enough that a human being willingly follows it into the dark. By the early 20th century, there were stretches of forest along the Amazon where men simply refused to travel alone after sunset, no matter how much money was involved. The old stories had become too specific. Too many people were describing the same sounds, the same lights, the same impossible disorientation in places they knew intimately. And once the rubber boom pushed workers deeper into isolated jungle, the stories multiplied quickly. One of the most repeated accounts from Western Pará concerned a rubber tapper named Ernesto Maciel, sometime around 1919 near the Rio Jamanxim. Several later folklorists recorded versions of the story from elderly residents who still remembered hearing about Maciel when they were children. Ernesto was considered experienced even by Amazon standards. He had worked isolated rubber trails for nearly 15 years and reportedly laughed at younger workers who frightened easily in the forest. According to the accounts, Ernesto disappeared for 3 days after travelling a route he had walked dozens of times before. When searchers finally found him, he was sitting beside the remains of an abandoned camp roughly 12 kilometers from his normal trail. Witnesses claimed he appeared dehydrated and physically exhausted. But what disturbed them most was his behavior. Ernesto reportedly kept asking why. Nobody answered the whistles. According to the men who recovered him, Ernesto insisted he had heard whistling throughout the first night after becoming lost. Not random jungle sounds, directed whistles moving around him in the darkness. He claimed the whistles sounded almost playful at first, like somebody teasing him from the trees. Then, sometime after midnight, he began hearing his wife Rosa calling his name from somewhere ahead. Ernesto reportedly followed the voice for hours, believing searchers had already entered the forest looking for him. But every time he approached the sound, it seemed to drift farther away. At one point he claimed he saw a child-sized figure standing near a tree, watching him silently before disappearing behind the vegetation. Ernesto later described the figure's hair as bright like embers. He also insisted the feet faced backward. Years later, one elderly resident interviewed near Novo Progresso claimed Ernesto never entered deep forest alone again after the incident. According to the interview, he began leaving tobacco beside certain trees before travelling inland, and reportedly warned younger rubber workers never to answer voices calling from the jungle after dark. The old man telling the story also added one strange little detail that stayed with local listeners for decades. Ernesto allegedly claimed the whistles stopped completely whenever he prayed aloud. Stories involving whistles and voices appeared constantly during the rubber years because workers spent enormous amounts of time alone. A seringueiro might walk isolated jungle paths before dawn with nobody nearby for kilometers. The silence itself became oppressive. Several old reports collected around the Rio Madeira described workers hearing footsteps pacing them from somewhere beyond visibility. One account recorded near Humeitá in the 1920s concerned a man named Alvaro Reis, who reportedly abandoned an entire rubber route after repeatedly hearing somebody whistling behind him each morning before sunrise. According to Alvaro's testimony, the whistles always matched his walking pace exactly. If he stopped moving, the sound stopped too. The story became stranger after Alvaro finally decided to investigate the source directly. He reportedly left the trail and followed the sound into dense vegetation for nearly 20 minutes before finding a small clearing containing what he described as tiny human footprints pressed into wet earth. Witnesses later claimed Alvaro became visibly shaken while recounting the experience because the footprints appeared backward. The toes pointed toward him. One regional article discussing the story decades later mentioned another unsettling detail. Alvaro reportedly discovered pieces of tobacco scattered through the clearing despite being far from any settlement or known trail. According to local beliefs, tobacco left in isolated forest often meant somebody had attempted to appease Curupira or Kaipora nearby. Then there were the lights. The lights appear constantly in Amazonian accounts, especially near flooded forest and blackwater rivers. Some descriptions resemble ordinary lanterns seen at a distance. Others become much stranger. One particularly unsettling account surfaced near Barcelos along the Rio Negro sometime during the 1930s. A canoe fisherman named Vicente Braga reportedly returned to his village after becoming disoriented during night fishing. According to later testimony collected from relatives, Vicente claimed he observed pale, blue lights moving slowly between trees along the flooded riverbank. At first, he believed another fishing party was travelling ahead of him carrying lamps, but the lights moved strangely, too smoothly and silently. Vicente later claimed the light stopped whenever he stopped paddling. Then came the voice. According to the account, Vicente heard his younger sister Maria calling him from somewhere beyond the flooded trees asking for help. He reportedly paddled toward the sound, believing she had somehow fallen from another canoe. But after several minutes he realized something impossible. Maria was living nearly 80 kilometers away, upriver at the time. Vicente insisted the voice continued calling calmly from the darkness, while the lights drifted deeper into the flooded forest. At one point, he claimed he briefly saw people standing among the trees, though he could never describe them clearly afterward. When Vicente finally reached home close to dawn, relatives reportedly found him physically trembling and unable to explain how he became lost in an area he had fished his entire life. Old residents near Barcelos later claimed Vicente refused to travel that section of river alone ever again. One detail appears repeatedly across these stories, and it may be the strangest detail of all. The voices rarely scream, they rarely threaten anybody directly. Instead, they sound calm, familiar, patient. That pattern repeats constantly across different regions and generations. Something in the forest speaks to people as though it already knows them. A deeply eerie account recorded by folklorist Camara Cascudo involved reports from Maranhão concerning hunters hearing relatives speaking from impossible locations in the forest shortly before becoming disoriented. One witness named Benedito Moura allegedly described hearing his deceased father calling him from deep vegetation while traveling near Buriticupu during the 1940s. According to the account, Benedito followed the voice, believing another member of his hunting party might be playing a cruel joke. Instead, he wandered for nearly an entire night, unable to relocate the main trail. The account becomes especially unsettling because Benedito reportedly insisted he continued hearing normal forest sounds throughout the experience. Birds, insects, wind. Nothing supernatural in the dramatic sense. Just the constant feeling that somebody remained slightly ahead of him, speaking calmly from beyond the next group of trees. When searchers found Benedito the following morning, he allegedly kept asking them why his father disappeared whenever he got close enough to see him properly. The old stories surrounding Curupira and Caipora become much more frightening when understood this way. The danger was never simply physical attack. The danger was confusion, luring, separation. The forest itself becoming psychologically wrong. One account from the lower Amazon involved a hunter named Sebastião Viana, who vanished briefly near Monte Alegre, sometime during the late 1940s. According to testimony collected years later from surviving relatives, Sebastião entered the forest searching for wild pig tracks with 2 hunting dogs. Around sunset, both dogs suddenly refused to continue forward, despite normally being aggressive animals. Sebastião reportedly heard whistling shortly afterward from somewhere deeper inside the jungle. According to family members, he later claimed the whistles sounded almost human, but not quite. That phrase appears over and over in these accounts. Almost human, not quite. Sebastião apparently ignored the dogs and continued following the sound. Several hours later, he became hopelessly lost. He later insisted the forest itself seemed to change around him. trails disappeared. Landmarks appeared in impossible places. At one point, he reportedly found himself standing beside the same fallen tree 3 separate times, despite walking in different directions. Near midnight, Sebastian claimed he encountered a small figure crouched beside a tree, watching him silently. He described reddish hair hanging over the face, and feet turned backward beneath the body. According to Sebastian's account, the figure began laughing softly before vanishing into vegetation. Searchers located Sebastian the following afternoon beside a stream nearly 9 kilometers from where he entered the forest. One relative later claimed he developed recurring nightmares after the incident and refused to discuss details publicly for the rest of his life. And then there are the stories involving entire groups hearing the same thing simultaneously. Those accounts become much harder to dismiss as individual confusion. In 1952, several men travelling together by canoe near Gurupar reportedly heard repeated whistles following them along the riverbank after dark. The account survives through interviews later collected from surviving witnesses by regional researchers. According to the men, the whistles initially sounded distant, but gradually moved closer as the canoe continued downstream. One witness named Raimundo Pereira later claimed the sounds seemed to circle the boat from within the trees. Another man reportedly insisted he saw brief lights moving through vegetation parallel to the river. Then somebody spoke. Several witnesses later claimed they heard a woman's voice call one of the men by name from inside the forest. The problem was the voice belonged to his dead mother. According to the account, the man nearly jumped from the canoe trying to reach shore before other passengers restrained him physically. Witnesses later described him becoming almost trance-like after hearing the voice. The whistles reportedly stopped only after the canoe reached open water farther from shore. One old river resident interviewed decades later about the incident reportedly said something fascinating. He claimed older canoemen already knew certain sections of forest along the river were not meant to answer back. That phrasing stayed with researchers because it implied local people believed the forest actively responded when spoken to. Another disturbing pattern in Amazonian stories involves people returning physically but seeming emotionally altered afterward. Several accounts describe survivors becoming withdrawn, exhausted, or strangely obsessed with returning to the same areas where encounters occurred. One case from Amazonas concerned a teenager named Elias Mourão, who disappeared overnight during a hunting trip near Tefé, sometime in the 1960s. According to relatives, Elias returned home the following afternoon barefoot and visibly exhausted after wandering through dense jungle all night. At first, he refused to explain what happened. Then finally he admitted hearing singing. Not words exactly. Singing. According to Elias, the sound seemed to move through the forest ahead of him, while faint lights drifted between trees nearby. At one point, he claimed he observed several small, glowing people standing silently near a clearing watching him. He later insisted they disappeared whenever he attempted approaching them directly. The strange part came afterward. According to relatives interviewed years later, Elias became obsessed with returning to the same area of forest despite the terror he initially described. One family member claimed he repeatedly said he wanted to hear the singing again. That detail appears in several Amazonian encounter stories, and it may be one of the most unsettling details of all. The forest does not merely frighten people, sometimes it seems to invite them back, and the invitations always begin the same way. A whistle, a familiar voice, or light moving silently beyond the trees where no light should exist at all. By the 1960s, there were already stretches of river in northern Brazil where older canoe men would quietly make the sign of the cross before travelling past certain sections of forest after dark. Not dramatically, not performatively. Just a quick movement of the hand while staring toward the trees. Most refused to explain why unless they had been drinking. And once they did begin talking, the stories became much stranger than the older Curupira tales people told children. One account collected near the Rio Trombetas concerned a hunter named Davi Serrador sometime around 1964. According to interviews later gathered from surviving relatives and river residents, Davi disappeared for nearly 2 full days after travelling inland searching for peccary tracks. He was considered highly experienced, the sort of man who could navigate deep forest by smell alone. People trusted him because he never exaggerated stories and openly mocked many local superstitions. That changed after the disappearance. Searchers reportedly found Davi wandering barefoot along a muddy riverbank nearly 15 kilometers from where he entered the forest. Witnesses later claimed his clothing appeared partially burned despite heavy rainfall the previous evening. Several men helping recover him also described finding strange circular depressions in wet vegetation nearby. Perfect circles, not footprints, not campsites, just flattened rings pressed into the jungle floor. At first, Davi refused to explain what happened. Then, sometime later, after drinking cachaça with several other men near Oriximina, he reportedly described following lights through the forest shortly after sunset. According to Davi, the lights appeared low to the ground at first, almost like lanterns moving between trees, but after several minutes he realized something was wrong. There were no footsteps, no branches breaking, no sound at all. The light simply drifted silently through the jungle ahead of him. Then he heard his daughter Anna calling for help. Davi later swore the voice sounded completely real, panicked, crying. According to witnesses listening to him recount the story years later, Davi became visibly emotional while describing the moment he entered deeper forest, trying to reach her. That was when he saw the figures. He allegedly described several human shapes standing motionless between the trees, watching him approach. Thin, pale, too tall. At first, he believed they were people carrying lights. Then he noticed the lights were not being carried. the lights were part of them. Witnesses later claimed Davy said the figures glowed through the rain. One particularly strange detail survived in multiple retellings of the account. Davy reportedly insisted the figures did not walk normally. He claimed they moved without disturbing the forest. No snapping branches, no visible steps, just silent movement between the trunks while the light surrounding them reflected across wet leaves. Then came the whistle. According to Davy, the sound erupted from every direction simultaneously. He later claimed he remembered almost nothing afterward, except waking near the river with blood running from his nose and ears. Several men who knew Davy later swore he never hunted alone again after that night. Another deeply unsettling account surfaced near Coari in Amazonas during the early 1970s. A fisherman named Renato Farias reportedly vanished overnight while checking river nets alone before dawn. His canoe drifted back several hours later, completely empty, except for his lantern and a bundle of soaked tobacco leaves. Searchers spent nearly 2 days looking for Renato before finally locating him, sitting beside an abandoned missionary trail deep inland. Witnesses later described him as physically weak and severely dehydrated, but coherent enough to describe what happened. According to Renato, he first noticed lights hovering above the riverbank shortly before sunrise. He believed another fishing group had entered the area illegally and paddled toward them, intending to confront whoever was there. Instead, he encountered what he described as children standing on the water. That exact phrase survives in the account. Children standing on the water. Renato later insisted there were 4 of them, small figures glowing faintly blue in the darkness near the flooded forest edge. He claimed none of them moved naturally. They simply watched him silently, while the lights around them reflected across the black river surface. Then one of them called his name. Witnesses later claimed Renato became physically sick while describing the voice because he recognized it immediately as his dead younger brother Mateus, who had drowned years earlier during seasonal flooding. According to Renato, the figures slowly retreated into flooded trees while continuing to call for him softly. He followed them inland without fully realizing he had left the canoe. The next thing he remembered was hearing whistles nearby and discovering daylight had already returned. One older resident interviewed later about the incident claimed Renato refused to speak his brother's name again afterward. But perhaps the strangest accounts of all came from isolated communities near the Rio Negro, where older indigenous and caboclo traditions sometimes blended together into stories that sounded less like folklore and more like witness testimony. One particularly frightening account was collected near Barcelos, sometime during the late 1960s, involving an older canoe builder named Amaro Silva. According to later interviews, Amaro and 3 other men were traveling at night during heavy fog when they began hearing what sounded like people walking parallel to them inside flooded forest beside the river. At first, the men ignored the sounds. Then the footsteps matched the canoe exactly. When the canoe slowed, the footsteps slowed. When the canoe stopped, the footsteps stopped. One witness later claimed they could hear water dripping from branches around the unseen figures moving through the trees beside them. Then somebody whistled. According to Amaro, the whistle sounded extremely close. Close enough that he initially believed somebody stood directly behind him inside the canoe. Moments later, another whistle answered farther inland. Then another. The sounds began surrounding them. One of the younger men reportedly panicked and shouted toward the forest, asking who was there. According to Amaro, everything became completely silent afterward. No insects, no frogs, no water movement, nothing. Then a woman's voice calmly answered from the darkness using the young man's full name. Witnesses later insisted the voice sounded identical to his wife. The young man allegedly tried jumping from the canoe immediately. Amaro and the others physically restrained him while he screamed that his wife was lost in the forest. The problem was his wife was asleep at home, nearly 40 kilometers away. According to the surviving accounts, the whistles followed the canoe for nearly another hour before finally disappearing. Amaro reportedly refused to travel that stretch of river again for the rest of his life. And then there are the stories, too strange, even for local newspapers to treat comfortably. One article circulating through parts of Para during the late 1970s described a search party investigating the disappearance of two teenage boys near Alenquer after witnesses reported strange lights over the forest for several consecutive nights. According to the article, searchers eventually discovered a clearing containing scorched vegetation arranged in rough circular patterns. The boys themselves were never found, but several members of the search party later claimed they heard whistling nearby while examining the site. One witness allegedly became so frightened he refused to continue searching after sunset because he believed the forest wanted more people. That line survived because everyone who heard it remembered how serious he sounded while saying it. And that may be the strangest thing about these stories when you begin digging into them properly. The fear never sounds theatrical. Nobody describes dragons or monsters crashing through trees. Instead, the accounts feel horribly intimate. A voice using your name, a whistle moving just beyond sight, something pretending to be familiar enough that you follow willingly. Again and again, the old stories return to the same idea. The forest does not chase people, it calls them. And according to generations of testimony from hunters, canoemen, rubber workers, fishermen, and isolated river families, sometimes the forest sounds exactly like somebody you love. Even now, there are still places along the Amazon where older residents refuse to whistle after dark. Some still leave tobacco near certain trees before travelling inland. Others avoid speaking openly about Kurupira or Kaipora entirely because they believe naming such things carelessly attracts attention. That belief remains astonishingly widespread in remote areas, not because people are foolish, but because too many stories sound alike. Too many experienced woodsmen described hearing the same impossible whistles. Too many people became lost in places they knew intimately. Too many witnesses reported voices belonging to dead relatives. Too many search parties discovered abandoned clothing, burned clearings, strange lights, backward footprints, and people wandering miles from familiar trails, unable to explain how they arrived there. And perhaps the most unsettling detail of all is that the stories never really stopped. Somewhere tonight, along a dark river in northern Brazil, somebody is still hearing whistles from beyond the trees. Some old hunter is still pretending not to hear his name, spoken from the jungle after sunset. Some fisherman is still staring at lights drifting silently through flooded forest, wondering whether they belong to another canoe or something much older. And somewhere deep in the Amazon, where the canopy blocks most of the stars and the rivers move black beneath the fog, there may still be things patiently waiting for somebody to answer back. The first thing that caught Georgios Papachatsis's attention was not the prediction, it was the confidence. The notebook spoke about future centuries the way most people speak about last Tuesday. There were no dramatic warnings, no declarations that the world was about to end, no claims of divine revelation. The writer simply described events that had not happened yet, as though he had personally lived through them. Entire nations appeared and vanished. Borders shifted, languages evolved, cities rose, fell, and disappeared from memory. The pages moved casually across spans of time so vast that ordinary human lives seemed almost irrelevant. What unsettled Papachatsis was that none of it sounded speculative. The author never wondered what might happen. The author remembered. That distinction would haunt him for years. The man who wrote the notebooks was Paul Amadeus Dienach, a teacher whose name would probably have vanished into history had he not left behind one of the strangest manuscripts of the 20th century. The pages eventually entrusted to Papachatsis contained thousands of observations, recollections, names, conversations, historical accounts, and descriptions of people who should not have existed. Some sections read like a diary, others resembled travel notes, a few felt disturbingly similar to witness testimony. Yet throughout the entire collection, one feature remained remarkably consistent. Dienach never wrote like a prophet. He wrote like a tourist trying not to forget what he had seen. That detail becomes more peculiar the deeper one ventures into the story. During the 1920s, Papachatsis was a young Greek student with a bright future ahead of him. Years later, he would become a respected legal scholar, government official, and university professor. But when he first encountered Dienach, he was simply a student learning German from an older man whose health appeared increasingly fragile. There was nothing outwardly remarkable about the teacher. He did not claim supernatural abilities. He did not gather followers. He did not spend his evenings lecturing audiences about hidden knowledge. By all accounts, he was intelligent, reserved, and frequently ill. The relationship between the two men might have faded into obscurity, like countless others had circumstances unfolded differently. Instead, shortly before his death, Dienach handed Papachatzis a collection of handwritten notebooks and asked him to keep them. At the time, the request may not have seemed especially unusual. Teachers leave books behind. Students inherit papers. Life continues. Only later did Papachatzis discover what those notebooks actually contained. At first, the material seemed confusing more than extraordinary. Portions were written in German. Certain passages appeared incomplete. Names emerged without introduction. Locations were referenced without explanation. Entire conversations seemed to begin in the middle and end before reaching any obvious conclusion. Reading the notebooks reportedly felt less like progressing through a story and more like sorting through fragments of a much larger puzzle. Then certain patterns began to emerge. One of the first involved names. Some belonged to people Papachatzis recognized, others did not. A handful appeared repeatedly throughout the manuscript, despite having no apparent connection to the 20th century. They surfaced in discussions of politics, education, science, philosophy, and daily life. One name in particular appeared again and again: Andreas Northam. The name arrived without explanation, no introduction, no description, no indication of why it mattered. It simply kept appearing, pages apart, sometimes chapters apart, yet always returning. Papachatzis reportedly searched for references. There were none. No famous scientist, no historical figure, no public official, no contemporary scholar carrying that name. It seemed to exist only inside the notebooks. That was only the beginning. The deeper he translated, the stranger the material became. Certain passages described cities that could not be located on any map available to him. Others referred to political systems unlike any government then operating on Earth. Entire sections discussed historical events that had not happened. Yet these accounts were presented with such ordinary confidence that they felt less like predictions than recollections. One paragraph might mention the collapse of a civilization as casually as somebody discussing poor weather. Another would reference centuries of social change before moving on to an unrelated conversation. The scale of time itself seemed distorted. Most people who claim knowledge of the future focus on astonishing inventions. The notebooks often focused on history. That was the odd part. Again and again, Dienach wrote about future centuries as though they already belonged to the distant past. He seemed far more interested in what future people remembered than in what future people invented. Entire populations rose and disappeared. Wars erupted and faded into footnotes. Nations dissolved. New cultures emerged. The narrative treated these transformations not as speculation, but as established fact. For Papachatzis, The effect must have been deeply unsettling. A fictional story usually announces itself. A hoax often reveals its ambitions. These notebooks did neither. Instead, they carried the uncomfortable tone of a man making notes for himself. One evening, while translating another section, Papachazis encountered a sentence that changed the entire character of the manuscript. Until that point, the notebooks had been strange. After that sentence, they became something else entirely. Buried within a longer account was a simple statement. Paul Dienach insisted that none of these events were predictions. They were memories. And according to the pages that followed, those memories began in a hospital bed in Switzerland after an illness that left him unconscious for months and allegedly carried him into a mystery so absurd that even now, a century later, nobody can agree on what actually happened to him. The illness itself was real enough. During the years following the First World War, physicians across Europe struggled to understand a baffling neurological condition known as encephalitis lethargica. Newspapers called it sleeping sickness. Thousands were affected. Some patients drifted into states of overwhelming fatigue. Others experienced strange alterations in awareness. A few seemed trapped somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. Doctors could describe the symptoms. Explaining them was another matter entirely. According to the account preserved in the notebooks, Paul Dienach became one of those patients. At some point during the early 1920s, while receiving treatment in Switzerland, he reportedly slipped into a prolonged coma. Friends assumed he was gravely ill. Physicians monitored his condition. Life continued around his hospital bed, while Europe moved forward without him. Yet if Dienach's manuscript is to be believed, the months that followed were anything but empty. The first portions of his recollection are fragmented. Unlike later sections of the narrative, they do not read like the observations of a traveller confidently describing a destination. They read like the memories of a man struggling to understand where he has arrived. There are references to confusion, unfamiliar surroundings, and conversations that made little sense at the time. He describes hearing people speak about him rather than to him, as though he had become the subject of a problem nobody in the room could solve. One detail appears repeatedly throughout these early accounts. The people around him seemed relieved that he was conscious again. That should have been reassuring. Instead, it frightened him. The relief was directed towards somebody he was not. According to the manuscript, everyone he encountered believed they were speaking to a man named Andreas Northam. The name that had appeared so many times throughout the notebooks was no longer a mystery to the reader. It was apparently the identity assigned to the body in which Dienach found himself. The more he attempted to explain who he was, the more perplexed his listeners became. He could answer questions about 20th century Europe with extraordinary precision. He could discuss languages, customs, politics, and events from his own lifetime. Yet he knew absolutely nothing about the people gathered around him, the place in which he found himself, or the world they seemed to take for granted. What followed was not a dramatic confrontation, but something far stranger. The people around him began asking questions. Lots of questions. Dianach's account suggests that conversations quickly shifted away from concerns about his physical health and toward the knowledge he possessed. He was reportedly questioned about historical events, political systems, cultural practices, and geographical realities belonging to what those around him considered the distant past. At first, he found the questions bizarre. Then he found them alarming. Entire periods of history familiar to him appeared to be the subject of academic curiosity. People discussed the 20th century with the same detached fascination that modern historians might discuss ancient Rome. The realization arrived gradually. For a time, Dianach reportedly assumed some sort of misunderstanding had occurred. Perhaps he had been transferred to another country. Perhaps his memory had been affected by illness. Perhaps he was experiencing a vivid hallucination. Yet each conversation introduced details that made those explanations increasingly difficult to maintain. Familiar nations appeared to be gone. Certain languages had evolved. Historical events unknown to him were treated as common knowledge. The world outside seemed connected to his own only by the faintest thread. The notebooks become particularly fascinating here because they focus less on technology than on people. Modern readers often expect grand descriptions of futuristic machines. Dianach's attention repeatedly returns to ordinary human behavior. He noticed differences in education, differences in manners, differences in the way people spoke to one another. He observed a society that appeared remarkably calm compared with the Europe he had known. There were disagreements and debates, certainly, but little of the hostility and political bitterness that had shaped so much of the 20th century. At some point during these early conversations, Andreas Northam's family entered the picture. The manuscript offers only fragments, but those fragments are memorable. Dianach describes individuals who treated him with patience despite the obvious absurdity of the situation. They believed the body belonged to a loved one, yet the personality inhabiting it appeared entirely different. Imagine the discomfort on both sides. Dianach insisted he had never met them. They possessed years of memories involving a man he could not remember being. Yet rather than reacting with anger, they reportedly became curious. That curiosity would change everything. Eventually, Dianach claims he was introduced to individuals who attempted to explain what had happened. Some were physicians. Others appear to have been scholars or researchers. The notebooks never provide a perfectly clear picture of their roles, which only adds to the atmosphere of the story. What matters is the explanation they offered. According to the manuscript, they believed that a rare and poorly understood phenomenon had occurred involving consciousness itself. Not physical time travel, not movement of the body, something else. Dianach would later struggle to describe it. The language of the 20th century simply did not contain convenient terms for the concept being presented to him. The closest comparison involved the temporary displacement of awareness between individuals separated by vast periods of time. Somehow, under circumstances that remained unclear even to those studying it, his consciousness had become connected to Andreas Northam. Whether this explanation was scientific, philosophical, or something in between is difficult to determine from the surviving text. What makes it interesting is that the people discussing it reportedly treated the event as unusual, but not impossible. They behaved less like astonished witnesses, and more like researchers examining an exceptionally rare case. And it was during those discussions that Dienach learned the date. The notebooks never present the moment as a dramatic revelation. There is no thunderclap, no theatrical pause. The information appears almost casually, which somehow makes it even stranger. One conversation led to another. A historical reference required clarification. A timeline was explained. Then the scale of the situation became impossible to ignore. The year was not 1930. It was not 2030. It was not even 3030. According to the account, the world surrounding him existed nearly 2,000 years beyond his own lifetime. Most stories would treat that revelation as the climax. For Dienach, it was only the beginning. Because once the shock subsided, he began asking the question that would eventually fill hundreds of pages of notebooks. What happened in between? What happened to Europe? What happened to the nations he knew? What happened to humanity? And according to the manuscript, the answers would lead him through centuries of future history filled with catastrophes, migrations, vanished civilizations, lost worlds, and events so extraordinary that even Andreas Northam seemed unsure where to begin. Northam quickly realized that answering Dienach's questions would not be a matter of a few conversations. Every answer created 10 new questions. Every explanation opened another door. The world into which Dienach had awakened was so distant from his own that even the most ordinary details required interpretation. What surprised him most was not the technology or the architecture. It was the attitude of the people themselves. They seemed remarkably patient with him, not because he was a curiosity, although he certainly was that, but because he had become something far more valuable. He was a living witness from an era they could never visit. To them, Paul Dienach was not a traveller from the past. He was the past. The 20th century occupied a strange place in their understanding of history. They viewed it as a pivotal age, an era in which humanity possessed enormous power but lacked the wisdom to use it properly. Future historians spent years studying the period. Archives preserved records from it. Students learned about it. Yet despite all those efforts, much had been lost. Wars, disasters, political upheavals, and the passage of centuries had erased countless details. Entire collections of documents had vanished. Languages had evolved. Records had been destroyed. Future scholars often knew the broad outlines of history while remaining uncertain about countless smaller details. Dienach discovered that people frequently asked him questions that modern historians might ask a Roman citizen. What did daily life feel like? What did people believe? How did they spend their evenings? What frightened them? What did they dream about? The future possessed mountains of data, yet it still hungered for human perspective. That realization seems to have deeply affected him. For perhaps the first time, he began to understand how much of ordinary life disappears when enough centuries pass. The education he received in return was astonishing. Northam introduced him to historians, educators, and scholars who gradually began outlining the events that had transformed the world between the 20th century and their own age. Dienach expected to hear about technological revolutions. Instead, the first lessons focused on collapse. The future historians taught that humanity's greatest turning points had not emerged from invention, but from crisis. Population growth accelerated beyond what many systems could comfortably sustain. Political tensions intensified across continents. Economic inequalities widened. Competition for resources grew more severe. The people explaining these developments spoke calmly, but Dienach sensed that they were describing a period of profound instability. Looking back across nearly 2,000 years, they viewed the 21st century not as the dawn of a glorious future, but as the beginning of a long and turbulent transformation. What followed was remembered as one of the darkest periods in human history. The details varied depending upon the source consulted, but the broad picture remained consistent. Nations struggled, alliances fractured, large-scale conflicts erupted. Some regions recovered while others endured generations of disruption. Entire populations were displaced. Governments rose and fell. Future historians described centuries of upheaval that reshaped nearly every corner of the globe. What fascinated Dienach was the way these events were remembered. Nobody in the future spoke about them with triumph. Nobody romanticized them. The tone resembled the way modern historians discuss plagues or famines. These were not glorious struggles, they were tragedies. The losses were so extensive that future scholars sometimes referred to certain periods as historical shadows. Records existed, but they were incomplete. Large portions of humanity's story had vanished into gaps that could never be fully reconstructed. Some cities disappeared, some archives burned, some cultures survived only through fragments preserved elsewhere. Future researchers spent centuries trying to rebuild pieces of a puzzle that had already been broken long before they were born. Dienach became particularly interested in what happened to Europe. The answer surprised him. Europe still existed, of course, but the political landscape he knew had become almost unrecognizable. Borders shifted repeatedly over the centuries. Nations merged, divided, disappeared, and reappeared in new forms. Some identities survived, others faded. Future people seemed far less attached to national rivalries than the generations Dienach had known. Looking back, they often viewed the fierce nationalism of earlier centuries as one of humanity's most self-destructive habits. One lesson left a particularly strong impression on him. A historian explained that future students often struggled to understand why earlier societies devoted so much energy to conflict. The concept itself seemed strange to them. Entire generations had grown up in cultures that emphasized cooperation, education, and long-term planning. To their minds, many of the political disputes that dominated previous centuries appeared almost incomprehensible. Dienach noted this repeatedly. The future citizens he encountered were not obsessed with wealth. They were not obsessed with status. They were not obsessed with conquest. Education occupied a position of extraordinary importance. Lifelong learning was expected. Historical knowledge was valued. Public discussions often centered on philosophy, ethics, and collective decision-making. The people he met seemed less interested in competing with one another than in improving society itself. Naturally, he wanted to know how such a transformation had occurred. The answer, he was told, had taken centuries. Humanity did not simply wake up wiser one morning. The changes emerged gradually through countless reforms, disasters, lessons, and hard-earned experiences. The future people regarded history as a long educational process. Civilization learned, civilization failed, civilization learned again. Progress was neither smooth nor guaranteed. As his studies continued, Dienach began hearing about events that stretched far beyond Earth itself. At first, these references appeared only occasionally, a passing mention in a historical lecture, a brief comment during a discussion of population growth, an offhand remark that seemed too extraordinary to be real. Humanity, he learned, had eventually expanded beyond its home world. Settlements appeared elsewhere. New communities formed. Entire generations lived and died far from Earth. The subject fascinated him. Whenever the opportunity arose, he pressed for more information. Many of the people around him seemed reluctant to discuss it in detail, not because the topic was secret, because it was painful. Dienach gradually noticed a change in their tone whenever the conversation drifted toward humanity's expansion into space. The enthusiasm that accompanied discussions of education, philosophy, and social development often disappeared. Expressions became more subdued. Certain individuals seemed uncomfortable. Others grew quiet altogether. At first, he assumed he was imagining it. Then Northam confirmed his suspicions. One evening, while discussing the long history of humanity's future, Northam casually mentioned that one of the greatest tragedies ever experienced by the human race had not taken place on Earth. It had happened on Mars. For the first time since arriving in this distant age, Dienach sensed that he had stumbled upon a subject capable of disturbing even the people of the year 3906. And when he finally learned what they believed had happened there, the story became stranger than anything he had yet encountered. The next day, Dienach returned to the subject immediately. He later admitted that he could think about little else. Mars. The name alone would have sounded fantastical to most people living in the 1920s. Astronomers still debated what might exist on its surface. Newspapers occasionally published imaginative illustrations of canals and distant civilizations, yet the people around him spoke about Mars the way modern people might speak about a neighboring country. It was not a dream. It was not a theory. It was part of their history. And according to that history, it had ended in disaster. Northam explained that humanity's expansion beyond Earth had begun with enormous optimism. The early settlements were celebrated as triumphs. New cities appeared. Generations were born who had never walked beneath Earth's sky. Entire cultures emerged. Trade developed. Knowledge flowed between worlds. For a time, many believed humanity's future among the planets was inevitable. Then something happened. One of the peculiar characteristics of Dienach's account is that the details often remain frustratingly incomplete. Future historians knew the broad outline, but even they argued about portions of the story. Records had been lost. Archives had vanished. Centuries separated them from the events they studied. In some respects, Mars occupied the same place in their historical imagination that Atlantis occupies in ours. A catastrophe occurred. The settlements failed. The civilization collapsed. Millions disappeared from history. Exactly how it happened remained the subject of endless debate. Some believed environmental failure played a role. Others blamed political conflict. Still others pointed toward technological mistakes whose consequences spiraled beyond control. What mattered was not the cause, but the result. Humanity's first great civilization beyond Earth vanished, leaving behind ruins, mysteries, and unanswered questions that endured for centuries. Dienach was reportedly fascinated by the fact that even the people of 3906 possessed unsolved mysteries. He had imagined the future as a place where every question had been answered. Instead, he found a civilization with its own lost histories, disputed events, and historical enigmas. The future still had mysteries. It simply had different ones. That realization seems to have altered the way he viewed the people around him. Until then, they had appeared almost impossibly advanced. Now they seemed more familiar. They were still searching, still arguing, still trying to understand the past. Their past simply happened to include events separated from them by thousands of years. As his education continued, Northam introduced him to broader questions concerning humanity itself. One concept appears repeatedly throughout the notebooks. The future people believed civilization had passed through distinct stages of development, almost like the phases of a human life. They viewed the early centuries of industrial civilization as a turbulent adolescence. Humanity possessed intelligence but lacked maturity. It acquired tremendous power before fully understanding the consequences of its actions. Much of history, they believed, consisted of the species gradually learning how to survive its own capabilities. Dienach found this perspective fascinating because it transformed the entire story of civilization into something resembling personal growth. Wars, collapses, disasters, and recoveries became lessons rather than isolated events. The people of 3906 seemed convinced that progress was primarily moral and philosophical rather than technological. Their greatest achievement was not a machine. It was a way of thinking. Education occupied a central role in nearly every aspect of life. Citizens were encouraged to study history extensively. Knowledge was viewed not as a tool for personal advancement, but as a responsibility. The future society Dienach described appears almost obsessed with avoiding the mistakes of earlier ages. Historical memory became a kind of safeguard. The past was not forgotten. It was continuously examined. Yet perhaps the strangest aspect of all involved consciousness itself. As Dienach spent more time questioning scholars and researchers, he encountered ideas that stretched far beyond conventional science. The people around him seemed convinced that consciousness remained one of the least understood aspects of reality. Despite all their knowledge, despite their mastery of fields that would have appeared miraculous to 20th century observers, they still regarded the human mind as profoundly mysterious. Some of the discussions recorded in the notebooks become extraordinarily difficult to interpret. Future researchers allegedly debated the nature of awareness, identity, and existence itself. Certain theories suggested that consciousness might not be as tightly bound to time as earlier generations had assumed. Others proposed that rare anomalies occasionally produced experiences that appeared impossible from a conventional perspective. Dienach never fully understood these explanations. Neither, perhaps, do modern readers. Yet he became convinced that whatever had happened to him was connected to mysteries that future science had not completely solved. The longer he remained in that distant era, the more comfortable he became. He formed relationships. He learned. He studied. The shock of his arrival gradually faded. Daily life emerged. Conversations replaced confusion. Curiosity replaced fear. Then came the realization that troubled him more than anything else. He was beginning to forget his own century. The notebooks contain several passages in which Dienach expresses concern that memories of his former life were becoming less vivid. Faces blurred. Details faded. Events that once felt immediate seemed increasingly distant. It was as though his mind were adapting to its new surroundings. The possibility terrified him. If he remained long enough, would Paul Dienach disappear entirely? Would Andreas Northam remain? The question hangs over the later sections of the manuscript like a shadow. Then, just as unexpectedly as the experience began, it ended. One moment he was living within that distant future. The next he was opening his eyes in a Swiss hospital. The nurses were different. The room was different. The century was different. Everything he had learned, everyone he had met, every lesson, every conversation, every astonishing glimpse of humanity's future was suddenly gone, except for the memories. Those remained, and so he began writing, page after page, notebook after notebook. names, dates, historical events, descriptions, conversations, fragments of future history. He wrote because he feared forgetting. He wrote because the experience felt real. He wrote because he could not stop thinking about it. Years later, facing his own mortality, he handed those notebooks to Georgios Papachatzis. Then he died. The remarkable thing is not that people still debate the story. The remarkable thing is that the story survived at all. A Sikh teacher in the 1920s claimed to have spent months living nearly 2,000 years in humanity's future. He left behind thousands of words describing what he remembered. A student preserved them. Decades passed. Readers discovered them. Arguments began. Believers found evidence. Skeptics found questions. Neither side succeeded in ending the discussion. And perhaps that is fitting, because the mystery of Paul Dienach was never really about predicting the future. It was about a notebook, a dead teacher, a student who inherited something he could not explain, and a collection of memories that refused to stay buried. Somewhere in those pages, a man named Andreas Northam is still waiting in a future that may never arrive, explaining the rise and fall of civilizations to a bewildered school teacher from another age. Whether that future exists only in imagination or somewhere beyond the reach of ordinary experience remains unanswered. A century later, the notebooks are still asking the same question, and nobody has managed to answer it. There are men who vanish because they are running from something. There are men who vanish because somebody wants them gone. And then there are the very rare few who seem to disappear into the exact story they spent years warning everyone about, leaving behind court records, radio tapes, burned out equipment, frightened neighbours, a trail of stolen transformers, and one impossible claim spoken calmly into the dark, that he had built a machine which could tear a small hole in time. Michael Marcum was 21 years old when the story first slipped out of Missouri and into the strange, humming bloodstream of American midnight radio. He was young, poor, clever in the dangerous way, and already known by the nickname that would follow him into folklore, Madman. Not a stage name exactly, and not quite an insult either. It had the feeling of something earned in garages, in back rooms, in the blue-white snap of electrical arcs climbing between metal rods while everyone sensible stood well back. Marcum was not a professor in a clean laboratory. He was not a government physicist with a badge clipped to his shirt. He was a young man in rural Missouri with salvaged parts, a peculiar kind of patience, and the unnerving belief that time was not sealed shut. To him, it was a thing with seams, and if there were seams, he meant to find one. The first machine was not supposed to be a time machine. That is the detail that makes the whole thing feel worse, somehow, because the strangest stories often begin with a person doing something almost ordinary. Marcum said he had been trying to build a small Jacob's ladder, the old electrical device where a spark catches between two upright rods and climbs like a living thing, widening as it rises until it snaps out and begins again at the bottom. It is carnival science, mad scientist theatre. the sort of thing that looks dramatic even when it is only doing what electricity does. But Marcum's version had a strange little alteration. He said he used a laser taken from a compact disc player to help produce the arc, and during those first experiments, something happened over the gap that did not look like normal heat, normal light, or normal air. He saw a shimmer, not smoke, not flame, not the ordinary ripple that comes off hot pavement, a distortion hovering above the arc, as if the space itself had become unsettled. It was not large, not yet. It was the sort of thing another person might have ignored, or explained away, or watched once and then never spoken of again because it sounded too ridiculous. Marcum did not ignore it. He studied it. He watched the shimmer form over the electrical climb, watched it tremble in the air, and began to wonder whether the little homemade machine had produced something more than sparks. The question sitting in front of him was insane, but it was also simple. If the air above the arc was changing, what would happen if something passed through it? So he threw in a screw. That screw is the first real object in the legend, small enough to miss, ordinary enough to believe, and strange enough to make the story unforgettable. Marcum said he tossed it into the shimmering field above the Jacob's ladder, and the screw vanished. Not flew away, not dropped behind the table. Vanished for a fraction of a second, then came back. The delay was tiny, but to Marcum it was everything. Half a second, he would later suggest, as though the screw had not gone very far, only just ahead, just beyond the instant everyone else was living in. A little metal screw had stepped out of the present and returned damaged by almost nothing except implication. That was where Michael Marcum changed from a tinkerer into a man with a mission. Anyone else might have stopped there, and that is exactly why anyone else would have remained safe. Marcum did not want a parlour trick. He wanted scale. The small machine had shown him the door, or at least the outline of one, and the next thought was obvious to him in the way only dangerous thoughts are obvious. If a little field could move a screw half a second, then a larger field might move something farther. Seconds could become minutes. Minutes might become days. And if the machine could become powerful enough, perhaps a man could step through it and emerge somewhere no human being had any right to be. The problem was power. Time, if it could be touched at all, did not seem willing to move for a toy spark and a stolen CD laser. Marcum needed serious electricity, the kind that fed neighbourhoods and lit towns, the kind carried through equipment most people only notice when a storm knocks it down. In King City, Missouri, where the roads ran through farmland and the nights could feel extremely wide, there were transformers belonging to St. Joseph Light and Power. Marcum later admitted that he took them. 6 power transformers. Not because he wanted copper, not because he was stripping them for scrap, but because he believed they were the missing organs of a machine meant to open time. This is the part that separates Marcum from 1,000 fake time travel stories whispered online. There was a crime, there was equipment, there were police, there was a real arrest. The Transformers were not a rumour invented years later to make a dull story sharper. They were part of the record, and Marcum served time for taking them. But before the law caught up with him, those stolen Transformers allegedly became the heart of the larger machine, and the larger machine began to affect more than the objects placed inside it. It began to affect the town around it. The experiments caused brownouts, according to the account that followed him onto Art Bell's program. That detail has always felt horribly cinematic, but it is not cinematic in the bright, silly way. It is cinematic in the way a quiet town becomes aware that something is wrong before it understands the source. Lights dimming in houses, appliances faltering, the electrical grid sagging under some hidden private demand. Somewhere nearby, in a shed or garage or makeshift workspace, Marcum was feeding power into a device nobody around him had agreed to become part of, and the town itself began to blink. Imagine being one of those neighbours, seeing your lights dip for no reason, not knowing that a 21-year-old man was trying to force a hole open in the air. When police came looking, they were not looking for time travel. They were looking for stolen transformers and the cause of electrical disturbance. What they found, according to the legend as it entered radio history, was a young man building something that looked less like a normal criminal operation and more like the skeleton of a forbidden experiment. Marcum was arrested. The machine was interrupted. The first great attempt ended not with a triumphant leap into tomorrow, but with jail time, court trouble, and a nickname that sounded less like a joke every time someone repeated it. Then Art Bell entered the story. By April 18th, 1995, Michael Madman Marcum was no longer just a local oddity. He was a caller with a story perfectly shaped for the kingdom of late-night radio, and Art Bell was the right man to hear it. Bell did not host the night like a daytime interviewer. He sounded as though he were broadcasting from the edge of a desert, where ordinary facts grew thin, and every caller might be standing beside a locked door. Coast to Coast AM was where truckers, insomniacs, amateur scientists, abductees, prophets, lonely mechanics, and people with unprovable knowledge came to speak when the rest of the world had gone to bed. It was exactly the place where a young man from Missouri could explain, with unnerving seriousness, that a screw had gone half a second into the future. On that first interview, Marcum laid out the chronology. He did not present it as a campfire story. That is one reason it works so well. He spoke like someone describing a sequence of experiments, mistakes, adjustments, consequences. First, the Jacob's ladder, then the strange shimmer, then the screw, then the need for more power, then the transformers, then the brownouts, then the arrest. It had the odd rhythm of a confession and a lab report braided together. And Bell listened the way Bell listened best, giving the darkness room to breathe around the claim. Marcum was not merely saying he believed in time travel. He was saying he had seen the first primitive movement of it with his own eyes. The image at the centre of it remains beautiful and awful. Two rods, an electrical arc crawling upward, a laser from a disassembled CD player, and above it, a distortion in the air like a transparent bruise. Then a screw tossed into the shimmer, disappearing for that impossible sliver of time. It is such a small miracle that it becomes more disturbing than a grand one. Anyone can claim to have walked through a portal. Marcum's first claim was stranger because it was so modest. Not a man, not a car, not a grand leap into the future. A screw, a delay. half a second missing from an object no one would bother to mythologize unless something genuinely peculiar had happened. After jail, the story should have ended. Most men would come out embarrassed, broke, and chastened, with the full force of ordinary life pressing them back into obedience. Marcum did not return to ordinary life. He returned to the machine. This time, he said, he would do it legally. No stolen transformers, no power company raid, no crude theft from St. Joseph Light and Power. He would gather parts the proper way, build a second device, and continue the work. The second machine is where the legend grows darker, because it was not the chaotic first attempt of a young man drunk on voltage. It was presented as a continuation, a refined attempt. A man who had already lost his freedom over this idea came back and kept building. That matters. Whatever anyone wants to call it, obsession, discovery, madness, calling. It survived punishment. It survived public ridicule. It survived jail. By 1996, Marcum had returned to Art Bell and claimed he was close again. Not vaguely close, not someday. Close enough to give a number, 30 days. He said he was 30 days from completing the new machine, and those words would become one of the most chilling little countdowns in paranormal radio. 30 days until the machine worked. 30 days until Art Bell could perhaps see it. 30 days until Michael Marcum might attempt what he had been circling since the screw vanished in the shimmering field. Bell was intrigued enough that, according to later coast-to-coast summaries, he had planned to fly to St. Louis to videotape Marcum's machine once it was working. That is not a tiny detail. That is the point where the story nearly became visible. A radio legend, a camera, a trip to St. Louis, and a young inventor saying the device was almost ready. If everything had gone according to that plan, the Marcum story might not have remained a rumour living in recordings and retellings. There might have been footage. There might have been witnesses. There might have been a tape of the machine sitting there in its final form, humming with all the danger he had promised. But the story did not give us that tape. Instead, it gave us the tests. Marcum claimed he sent objects through the device, not one or two, but many. Around 200 items and small animals would become part of the later account, a number so specific that it gives the second machine the feeling of a private archive nobody has ever been allowed to examine. Metal pieces, common objects, living creatures, all passed through the field while Marcum watched for what came back, what changed, what vanished, and what emerged somewhere it should not have been. The smallness of the tests makes the story intimate. Before a man risks his own body, he tests the boundary with anything he can afford to lose. One of the strangest later accounts comes through the writer and paranormal researcher Jason Offert, who said he met Marcum and heard about some of the experiments. In one version, Marcum placed a grapefruit into the machine, and the grapefruit vanished, only to reappear outside in the parking lot. A grapefruit is almost absurd until you imagine it happening. The round, ordinary fruit sitting in the field, then gone, then discovered elsewhere. Not destroyed, not burned away, but relocated, as though the machine had not sent it cleanly through time, so much as thrown it sideways, through whatever space and time become when voltage begins to twist them together. That parking lot grapefruit has the same terrible quality as the screw. It is too odd to feel invented by committee. It is not glamorous. It is not cinematic in the obvious way. It is just wrong. A screw leaving the present for half a second, a grapefruit appearing outside, small animals reportedly sent through and returned, objects altered by an unseen passage. The machine, if Marcum's account is followed as true, was not behaving like a polished doorway. It was behaving like a wound, unstable, hungry, unpredictable, capable of taking things and giving them back with no explanation of where they had been. By then, Michael Marcum had become something more than a man building in Missouri. He had become a test subject, waiting for permission from no one. The logic of the story had been moving toward him from the beginning. A screw first, then more objects, then animals, then the inventor himself. That is always the fatal progression in stories like this, and Marcum seemed to understand it plainly. He told Art Bell he intended to go through, not in some far-off fantasy, but as the next stage of the experiment. The machine was not meant to remain a box for screws and fruit and frightened little creatures. It had been built, finally, for a human body. And then came the part that made the legend immortal. Michael Madman Marcum disappeared. The dates around the vanishing shift depending on the retelling, which only adds to the fog. Some accounts place the silence after 1997. Other coast-related summaries have used 1999. The central fact in the folklore is not the exact calendar square, but the sequence. Marcum said the machine was nearly finished, said he meant to travel through it, and then he dropped out of sight. For the listeners who had followed him across those late-night broadcasts, the disappearance did not feel like an ordinary absence. It felt like the final stage of the experiment had happened off-air. People began to ask the obvious question, the one the story had been daring them to ask all along. If a man says he is building a time machine, if he has already stolen transformers to power it, if his experiments have caused brownouts, if he has gone to jail and come back still determined, if he tells Art Bell he is about 30 days away, and if he then disappears, what are we supposed to think happened? The simplest answer was also the most impossible one. He stepped through. For years that was all anyone had. No dramatic farewell, no final broadcast from the machine room, no newspaper headline announcing a breakthrough, just a strange young inventor who had spent years talking about time travel, who claimed to be nearing completion of a machine designed to send a human being through an artificial distortion in space and time, and then a silence long enough to become its own character in the story. The silence is important because it created a vacuum, and vacuums have a habit of filling themselves. The recordings of Marcum's appearances on Art Bell began circulating among late-night radio enthusiasts. New listeners discovered the story years after the original broadcasts. Truck drivers heard it crossing deserts at 2 a.m. Paranormal researchers copied tapes for one another. Amateur physicists debated the electrical aspects of the machine. The story drifted through the strange ecosystem that existed before social media swallowed everything. In those days, legends moved more slowly. They accumulated details. They aged. They became weathered around the edges. By the early 2000s, Michael Marcum had become one of those names that would surface whenever people discussed unexplained disappearances. And what made his case unusually durable was that there was a real person at the center of it. There really had been a Michael Marcum. There really had been stolen transformers. There really had been an arrest. There really were recordings of him speaking. Most paranormal stories eventually collapse because there is no foundation underneath them. Marcum's story had foundations. The mystery existed because the foundations were real. As the years passed, stories began collecting around his disappearance. Some listeners believed he had died during an experiment. Others believed the machine had catastrophically failed, and he had simply chosen to disappear from public life out of embarrassment. But among Art Bell's audience, another possibility refused to die. What if the machine had worked? The question sounds absurd until you remember how the story had been built. Not all at once, but step by step. A shimmer over an electrical arc, a disappearing screw, larger experiments, objects that allegedly vanished and reappeared elsewhere, small animals sent through the field, a second machine under construction, a man announcing he intended to use it himself. There is a kind of narrative gravity there. Once people heard the entire sequence, many found themselves arriving at the same destination. If everything before the disappearance was true, then perhaps the disappearance itself was simply the final experiment. Around this time, another strange thread entered the story, through reports involving a man named Jason Offutt. Offutt was a Missouri author and researcher with a long interest in unusual phenomena. Unlike many people discussing Marcum, Offutt claimed to have actually met him. That detail matters because by then Marcum had become almost mythical. There were plenty of people repeating his story, but comparatively few claiming direct contact. According to Offutt, Marcum described experiences that sounded less like a clean scientific breakthrough and more like encounters with something unstable and difficult to control. The machine, in these accounts, did not behave like a perfectly engineered doorway. It behaved like a force that occasionally produced results nobody fully understood. One of the stranger stories involved the grapefruit experiment. Marcum reportedly placed the fruit into the machine and watched it disappear. Later, it was allegedly found outside in a parking lot. The image is almost comical at first glance, but it becomes unsettling the longer one thinks about it. A grapefruit has no motive. It cannot walk. It cannot roll through walls. Yet there it was, reportedly relocated beyond the machine itself. Another account suggested that some objects returned with signs of damage inconsistent with ordinary wear. There were stories of missing time during tests, odd behavior surrounding equipment, and the persistent sense that the machine's effects extended beyond what Marcum expected. The details varied from telling to telling, but the underlying theme remained remarkably consistent. The machine appeared capable of producing displacement. Not destruction, displacement. That distinction would become central to everything that followed. By the middle of the 2000s, Michael Marcum occupied a peculiar place in American paranormal culture. He was not famous in the conventional sense. He was not appearing on television. He was not publishing books. He was not touring conference halls. Instead, he existed almost entirely inside the story itself. Listeners would discover an old Art Bell recording and ask, "Whatever happened to that guy?" Someone else would answer, "Nobody knows." Then the discussion would begin all over again. There is something powerful about an unfinished narrative. Human beings dislike open doors. We want endings. We want explanations. We want the final chapter. Marcum's story had no final chapter. The machine was supposedly nearing completion. The inventor intended to use it. Then he vanished, and that was where the record stopped. Or, at least, that was where people believed it stopped. Then, nearly 20 years after those original broadcasts, something unexpected happened. Michael Marcum came back. Not through a rumor, not through a friend of a friend, not through a second-hand account buried in an obscure forum. He appeared himself. The effect on long-time listeners was extraordinary. Imagine hearing a story for nearly 2 decades, assuming it had become another unsolved radio mystery, only to discover that the central figure was suddenly speaking again. The man many believed had disappeared into his own experiment was once more telling his story in his own voice. And the story he told was stranger than almost anyone expected. According to Marcum, he had indeed used the machine. What followed, he claimed, was not a smooth journey into the future, and certainly not a triumphant scientific achievement. Instead, he described waking up hundreds of miles away, confused, disoriented, alone. The exact details varied in different retellings, but the broad outline remained consistent. Marcum claimed he found himself somewhere near Ohio, far from where he expected to be. More disturbing still was the issue of time itself. He believed he had arrived roughly 2 years in the future, not centuries, not millennia, 2 years. That detail has always fascinated me because it mirrors the earlier experiments. The machine never supposedly jumped objects vast distances through history. The screw had moved a fraction of a second. The machine's behavior, if followed through Marcum's own account, appeared incremental, unstable, measured in small dislocations rather than enormous leaps. A machine that moved a screw half a second. A machine that moved a man 2 years. The scale had changed, but the pattern remained strangely familiar. Marcum claimed the experience left him with significant memory problems. He reportedly struggled to piece together what had happened. There were periods that seemed fragmented or incomplete. Rather than emerging as a celebrated inventor, he described a difficult and confusing existence spent trying to understand how he had arrived where he was. It was not the story people expected. Had he wanted attention, He could have described gleaming future cities or astonishing technologies. He could have claimed to have seen world-changing events. Instead, the account felt oddly mundane, and therefore, to some listeners, more believable. There were no crystal towers, no flying cars, no grand revelations, just confusion, displacement, missing time, and the unsettling conviction that the machine had done exactly what he had built it to do. The reaction was immediate. Skeptics dismissed everything. Believers saw confirmation. But neither group could entirely eliminate one uncomfortable fact. The story now had a shape, not proof, a shape. A young inventor discovers an anomaly. He scales up the experiments. He becomes obsessed. He announces a human test. He disappears. Years later, he returns describing the very outcome his machine had been designed to produce. Whether one accepts his account or not, it is difficult to deny how neatly the pieces fit together, almost too neatly, and that is where the mystery deepens, because the more researchers examined Marcum's later claims, the more they found themselves confronting a question that had been hiding in the background from the beginning. If the machine worked even once, where did the idea come from? Because by Marcum's own description, he had not set out to build a time machine at all. He had stumbled onto something unexpected, something hiding inside a homemade electrical experiment. And if that is true, then the most frightening possibility is not that Michael Marcum built a machine capable of moving through time. The most frightening possibility is that he built it accidentally. One of the things that has always fascinated me about the Michael Marcum story is that the machine itself almost disappears from the narrative after a while. Most people remember the Transformers. They remember Art Bell. They remember the claim of time travel. But if you spend enough time reading old discussions, listening to archived broadcasts, and following the strange trail left behind by those who encountered Marcum, you begin to notice that the machine gradually stops being the central mystery. The central mystery becomes Michael himself. Because, unlike fictional inventors, Marcum never really behaved like someone seeking fame. He did not build a company. He did not create a movement. He did not spend years touring conferences, selling tickets and photographs. In fact, one of the oddest aspects of the entire story is how little he seemed interested in turning the legend into a career. For long stretches of time, he simply vanished from public attention entirely, which only encouraged people to wonder what else might have happened during those missing years. There are stories, difficult to verify, but repeated often enough to become part of the folklore, that Marcum became increasingly convinced there were aspects of the machine he did not fully understand. Some listeners came away with the impression that he believed the effects were larger than simple movement through time. The machine, according to these interpretations, may have been interacting with reality itself in ways that were unpredictable. That sounds dramatic until you remember the details that allegedly troubled him. Objects did not always behave consistently. Some appeared where they should not have appeared. Some reportedly returned altered. The effects were not clean. They were messy. That may be the most unsettling detail in the entire case. If a machine genuinely transported something through time, one might imagine it operating with mechanical precision. You step in here and emerge there. Cause and effect remain intact. The universe continues to behave like a well-organized railway timetable. Marcum's machine sounded nothing like that. It sounded wild. It sounded experimental. It sounded like a person poking a hole into something he did not understand, and then watching whatever happened next. That distinction is important because it changes the character of the mystery. Suddenly the story is not about an inventor confidently mastering time. It is about a young man stumbling into territory that may have been far stranger than he originally imagined. Some of the most persistent discussions surrounding Marcum involve the possibility that location and time were somehow connected within the machine's effects. This theory emerged because of the reports that certain objects appeared in unexpected places. If true, it suggests that movement through time may not have been separate from movement through space. A traveller might not simply arrive in a different year, they might arrive in a different place altogether. That possibility casts a strange shadow over Marcum's later account of finding himself hundreds of miles away. It also raises another question. How would anyone navigate such a machine? Imagine standing before a device that does not merely move you forward in time, but also shifts your physical location unpredictably. Imagine stepping into the field and emerging in another state, another city, another landscape entirely. The machine would be less like a road and more like a storm. That image appears repeatedly in discussions about Marcum's work. Not a vehicle, not a doorway, a storm. Something capable of carrying a person somewhere unexpected, and storms leave people scattered. One of the most intriguing figures connected to the story is Art Bell himself. Bell heard thousands of extraordinary claims throughout his career. Aliens, ghosts, secret military projects, hidden civilizations beneath the earth, psychic phenomena, mysterious lights in the desert. Yet the Marcum story remained one he continued discussing years after the original broadcasts. That fact alone has helped keep the legend alive. Bell was not easily shocked. He had spent decades listening to impossible stories. Yet Michael Marcum remained lodged in the memory of both the host and his audience. Perhaps it was because Marcum's story possessed something many paranormal tales lack: progression. The events unfolded in stages. Every development seemed to lead naturally toward the next. A young man discovers an anomaly. He experiments. He scales up. He becomes obsessed. He plans a human test. Then comes the disappearance. Then comes the return. The structure is almost too perfect, which is precisely why people continue talking about it decades later. There is another curious detail often overlooked. Marcum's machine emerged during a period when garages still produced strange inventors. The 1990s occupied an unusual place in history. The internet existed, but it had not yet become the giant archive it would later become. Information travelled differently. Communities formed around radio programs, newsletters, phone calls, and personal meetings. Stories retained a roughness they often lose today. Had Marcum appeared 10 years later, there might have been live streams, videos, photographs, and endless online documentation. Instead, there are gaps. And mysteries thrive in gaps. We know just enough to keep asking questions, not enough to stop. Over time, listeners began comparing Marcum to other famous figures associated with time anomalies. Some compared him to John Titor, the alleged time traveller who appeared online years later. Others compared him to inventors from older folklore, men who vanished while pursuing forbidden knowledge. Yet Marcum never fit comfortably into those categories because his story lacked one crucial ingredient: grandiosity. He never claimed to have altered history. He never claimed to have met kings. He never claimed to have witnessed the end of civilization. The scale remained oddly personal, almost provincial. A young man from Missouri builds a machine. The machine behaves strangely. The young man disappears. That is all. And somehow that feels more believable than many larger stories, because the mystery remains human-sized. When people discuss Michael Marcum today, they often focus on whether time travel is possible. Personally, I think the more interesting question is different. What did Michael Marcum believe? Because belief has consequences. Belief led him to steal transformers. Belief led him to endure arrest and jail. Belief led him to continue building after punishment. Belief led him back onto Art Bell's program. Belief led him toward a machine he intended to enter himself. Whether the machine worked or not, that level of conviction is extraordinary. Most people abandon ideas long before they cost them freedom. Marcum did the opposite. The more the idea cost him, the tighter he seemed to hold on. That is the sort of behaviour historians often notice only in retrospect. Explorers, inventors, mystics, alchemists, pioneers, visionaries, and occasionally madmen share one dangerous trait. They continue long after sensible people have stopped. Long after warning signs appear, long after common sense has packed its bags and gone home. Michael Marcum continued, and perhaps that is why his story still feels unfinished, because even now there is a peculiar sensation surrounding the case, as though something remains unresolved. Not the technical questions, not the physics, not the engineering, the human story. The feeling that somewhere, buried beneath all the rumours and recordings and speculation, there is a final piece that has not yet surfaced. Perhaps it never will. Perhaps the truth disappeared with the machine. Or perhaps the truth is much stranger than that. Perhaps somewhere in the late 1990s, in a room filled with electrical arcs and scavenged equipment, a young inventor from Missouri succeeded just enough to create a problem no one had ever encountered before. And if that happened, if only for a moment, then Michael Madman Marcum may not have built the world's first time machine. He may have become its first missing person. There are places in England where the land feels older than Christianity, older than the villages built beneath it, older than memory itself. Places where the hedgerows seem to hold conversations after dark, where church bells sound unwelcome against the wind, and where local people still lower their voices when certain names are spoken aloud. Meon Hill is one of those places, rising above Lower Quinton and Upper Quinton in Warwickshire, not far from Stratford upon Avon. The hill has carried stories for centuries like burrs caught in old wool, phantom animals, headless women, buried treasure, vanishing riders, witchcraft killings, warnings in the mist, and eventually, in February of 1945, the savage murder of Charles Walton, which would turn the hill from a local dread into one of the most infamous landscapes in Britain. But Charles Walton was not the beginning of the mystery. He was the culmination of it. Long before the police ever climbed the slopes of Meon Hill, the place already had a reputation among the villages surrounding it. Older people in Lower Quinton spoke about the hill the way sailors speak about dangerous water. Not every story was written down, and perhaps that makes them more dangerous. They survived because they were repeated quietly, person to person, beside fireplaces and pub walls, until eventually outsiders began collecting them in books and county folklore records. One of the oldest tales says the devil himself created Meon Hill. The story was still being repeated in Warwickshire well into the 19th century. According to local tradition, Old Nick stood on nearby Ilmington Hill watching the construction of Evesham Abbey. Furious at the razing of a holy place, he tore a massive clod of earth from the ground and hurled it towards the abbey in an attempt to destroy it. The earth never reached its target. It landed in Warwickshire and became Meon Hill. In some tellings, Saint Egwine intervened. In others, the devil simply missed. But the important thing was not the theology. The important thing was that generations of people believed the hill itself came from violence. The summit of Meon Hill contains ancient earthworks dating back thousands of years. Long before the Norman churches and the farms and the narrow village lanes, prehistoric people occupied the hilltop. Archaeologists would later classify the remains as an Iron Age hill fort, with much older occupation beneath it. Roman artifacts were found nearby. Celtic currency bars were reportedly unearthed there in the 18th and 19th centuries. That discovery fed another long-running local obsession: buried treasure. For years, villagers whispered about hidden gold and ancient valuables beneath the hill, sometimes guarded by spirits or strange apparitions. Treasure stories are common across Britain, but Meon Hill's versions always carried something slightly darker. The treasure was not meant to be found. The hill kept what belonged to it. An old Warwickshire rhyme warned, If Meon Hill be all mist and smoke, men of Crimscote look for a stroke. Nobody could entirely agree what the stroke meant. Sudden death, disaster, violence, a bad season. But the rhyme survived because local people believed the hill announced trouble before it arrived. A ring of fog around Meon Hill was not simply weather, it was a warning. Then there were the huntsmen. For centuries, stories circulated of ghost riders crossing the slopes after midnight. One of the earliest tales involved a huntsman who rode with his dogs across Meon Hill on the Sabbath, refusing to honour the holy day. According to the legend, the earth opened beneath him and swallowed the entire hunting party whole. Afterwards, people claimed to hear hounds in the darkness on Sunday nights, sometimes accompanied by distant horns moving across the ridge line. The story belonged to the ancient tradition of the wild hunt, a belief found across northern Europe involving spectral riders, phantom dogs, and doomed souls moving through the night sky before death or catastrophe. What makes the Meon Hill versions unsettling is how many witnesses insisted the sounds were real. In the late 19th century, a farm labourer from Lower Quinton, named Elias Seabrook, reportedly told neighbours he heard hounds moving over the hill one winter evening, despite seeing no riders and no animals in the fog. Another villager, Martha Haynes of Ilmington, claimed her father refused to cross the hill after dark because he once heard horse tack and breathing directly behind him for nearly half a mile, with nothing visible in the lane. These accounts appeared in fragments later collected by local folklorists, including the Reverend James Harvey Bloom, who spent years documenting customs and superstitions around Warwickshire and Shakespeare country. Bloom would become one of the most important figures connected to Meon Hill because he preserved stories that otherwise might have vanished entirely. In 1929, he published Folklore, Old Customs and Superstitions in Shakespeare Land, a strange and deeply atmospheric collection of local accounts gathered from villagers, labourers, clergy, and elderly residents throughout Warwickshire. Buried within the book was a story involving Meon Hill that would become horrifying decades later. According to Bloom, a young ploughboy named Charles Walton encountered a large black dog repeatedly while crossing the hill in 1885. The dog was described as unnaturally large, black as soot, and silent. Walton reportedly saw the creature 9 separate times. On the final encounter, the animal appeared beside a headless woman. When Walton reached home, he discovered his sister had died. Years later, police investigating the 1945 murder would become convinced the boy in Bloom's story was the same Charles Walton who was eventually killed on Meon Hill. That detail changed everything. The black dog is one of the oldest supernatural traditions in Britain. In Yorkshire, it was called Barguest. In East Anglia, Black Shuck. In Lancashire, Trash. These creatures were usually death omens. They appeared before funerals, murders, or family tragedy. But the Meon Hill dog gained a different quality after Walton's death, because it seemed attached specifically to the hill itself, not wandering through the countryside randomly, but returning to one place over and over again like a guardian. And there were more sightings. In the early 20th century, a shepherd named Frederick Gibbons reportedly encountered a black animal near the summit while moving sheep at dusk. He later described the creature as too large for any farm dog, Another villager from Lower Quinton claimed the animal's eyes appeared the colour of candle flames. Neither man became famous. Their account survived only because local people repeated them afterwards, when the Walton murder transformed the hill into national news. The headless woman also became part of the hill's mythology long before modern paranormal investigators arrived there with tape recorders and cameras. Some versions describe her wearing grey, others say black. A few accounts claimed she moved soundlessly beside hedges at twilight before disappearing into the mist. An elderly woman named Mrs. Ada Whitlock allegedly told a Stratford journalist in the 1930s that her uncle saw the figure standing near the old camp earthworks and refused to walk that route again for years afterward. And then there were the lights. This detail rarely appears in modern retellings because it sounds too much like fiction, but scattered Warwickshire accounts mention strange lights appearing near Meon Hill long before electricity reached many of the surrounding farms. Some described blue, lantern-like glows moving near the summit. Others spoke about drifting lights crossing the ridge after midnight. One account from around 1904 involved two men from Mickleton who reportedly watched a moving star descend behind the hill and vanish among the trees. They searched for a fire the following morning and found nothing. Certain villagers believed the lights marked hidden treasure beneath the hill. Others believed they marked graves. The region surrounding Meon Hill also carried one of the strongest witchcraft traditions left in England. Nearby Long Compton became infamous in 1875 after an elderly woman named Anne Tennant was murdered by farm worker John Haywood, who believed she was a witch. Haywood attacked Tennant with a pitchfork after claiming she caused illness and misfortune through supernatural means. Witnesses later described him shouting accusations of witchcraft during the attack. The murder horrified Warwickshire, but it also exposed something deeply uncomfortable. Old beliefs had not vanished from the countryside. Not completely. People still feared curses. They still visited cunning folk. They still nailed horseshoes above doors and spoke carefully around certain families. That atmosphere matters enormously when discussing Meon Hill because the villages surrounding it existed in a strange halfway world during the early 20th century. Radios and tractors existed beside folk charms and harvest omens. Christianity existed beside much older superstitions. A man could attend church on Sunday and still quietly fear the evil eye. Several families around Lower Quinton allegedly carried reputations for knowing things. One local account, collected by folklorist Christina Hole, described villagers avoiding particular cottages after dark because of whispered associations with charms and curses. Another described a woman near Long Compton who reportedly healed livestock illnesses by speaking over bowls of water gathered before sunrise. And hanging above all of it was Meon Hill itself, visible from miles away like an enormous sleeping thing. By the 1930s, outsiders occasionally visited the hill specifically because of its reputation. Walkers from Stratford-upon-Avon sometimes asked local people about the ghost dogs or the buried treasure stories. Most villagers laughed them off publicly, but privately, many still refused to cross certain footpaths at night. One path in particular ran near the old earthworks, close to where Charles Walton would eventually die. People already avoided it before the murder, and after 1945, almost nobody walked it alone. There are places where folklore survives because it is written down, and there are places where folklore survives because people are frightened enough to keep repeating it. Meon Hill belonged to the second category. The stories around the hill did not feel decorative to the people living beneath it. They felt inherited, passed along carefully, like warnings. One of the strangest things about the Meon Hill accounts is how often the witnesses sound embarrassed while telling them. Many of the older Warwickshire testimonies were given reluctantly, usually after insistence from journalists, vicars, folklorists, or visiting researchers. Again and again, the witnesses tried to distance themselves from what they had seen before, eventually describing it anyway. That reluctance gives the stories weight. These were not theatrical occultists trying to become famous. Most were farmers, labourers, widows, shepherds, or tradesmen from villages where public ridicule mattered. And yet the stories persisted. The black dog remained the most feared of all the Meon Hill manifestations. Long before Charles Walton's death, people in Lower Quinton described the animal less as a ghost and more as something that belonged to the hill itself. One elderly account collected in the early 20th century described it as watching the lanes. Another claimed it moved without sound, even in wet leaves. A woman named Edith Loxley, who lived near Mickleton during the 1890s, reportedly told neighbours about an encounter while returning home after visiting family near Lower Quinton. According to later retellings, she noticed what she thought was a calf standing beside a gate in fading light. As she approached, she realised the animal was much too large. She later described it as black like chimney soot after rain, with eyes the colour of hot metal. The thing allegedly began walking beside her without making a sound. Loxley said she could hear her own boots on the lane, but nothing from the creature itself. No breathing, no claws, no movement in the grass. When she reached the first cottages outside Mickleton, the animal vanished. For years afterward, she reportedly refused to travel that road after sunset. Another account came from a shepherd named Arthur Hibbett, who worked fields near the slope of Meon Hill shortly before the First World War. Hibbett allegedly encountered the animal during lambing season, while carrying a lantern across a lower pasture after midnight. According to local retellings, the dog stood directly in the gateway ahead of him. Hibbett later swore the animal's head reached nearly to the top rail of the gate. When he lifted the lantern higher, the thing did not react. It simply stared at him. Then, according to Hibbett, the lantern flame went out on its own, not flickered, not dimmed, out. Hibbett reportedly abandoned the lantern and ran the remaining distance back to the farmhouse in complete darkness. His employer later claimed the man arrived white as lime wash and refused to go back for the lantern until daylight. When they returned the next morning, the lantern was still standing upright beside the gate, but the oil inside had somehow frozen solid, despite temperatures being above freezing that night. The old people of Warwickshire took details like that very seriously. The headless woman appeared less frequently, but the witnesses describing her often sounded far more disturbed afterward. Unlike the black dog, which usually appeared at a distance or in lanes, the woman was often encountered suddenly and at close range. One of the oldest surviving stories involved a farm worker named Benjamin Croft, who reportedly crossed the lower slopes of Meon Hill sometime in the 1870s while returning from chipping Campden. According to the account later repeated in Stratford papers, Croft noticed a woman standing beside the path wearing what he first mistook for a dark shawl over her shoulders. As he approached, he realized the figure had no head. Croft later described the body as wrong somehow at the top, with folds of cloth gathered where the neck should have been. The figure allegedly began moving toward him without sound. Croft fled downhill and reportedly became so ill afterward that a local doctor was summoned to his cottage. Years later, another witness named Clara Wentworth of Lower Quinton claimed she saw a similar figure standing beside hedges near the old camp earthworks at dusk. Wentworth allegedly told neighbours the woman seemed to fade in pieces into the mist while standing completely motionless. But perhaps the most unsettling account was connected directly to Charles Walton himself. The Reverend James Harvey Bloom did not merely record the black dog story involving young Charles Walton in 1885. According to later retellings surrounding Bloom's research, Walton allegedly described the headless woman accompanying the animal during the final sighting. The image would become horribly prophetic decades later, after Walton himself was found dead beneath Meon Hill. People in Lower Quinton whispered that the hill had marked him when he was still a boy. There were also stories involving voices. This detail is often overlooked because it sounds less dramatic than ghostly apparitions. But in many rural hauntings, voices are treated as more dangerous than visual sightings. You can convince yourself you missaw something in fog. Hearing your name spoken clearly in an empty field is harder to dismiss. A labourer named Ernest Dyer reportedly told a local publican in the 1920s that he heard somebody calling to him repeatedly near Meon Hill after dark while cycling home from Ilmington. Dyer stopped several times believing someone was injured nearby. Each time the voice seemed farther away. Eventually, according to the story, he realised the voice was using his nickname. A nickname very few people knew. When Dyer finally reached Lower Quinton, he discovered the voice sounded exactly like his dead brother. Another witness, Sarah Elwell, claimed she heard church bells ringing from the summit of Meon Hill during heavy fog in the winter of 1912, despite there being no church on the hill itself. Elwell later described the sound as buried beneath the wind. Her husband reportedly heard it too. And then there were the hounds. The phantom huntsman stories around Meon Hill did not remain confined to ancient legend. Even into the 20th century, local people claimed to hear dogs moving across the hill at impossible hours. A particularly strange account surfaced in the 1930s involving a postman named Leonard Bicknell. While crossing a lane beneath Meon Hill during early morning deliveries, Bicknell reportedly heard what he believed was a hunting party moving rapidly through thick fog uphill from his position. He described multiple hounds, horses, chains, and men shouting to one another. Yet according to Bicknell, the sounds were wrong somehow, distant and close simultaneously. He waited beside the hedge, expecting riders to emerge. None did. The sounds allegedly continued directly past him, despite nothing visible appearing in the lane. Bicknell later refused to discuss the experience publicly, after villagers mocked him in the pub. But privately, several older residents admitted they believed him. The Hill also gathered stories involving missing time. In one account repeated locally before the Second World War, 2 young men from Stratford-upon-Avon supposedly climbed Meon Hill during summer and became disoriented in sudden fog near the summit. According to later retellings, the pair believed only 20 or 30 minutes had passed before they descended again. But when they returned to Lower Quinton, nearly 5 hours had elapsed. One of the men allegedly became extremely agitated whenever the event was mentioned afterward, and refused to revisit the hill entirely. The older villagers were unsurprised. Some claimed the summit of Meon Hill had always been thin. That was the word occasionally used in Warwickshire folklore for places where the ordinary world behaved strangely. Thin places, places where people became lost, heard voices, saw lights, or encountered things not easily explained. Certain people also believed the hill attracted storms unnaturally. Farmers around Lower Quinton reportedly spoke about weather forming rapidly around Meon Hill, even when surrounding areas remained clear. A shepherd named Thomas Arkell allegedly swore he once watched fog descend over the summit, like a curtain dropping. Another local man claimed lightning struck near the ancient earthworks repeatedly during summer storms, while nearby fields remained untouched. And then there were the lights. The lights are perhaps the most genuinely unnerving detail because the accounts span generations and remain remarkably consistent. Blue lights, small drifting lights, lantern-like glows moving silently near the summit. One 19th century account described a light that walked. Another claimed 2 floating lights moved along the ridge before suddenly descending into the earth itself. A woman named Margaret Kettle reportedly told relatives she witnessed a pale light hovering over the old camp one autumn evening before it broke apart like sparks. Some villagers believed the lights marked buried treasure beneath the hill. Others believed they were spirits. A few believed they were warnings. And always, hanging behind all of it, was the feeling that Meon Hill itself possessed memory, that the hill kept track of people, that it noticed who crossed it, that certain names returned there again and again for reasons nobody fully understood. By the early 1940s, Charles Walton was already an old man, quiet, solitary, known throughout Lower Quinton for his lifelong routines and strange little habits, and although outsiders would later portray him simply as a harmless elderly farm labourer, the older villagers remembered something else. They remembered the stories attached to his name since childhood, and some of them believed Meon Hill had never stopped following him. By the time the Second World War reached its final years, Meon Hill already carried the weight of several centuries worth of stories, not one great haunting, but layer upon layer of smaller ones. That was what made the place feel so dangerous. Almost nobody claimed the hill held a single evil presence. Instead, people described it as crowded, as though strange things collected there naturally, the way rainwater gathers in low ground. The older residents of Lower Quinton sometimes referred to the summit simply as the camp, a leftover name from the ancient earthworks above the villages. Children were warned not to wander there alone. Certain families avoided crossing the ridge after dusk entirely. Even practical men who laughed publicly at ghost stories often behaved strangely around the hill, without seeming to notice it themselves. Routes changed after dark. Gates were avoided. Conversations lowered in volume once the hill became visible through a window. And there was another detail that surfaced repeatedly in local accounts. Animals disliked certain parts of Meon Hill. A farmer named George Hathaway reportedly told a Stratford journalist in the 1930s that horses occasionally refused to cross a particular track near the old earthworks, for no reason a man could see. Hathaway allegedly described one mare becoming so distressed near the summit that it attempted to throw itself sideways through a hedge rather than continue uphill. Another account involved sheep gathering tightly together near certain sections of the slope during fog despite there being no visible predator nearby. A shepherd named Daniel Pierce supposedly remarks that the animals behaved as though something were among them. Pierce later claimed he heard movement circling the flock after dark without finding any foxes or stray dogs. People who live in rural places tend to trust animals more than theories. If the livestock feared something, farmers paid attention. One particularly old belief connected Meon Hill to witchcraft gatherings, not modern theatrical occultism with candles and robes, but older countryside beliefs involving curses, charms, healing rites, and seasonal rituals. Warwickshire had carried witch traditions for centuries, especially around Long Compton and the villages bordering the Rollright Stones. Even during the early 20th century, stories persisted about cunning folk operating quietly in isolated cottages. Particularly older women consulted for livestock illness, missing property, infertility, and bad luck. A woman named Eliza Barnsley from near Ilmington was allegedly known for lifting curses during the late 19th century. Local stories claimed farmers secretly visited her after dark carrying pieces of horse tack, wool, or small jars of water. Another figure, referred to only as Old Mother Redcap in scattered county folklore notes, was said to live near the Warwickshire border and perform strange rites involving rowan branches and bowls of ash. Whether these women truly practiced folk magic or simply benefited from frightened imaginations, almost ceased to matter after enough people believed in them. And Meon Hill kept appearing in the stories. One account collected years later by folklorist Christina Hole described a labourer claiming he saw firelight moving near the summit one autumn evening shortly before midnight. According to the witness, several figures appeared to be standing in a circle. He initially assumed poachers were camped illegally on the hill, but then noticed the lights moving too strangely, dipping and rising in coordinated patterns before disappearing completely. Another villager claimed to hear singing on the hill during certain nights of the year, despite there being no visible people present. The songs were described as low and rhythmic, like church music remembered incorrectly. And then there was the account involving the child. This story circulated quietly around Lower Quinton for years before Charles Walton's death made people revisit it with fresh fear. According to local retellings, a young girl from the village became lost while walking near Meon Hill sometime around 1918. After several frantic hours searching lanes and nearby fields, villagers reportedly found her sitting calmly near the old camp earthworks just before dawn. When asked where she had been, the girl allegedly replied that the ladies on the hill had been talking to her. The detail that unsettled people most was what came next. According to the story, the child described the women's clothing as very old and claimed none of them had shadows. For years afterward, the girl reportedly refused to discuss the incident. Stories involving hidden entrances beneath the hill also became surprisingly common. Several older residents claimed there were tunnels running under Meon Hill connecting to ancient chambers or forgotten passages. Most treasure legends eventually drift toward hidden tunnels, but the Meon Hill versions often included another detail: voices underground. A quarry worker named Albert Meacham supposedly claimed he heard knocking beneath the earth while working near the lower slope during the 1920s. Another labourer allegedly described hearing what sounded like distant chanting underground after heavy rain loosened part of the hillside. The strangest tunnel account involved a farmhand named Percy Grafton. According to local retellings, Grafton discovered a narrow opening partly concealed by brush near the summit, while searching for a missing ewe sometime before the war. He later described feeling cold air coming from inside, despite warm weather outside. Grafton reportedly entered briefly, using a lantern before retreating almost immediately. When asked what frightened him, he supposedly answered, "There were footprints already in there." The implication being that somebody or something had recently emerged from the passage rather than entered it. After Charles Walton's murder, stories like these spread beyond Warwickshire and became tangled together with national fascination surrounding witchcraft and ancient evil. But many of the stories were already old by then. That is the important detail. The hill's reputation did not begin with the murder. The murder merely dragged everything else into daylight. There were also accounts involving impossible silence. Several witnesses over the years described certain parts of Meon Hill becoming unnaturally quiet without warning, birds stopping entirely, wind vanishing, livestock falling still. A man named Richard Elkes reportedly experienced this while crossing the hill shortly before sunset during the 1930s. According to his account, every sound around him ceased simultaneously for several seconds. No wind, no sheep, no insects, nothing. Then he heard footsteps behind him. Elkes turned expecting another walker. Nobody was there. The footsteps allegedly continued for several moments before stopping directly behind him. He later claimed he ran nearly the entire distance back to Lower Quinton. One elderly villager later described the phenomenon by saying, "The hill listens before it does anything." That sentence stayed with people, especially after 1945. The hill's relationship with death also became part of its mythology long before Charles Walton entered the story. There were older reports of suicides near the slopes, fatal accidents, and sudden illnesses associated by locals with crossing certain parts of the ridge after dark. Some of these accounts were certainly exaggerated over time, but the pattern mattered more than strict historical certainty. Meon Hill developed the kind of reputation where ordinary tragedies slowly transformed into evidence. And then there were the dreams. This detail appears repeatedly in scattered folklore collections connected to Warwickshire villages near the hill. Certain people claimed to dream about Meon Hill before deaths or bad events occurred nearby. A woman from Mickleton allegedly dreamed of black dogs running across snow shortly before her brother died unexpectedly. Another account involved a farm worker dreaming of lights moving above the summit before a barn fire destroyed part of a neighbouring property days later. Coincidence gradually became atmosphere. Atmosphere became belief, and belief became part of daily life around the hill. By the early 1940s, Charles Walton was one of the oldest surviving links to the older Warwickshire countryside. He had spent nearly his entire life beneath Meon Hill. He knew every hedge path, every gate, every field boundary. He had grown up hearing the same stories everyone else heard, though some villagers believed he knew more than he admitted. There were whispers about Walton even before his death. People described him as solitary, watchful, and oddly knowledgeable about animals and crops. Some villagers reportedly claimed he could predict weather changes unusually accurately. Others said livestock behaved strangely around him. One rumour insisted Walton carried charms in his pockets. Another claimed he nailed dead birds to gates to ward off evil. A woman from Lower Quinton later alleged Walton possessed the old knowledge, though she refused to explain what she meant. Most of these whispers only surfaced publicly after the murder, but in villages like Lower Quinton, reputations often existed for decades before outsiders ever heard them spoken aloud. And hanging over all of it was the old story from Reverend Bloom's folklore collection. The boy named Charles Walton, the black dog, the headless woman, the death that followed. because by 1945 some villagers quietly believed Meon Hill had been circling Charles Walton his entire life. And on Valentine's Day, according to many in Lower Quinton, the hill finally came to collect him. One of the strangest aspects of Meon Hill is that the stories surrounding it do not behave like ordinary folklore. Most countryside legends eventually soften with time. They become quaint, decorative, something repeated for tourists beside fireplaces. But the Meon Hill stories seemed to become more dangerous the longer they survived. People did not merely repeat them, they added to them. Each generation appeared to leave another offering behind for the hill. And by the 1940s, the villages surrounding Meon Hill existed in a deeply uneasy state between modern England and something far older. Electricity had reached many homes. Radios carried news of the war. Young men from Lower Quinton and Mickleton had crossed oceans and returned from battlefields. But old Warwickshire beliefs remained embedded beneath daily life like roots beneath stone. Villagers still spoke about death omens. Certain lanes were avoided after dark. Horseshoes remained fixed above doors. Farmers quietly consulted people believed to possess the old knowledge. Even people who mocked superstition in daylight sometimes behaved differently once evening settled over the hill. There are accounts from the period describing otherwise rational men refusing to whistle while crossing certain footpaths near the summit because it was believed to call things. A woman from Ilmington named Beatrice Hale allegedly warned children never to speak their own names aloud while alone on Meon Hill after sunset. When asked why, she reportedly answered, "Because the hill listens." That phrase surfaced again and again. The hill listens. The hill remembers. The hill keeps things. One old story claimed the summit was once used for punishments long before recorded history. According to local tradition, criminals or oath breakers were brought to the hill and left there overnight. In some versions, those who survived were considered innocent. In others, survival itself was viewed as suspicious. No historical record fully confirms the practice, but fragments of the belief persisted well into the 19th century. Another tale involved a hidden burial beneath the earthworks. Local labourers digging near the summit reportedly uncovered ancient bones during the 1800s, though the details vary wildly depending on who told the story afterward. Some claimed the skeleton was unusually tall. Others insisted iron rings or chains were found nearby. One later version even claimed the skull had been deliberately separated from the body. Whether any of it truly happened almost became irrelevant after enough people repeated it. The hill gathered stories the way iron gathers rust. There were also long-standing beliefs surrounding the wind on Meon Hill. Several villagers insisted certain sounds could only be heard there during specific weather conditions. Not ordinary wind noise through grass or trees, but distinct things. Voices, bells, crying. Once the stories spread widely enough, people began listening for them. A retired schoolteacher named Harold Winfield reportedly spent years collecting odd local accounts from around Warwickshire during the 1930s. One entry supposedly described a woman hearing music from nowhere near the hill during heavy fog. Another involved a cyclist who heard what sounded like a crowd speaking softly nearby despite standing entirely alone in open countryside. One especially eerie account came from a man named Victor Priest, who claimed he crossed Meon Hill shortly after midnight while walking back toward Lower Quinton after drinking in Mickleton. According to later retellings, Priest heard footsteps moving parallel to him through the grass for nearly 10 minutes. Whenever he stopped walking, the steps stopped too. Eventually he called out. No answer came. Then the footsteps allegedly began moving closer. Priest later claimed he heard breathing directly beside him before running blindly downhill. The next morning, villagers reportedly found his cap nearly half a mile from the place he believed he lost it. And then there were the trees. This is a detail often omitted from modern summaries because it sounds too small at first. But older villagers occasionally spoke about certain trees around Meon Hill with extraordinary caution. A few hawthorns and elder trees near older footpaths were reportedly avoided, particularly after dark. In Warwickshire folklore, elder trees carried ancient associations with spirits and protection rites. Cutting one improperly was considered deeply unlucky. A farm labourer named Edwin Goss allegedly chopped part of an elder tree near the lower slope, sometime in the 1920s, despite warnings from older villagers. According to the story, Goss injured his hand badly with the axe almost immediately afterward. Within weeks, one of his horses died unexpectedly. Coincidence, perhaps. But after the horse died, Goss reportedly nailed rowan branches above his stable doors and refused to discuss the incident further. Another account involved an old thorn tree near a path leading toward the summit. Children from Lower Quinton allegedly dared one another to touch the tree at night, because it was believed a woman had once hanged herself there after seeing the black dog repeatedly in dreams. One version claimed scratching sounds could sometimes be heard coming from the branches during still weather. Again, the important detail is not whether every account was literally true. The important detail is that people believed them enough to alter their behaviour. Even local animals became part of the hill's mythology. A strange story circulated before the war involving birds avoiding the summit during certain mornings of the year. A shepherd named Martin Rudd supposedly remarked that parts of the hill occasionally became dead quiet, even during spring. No birdsong, no crows, nothing. Another villager claimed dogs became agitated near specific sections of the ridge. A woman from Lower Quinton allegedly described her terrier refusing to continue along a footpath before suddenly whining and retreating downhill. Several people connected these moments of silence directly to the old black dog stories, as though the hill emptied itself briefly before something arrived. And then there were the dreams involving Meon Hill, which became so common locally that they formed almost their own category of folklore. A woman named Elsie Harrow reportedly dreamed repeatedly of standing on the summit, while surrounded by black hounds shortly before her husband died from illness. Another account involved a boy from Mickleton who allegedly woke screaming after dreaming of a faceless figure walking along the ridge carrying lanterns beneath its clothing. The dreams were often oddly specific. Mist, dogs, lanterns, voices, headless figures, a recurring sensation of being watched from uphill. One particularly unsettling story involved a labourer named Samuel Greaves, who allegedly dreamed of hearing somebody digging beneath the hill several nights in succession. According to local retellings, Greaves became convinced there was something trapped under there. He reportedly avoided speaking about the dreams afterward, except while drunk. Years later, after Charles Walton's death, some villagers quietly revisited Greaves's story because of the manner in which Walton's body was found pinned into the earth itself, as though the hill wanted people fixed to it. There were also stories involving figures seen near the old earthworks during storms. A woman named Dorothy Ellison allegedly claimed she saw several people standing motionless near the summit during lightning one summer evening in the late 1930s. According to her account, the figures appeared to be wearing dark cloaks or coats. She initially assumed shepherds were caught in the weather, but when lightning illuminated the ridge again moments later, the figures had vanished completely, despite there being nowhere nearby to hide. Ellison later described the experience as wrong in my stomach. Another witness, a farmhand named Joseph Perks, reportedly heard chanting while sheltering beneath trees near Meon Hill during rain sometime before the war. Perks supposedly followed the sound briefly before realizing it appeared to come from multiple directions simultaneously. He left immediately. One detail repeated throughout many of these accounts was disorientation. People frequently describe becoming confused on or near the hill despite knowing the area well. Paths seemed longer, distances behaved strangely, familiar landmarks disappeared in fog. An elderly man named Walter Cresswell allegedly told neighbours he once became lost on the lower slope for nearly 2 hours despite walking routes he had known since childhood. According to the story, Cresswell eventually realized he had been circling the same tree repeatedly without understanding how. When he finally reached Lower Quinton, he reportedly stated, "The hill moved around me." And perhaps the most disturbing part of all this is how often the witnesses sound sincere, not dramatic, not attention-seeking, just disturbed. Even the local silence surrounding Meon Hill became part of its mythology. Journalists who later visited Lower Quinton after the Walton murder repeatedly commented on how difficult it was getting villagers to speak openly about the hill. People changed subjects, laughed nervously, denied things they had reportedly repeated privately for years. Some of the older residents seemed genuinely frightened that discussing the stories too openly might attract attention from whatever lived there. A few even believed the hill punished curiosity. One Warwickshire reporter later recalled an elderly villager warning him directly, "People go up there looking for stories and come back with them." That line lingered because it sounded less like advice and more like experience. And above all the other tales, one story continued hanging over Meon Hill like a storm cloud waiting to break. The story of the ploughboy named Charles Walton, the black dog, the headless woman, the death that followed. Because while the other stories drifted uncertainly between legend and rumour, Charles Walton himself was undeniably real. He lived beneath the hill, worked beneath it, walked its fields almost daily. And by February of 1945, some villagers had quietly begun wondering whether Meon Hill had been circling back toward him for 60 years. By February of 1945, Europe was still at war, though people in Warwickshire could feel the end approaching. There were fewer blackout fears than before. The distant thunder of the war no longer seemed endless. But beneath Meon Hill, older fears remained untouched by modern history. Lower Quinton still carried the same lanes, the same hedges, the same whispered stories that had drifted around the hill for generations. And Charles Walton was still there. 74 years old, thin, quiet. Weathered by farm work and decades beneath the Warwickshire sky, he had lived almost his entire life in Lower Quinton and knew the country around Meon Hill intimately. He worked odd agricultural jobs despite his age, carrying tools older than some of the young men fighting overseas. People described him as solitary, but not unfriendly. A man of routines, a man who seemed almost grown from the fields themselves. But there were whispers too. After the murder, villagers would quietly describe Walton as strange. Some claimed he possessed unusual knowledge concerning animals and crops. Others said he carried old superstitions more seriously than most. A few insisted livestock reacted nervously around him. One woman allegedly claimed Walton muttered to himself while walking hedgerows. Another insisted he placed charms around fields. And always hanging over him was Reverend Bloom's old account from 1885. The ploughboy named Charles Walton, the black dog, the headless woman, the death that followed. Some villagers believed the hill had marked him since childhood. On the morning of February 14th, 1945, Walton left his cottage at 15 Lower Quinton, carrying his slash-hook and lunch. He was employed that day by a farmer named Alfred Potter to trim hedges in a field called Lower Limepiece, near the slope of Meon Hill. The field sat isolated beneath the rising ground, close enough to the hill that the summit loomed over the hedgerows like a watching presence. The weather was cold. Walton spent part of the morning working alone in the field. Witnesses later reported seeing him there during daylight hours carrying out ordinary hedge cutting. Nothing initially appeared unusual. No screams were heard, no struggle reported. But by evening, Walton had not returned home. His niece, Edith Walton, became concerned quickly because Charles was deeply habitual. When darkness approached without sign of him, a search began. It was Alfred Potter himself who eventually found the body. The scene waiting in Lower Lyme Piece would become one of the most infamous murder sites in British history. Charles Walton lay dead beside the hedge he had been trimming. His walking stick was nearby. His body had been brutally attacked with his own hook, suffering terrible wounds to the throat and neck. But it was the final detail that transformed the murder into something far darker. A pitchfork had been driven through Walton's neck, pinning him to the earth, not merely discarded nearby, not used casually in rage, driven into the ground through the body itself. The image horrified even experienced investigators. Walton appeared almost ritualistically fixed to the field beneath Meon Hill, as though deliberately attached to the land. Rumours spread immediately. Some accounts claimed a cross-shaped wound had been carved into his chest. Others insisted strange symbols had been left nearby. Certain villagers whispered Walton had been killed as part of an old agricultural rite connected to blood sacrifice and failing harvests. And perhaps most disturbingly, some locals reportedly were not entirely surprised. The murder scene attracted enormous attention because even hardened police officers found it deeply unsettling. Warwickshire detectives quickly realised they were dealing with more than an ordinary countryside killing. Newspapers descended on Lower Quinton. Journalists spread stories about witchcraft, ancient rituals, curses, and black magic. Then Scotland Yard arrived. Detective Superintendent Robert Fabian, one of Britain's most famous investigators, was assigned to the case. Fabian was experienced, intelligent, and not naturally prone to fantasy. Yet, the deeper he moved into the Meon Hill investigation, the stranger his own writings and statements became. Fabian later admitted the atmosphere surrounding the hill disturbed him profoundly. According to Fabian's later recollections, villagers behaved oddly during questioning. Some refused to discuss the hill entirely. Others became visibly frightened when witchcraft was mentioned. Doors closed, conversation stopped abruptly when outsiders entered pubs. It was as though the entire area had agreed silently not to speak certain things aloud. Fabian became fascinated by the older folklore connected to Charles Walton, especially Reverend Bloom's account involving the black dog and headless woman. He reportedly questioned local residents extensively about supernatural traditions surrounding Meon Hill. And then came Fabian's own experience. Years later, Fabian claimed he encountered a black dog himself while walking near the hill during the investigation. According to his account, the animal appeared suddenly near him before vanishing just as abruptly. Fabian later mentioned the sighting to a local boy, who allegedly became terrified and fled immediately upon hearing it described. Whether Fabian truly experienced this or became psychologically absorbed by the atmosphere of the case almost no longer matters. The fact that one of Britain's most respected detectives publicly discussed such things at all is extraordinary, and the investigation only became stranger from there. Alfred Potter soon emerged as the primary suspect. He had employed Walton. He discovered the body. certain aspects of his timeline appeared inconsistent. Some investigators believed Potter knew more than he admitted. Yet despite enormous scrutiny, police never obtained enough evidence to charge him. Another theory involved Italian prisoners of war stationed nearby during the war. Others suggested wandering labourers, personal grudges, hidden financial disputes, or revenge connected to old village conflicts. But none of the explanations ever fit comfortably against the murder scene itself. Because ordinary murders rarely look like Charles Walton's death looked. Pinned to the earth beneath a hill already saturated with stories of witchcraft, phantom animals, ghost riders, curses, and ancient rites, the symbolism was impossible to ignore. And then there were the local whispers. Some villagers reportedly believed Walton himself practiced witchcraft. Others insisted he had angered somebody involved in occult practices. One rumour claimed he could blight crops. Another alleged he possessed the evil eye. Certain older residents quietly connected the murder to older Warwickshire traditions involving blood sacrifice to ensure agricultural fertility. Most chilling of all were the whispers that the murder had not been intended merely to kill Walton. It had been intended to bind him to the hill. Even the positioning of the pitchfork disturbed folklorists later examining the case, because iron objects driven into bodies or graves appear repeatedly throughout European folk traditions involving restless spirits, witches, or dangerous dead. Whether the killer understood those traditions personally or acted instinctively remains unknown. And that unknown quality is exactly what has kept Meon Hill alive in the imagination for decades. Because the Walton murder did not feel isolated, it felt connected. Connected to the black dog seen by a boy named Charles Walton 60 years earlier. Connected to the headless woman. Connected to the phantom hounds crossing the ridge at night. Connected to the stories of hidden things beneath the earthworks. Connected to the strange lights, the voices, the dreams, the impossible silences. Connected to the old belief that Meon Hill listened. The case was never solved. No one was convicted. No definitive explanation ever emerged. And perhaps the most unsettling detail of all is this. After the murder, many villagers reportedly became even less willing to discuss the hill openly than before. Not more willing, less. As though Charles Walton's death had confirmed something they already feared. Even decades later, journalists and researchers visiting Lower Quinton encountered resistance when asking about Meon Hill. Some locals dismissed the stories entirely. Others became uncomfortable almost immediately. A few older residents simply refused to speak about the hill after dark. And Meon Hill itself remains exactly where it has always been, rising above Warwickshire, watching the villagers beneath it, keeping its stories. There are still people who claim to hear dogs there at night. Still people who avoid the summit after sunset. Still still occasional reports of strange lights moving through the mist. And somewhere beneath all those stories lies the image that transformed an old Warwickshire hill into legend forever. Charles Walton, alone in Lower Lyme Peace, pinned to the earth beneath Meon Hill while the winter evening closed around him. And if the older stories are true, perhaps he was never truly alone there at all.